No, seriously. Everybody laughs about that. So no, he.
I'll
tell the story.
You tell the
just relax,
story,
Barry.
and then I'll tell you the facts.
He used to literally work on the railroad all the live long day.
No,
and he got ran over by a train. So no, now he's
that's unreal.
Yeah,
it is, because the trains I worked on were light passenger rail, which isn't a real freight train. But either way, if I got ran over by said train, which weighs alone, one car alone weighs 200 tons, I'd be dead. It would cut me in half.
Oh, he's got the strength of 10 men.
That's awesome.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. So, just so everybody knows who Jeff is, or Jeff's iPhone is, since that's the name that's on the screen. This is Jeff Berggren, a friend of mine, who I, we do a lot of business with him as a publisher. As far as he purchases a lot of games through us. He runs the Gaming Goats, which. Well, how many different locations do you have now?
We're in 14 U.S. metro markets, so we have like 1 to 8 units per market, and then we have our Asian markets as well. So we're all over the place, which is cool.
Tell me what that means. 14 metro markets. Dumb it down for me, there, Jeff. What does that mean?
So it's 14 different like big urban pockets. So like Houston, Austin, Denver, Vegas, Phoenix, Chicago, Cleveland, St. Paul, etc. So we have presence in 14 urban markets. Its store count is weird because we have a couple in between because of COVID, and we have like 4 leases signed right now, and the stores are in process of opening. So that always varies by different store opening dates, but we're as far west as Vegas, and the farthest east store is basically Cleveland. So everything's jammed in the middle there.
Right in the middle of the country.
Yeah. And then I have stores in I'm actually a Thailand resident as well. So we had this grand plan to put stores in Thailand, which we're rolling out literally in March of last year, right when COVID hit. So we're working on lease signing, and then all those areas just got the doors bolted, closed, and they haven't been open since. So obviously that didn't happen yet. So yeah.
All right. So, I mean, when did you open your first store?
So we incorporated in 2010. My background's very boring, by the way, so I apologize to everyone for my boring. We incorporated in 2010.
This is just my like family room, so don't worry about that. Anyway, go on.
For sure. We incorporated in 2010, and then I was a corporate employee with Sears Holdings, the Sears Kmart company, and we opened the first store in Elgin, Illinois in 2011, January 1st, New Year's Day, which is bizarre. It just worked out that way. It was a little like 800 square foot, very linear. I think it was like 14 feet wide, but really long store. Yeah, I was really scared because my rent was like $800 a month. And I thought that was very risky. So that was, 10 plus years ago. So
no. So what, do you still have that place?
It flipped into a franchise, and then it flipped out of a franchise, and now we're not currently in Elgin. The last owner of it went independent, which is fine. And we're still in a bunch of Illinois cities, though. Illinois is our most saturated market because that's where I'm from originally. So the market isn't underserved by any means, I don't think.
How many stores do you have in Illinois then?
7.
That's crazy.
8. Yeah, we had at one time. We had like 14, all in Northern Illinois. And it's weird because we have a store in my hometown of Kewanee, Illinois, which the city only has like 8,000 people in it. which is crazy, but it's literally in the middle of the farmland. There's like nothing around it at all. So it shouldn't be able to support a game store. But I think as I came from Kiwani and like, people are kind of into the brand, it works out. But I bought a building, which is like standalone, like 1,800 square feet. I bought the whole building for like 22 grand, the whole building, which is crazy.
Yeah.
It's like on our property, it's like a fifth of a city block. And we just put a store in it. And we have a great franchise owner in there. So we have some stores in like very peculiar places. We have, like, I'm on Las Vegas Boulevard right here. And then I have a store in Kewanee, Illinois, in the middle of the farmland. So we are all over. It's a really weird mix, but I'm very proud of that it works, in different areas. So,
well, that's pretty cool, man.
So, Jake, you were saying you're a citizen of Thailand now?
Yeah, so you can't get citizenship unless you're born there.
Okay.
But I have a dual residency. So I bought a neat little pad on the ocean. So I would be there more if it wasn't for COVID. But
sure.
I bought it originally to do stores over there. But obviously I'm selfish too, so I want to hang out on the ocean too.
So I'm curious, what was the gaming scene like in Taiwan?
Thailand.
I'm sorry, Thailand.
Yeah, it's all good. It's honestly,
you gotta remember, medicinal user, and plus run over by train. So you just give him a little extra time.
I can totally dig it.
I'm still on the CBD, not the THC yet, just coming. And I was hit by a train, not ran over.
hit by a train. I love it. Asian markets are interesting. I'm in it for reasons that are not probably considered non-traditional. So we're in tourist areas. So the idea is that it's very expensive to put game stores in Europe because it's such a population density, super expensive commercial areas. So we're actually there to hit European tourists as much as like the Thailand population. It's actually cheaper to hit European customers in Asian countries than it is to have stores in Europe, which sounds absolutely bizarre, but commercial property in Thailand is a lot cheaper than in like France, or Switzerland or Poland or what have you. So there are a lot of gamers in Thailand, though. There's just not a lot of big retail stores because the distribution is pretty interesting over there. You'd think it would be a little bit cleaner because it's so close to China where everything's manufactured, but it's spotty at best. So luckily we can port things over from North America into Thailand and then from China directly into the country as well. So that's something we're constantly figuring out and working on. So because the store didn't open when we anticipated, we just kind of got a year of extra time to figure it out, but we're ready to open many units whenever we can. So,
well, there you go.
Yeah,
I don't want to cut away because I know Jonathan's probably very tired. And I don't think your audio is on, by the way.
Oh, is it? It's not.
No. Okay, yeah, you're good. So this is actually fortuitous because Jonathan, you have a game that just funded, right?
Yes. Yeah.
How long ago did it fund on GameFound?
I'm sorry.
How long ago did it fund on GameFound?
So we started at 9 a.m. this morning, and in 50 minutes we managed to fund. So it's going awesome. Domain of Mirza Noctis. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Have you carried the Hexplore games in your shops there, Jeff?
I have carried them, and I sure hope there's a retail pledge.
There is absolutely. Cool. We don't have it showing on the screen there, but we have a retailer section at the bottom. So yeah, absolutely.
Well, I hope maybe somehow Jeff can get a hold of you after this. Can Jeff possibly get a hold of you, Jonathan?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a email address there. I could give that to you over here if you want. I mean,
I appreciate that.
I feel like that's terrible. Like I don't want to, like, I'm not in the business of like, hey, you should buy some games, like
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I'm gonna find you regardless. I'm relentless in buying games, so you're gonna have to talk to me regardless, right?
Sounds
so it's
good.
okay.
Sounds
it's
good.
Cool. It's cool. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So
What's
yeah,
the
it's-
Are you gonna give him the email address or not?
yes,
yeah.
yes, I can.
Hit
I
me.
can do that. So it's just Game Master at hexplorit.com.
Cool. I appreciate that. I will shoot you an email, man.
I appreciate it too.
What is the current funding and what was the goal? Did you smash it?
We did, yeah. Our goal was 35,000, and we're over 110 at the moment. I think we just went over 110.
So I don't know the exact rules about this video cast. Is it possible? Could I ask a couple of questions, or is that like out of bounds?
No, you just sit there.
No. Ask away. Ask away.
Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Cool. So we actually, I know that Awaken Realms is involved with GameFound. They own it, or whatever the deal is with that. So we've been looking at GameFound as a potential engine that we were going to put our own publishing company's games up. How do you like the GameFound experience compared to Kickstarter? If I can ask, sorry if that's out of bounds.
Yeah, no problem. Where do I start? So we've had
I can answer this question as well.
I would love to hear. Honestly,
we had just a small hiccup earlier today. It seemed like we had a couple of backers where in the US it was being flagged for their credit cards as possibly being a fraudulent transaction, but it was a very, very small percentage. And those, they just simply have to contact their bank and let them know, that it's a totally legitimate company and that, and it's actually something that happens with any platform. So, I don't know how much of that was just, fortuitous that like we found out about it, and how much of that is just normal. But no, other than that, it has been awesome. The whole concept of being able to put polls right into your updates, get instant feedback from your supporters. The idea that you can schedule your updates, not your updates, your stretch goals. So it's based on a monetary value. Like I don't have to worry about being up at like 2 a.m. to, roll over a stretch goal.
Wow.
And that to me is like huge because I've got 3 kids and I got to take them to school in the morning. And, I don't want to be up like that late usually if I can help it. But no, it's been awesome. And the whole idea that the page is based on sections, so you can really easily find what you're looking for. Whereas it's just kind of a scroll lock in Kickstarter, and you have to end up using like Control F to like find text on the page, and sometimes that text is in an image, so you may not even find it that way.
It's true. I have a hard time just finding retailer information on Kick, and I literally just hit Control F and type retail or whatever, and then it just go through it. And then a lot of times, it's embedded in an image, right? So it's not going to pull it up.
Right.
I see this on the left frame here where you can actually, it breaks it down by section.
Yep.
That is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed.
Probably, in my opinion, the best thing about it is that like when you send an email to customer service, like they get back to you.
Yeah.
Like also the no, I mean it isn't like it with Kickstarter. So Kickstarter started as a lark. If you go look into the background of what Kickstarter got started, the like 4 guys that made Kickstarter, like 3 of them are like shadowy figures. If you look into it, no, literally like they have like 0 online presence. They just people know their names. Like one of them doesn't even have a Wikipedia entry because they can't find out anything about him. Like
so wait. Are these like the Shadow Riders in Lord of the Rings?
Maybe.
Yes.
And then there's one of the 4 that is like slightly like out there, like just because like of philanthropic things, like like he's involved in charities, and so there's a little more information. So
Wow.
and all of the answers to all of the questions you ever ask Kickstarter for, they're always like, I mean, it's just like you'll ask them a question, and you'll say, hey, here's this thing that I need, and I need to get this done, and this, it's like, is there an issue with how this is handled? And then it's like 2 to 5 business days later, they'll send you an email that say, you can, we will allow this, basically. And there's no explanation. There's nothing. Yeah. There's no explanation as to how they came up to that decision. Or if they say, no, you may not, there's no explanation how. There's no like appeals process. There's nobody to speak to. You can't call a number. You can't chat with anybody online. So it's just like, and I get it. I think that they created it like that, just basically to hide behind kind of a firewall of information and then prevent people from really digging into it. And
yeah, it's kind of like the help phone numbers that like don't have the 0 option. Like you can't get directly to a person. Like their whole setup is just to be like, we're gonna guide you to like the only answer that we're gonna give, and that is yes, we will accept it. Like, okay, thank you.
Yeah, and it's just, yeah, I mean, that's it. I mean, and I get it to a certain extent, because obviously they're, you're just, protect yourself, right? And like the fact that people have tried, like I've heard of like cases where people have tried to basically like the legalese behind everything, like that as far as what as a backer, I backed this and I never got my thing. What are my options? It's like Kickstarter, like all of their legalese is that we have no accountability whatsoever. And which is smart, right? I mean, like if you have somebody that says they make $1 million and they run off with it, you don't want to be held on the short chain for that.
Right.
So I mean, I get that, but to go along with the removal of liability is this, like I said, like basically the shadow government that controls the whole thing. So anyway, the long story to that is that for ours that we're launching, we're after the Empire Deluxe reprint coming on April 20th. For that, like I've like just emailed the CEO of Awaken Realms directly, and I've had like Google meetings with him, and just like, oh yeah, hey, let's just here, I'll show you how to do that. Let's get this done.
He's awesome.
Marcin.
Okay. He is awesome. He has been very, like, he's been on top of everything for our launch, and like you said, he's right there, willing to be like, hey, yeah, if there's a problem, let's look into it. They've really done whatever they can to help us, and it's really clearly evident in all of the emailing that's been going back and forth. Yeah, you're right. It's just awesome customer service.
Well, and I realize that I mean, Awaken Realms isn't dumb, right? I mean, they know how to make their money. So, I mean, they basically looked at Kickstarter long and hard, and then like we're like, what do people hate about it? And just like and they're attacking those points of like why this is better. There's still some stuff in there. I mean, like the Kickstarter, and John, you can agree or disagree to this. The Kickstarter setting up your page, it's definitely, it's easier, but it's clunkier to set up your page. But it's almost like they dumbed down the user interface to the point where they're just like, they want any rum-dum who wants to like, come in there and sell his art book, the ability to set up a page. They don't, that has no like,
right.
And with GameFound, it's like it's kind of like when you play a board game that's like a little more difficult, and it's like, oh well, getting through this rule book will allow you to play the game, but that's what you have to do. You need to get through this rule book first, right? That's like the price of admission. So there's stuff like that bothers me a little bit about GameFound, where it's just like, oh, it's like, oh, that's easy. You do it like this. Well, then why don't you just set it up or have some sort of explanation how to do that? And then, but once you know the trick,
yeah,
the trick.
There were small little things here and there that I totally agree with you on,
like setting up shipping weights and prices. I mean, that's just a long kind of elaborate process. But once you figure out how to do it, you're good to go. Anyway. So yeah, I think that in my opinion, plus they're only going to focus on board games. They're not. Well, Martine said that they might expand later, but right now they're just going to do board game projects. Which, if you listen to, that's like the vast majority of Kickstarter's projects are tabletop role playing stuff.
Yeah, isn't it something like 40% now?
Yeah, which is the majority. I mean, like, yeah, it isn't 100% because, but you got to remember everything else that people make is chewing up that, like, you know, whatever it is, like 58% or whatever.
Yeah, it's just sad that they haven't, you know, innovated. You know, that they've been very good to us. We had 3 projects on Kickstarter, and I'm not going to begrudge the tools that they have, but there is a certain amount of we're okay with it being this way, and you know, we're not going to change, and that will just drive innovation elsewhere. So,
yep.
So Lance, I have a question. Are you guys launching on? So I see a lot of publishers. I shouldn't say a lot. I see some, and I'll see an identical campaign on GameFound that was on Kickstarter. Are you not going to use Kickstarter for After the Empire's follow up? Or are you only going to use GameFound?
We're using only GameFound. I don't know of anybody who's running like the exact same thing. I think ours is the first one.
Really?
We're just doing this because it's like one of those things where it's like, this is just, we're not, I mean, okay, there's one thing that we're offering that we didn't offer before, and that's there's a solo deck. Like, so basically if somebody backed the last campaign and did an all in and got everything, the only thing left is there's like basically a solo module that Ryan and Evan came up with, the 2 designers, that we're going to offer, which is just a deck of cards and maybe a couple of tokens, but probably not. That like people will be able to buy this deck of cards for like, I think it's $10, and then they can have a solo mode. That's the only thing. But we're offering like an upgrade pack for people that bought the retail copy, but they want like the cool army men soldiers instead of the cubes and stuff like that. So, but I mean, other than that, it's just like there's nothing new for us to do, right? It's just like, I mean, you know, we'll have to do a little bit of art for the like the backs of the cards for the solo deck, because they'll have to be a different card back, just so you won't mix them up with the other cards, and then like, you know, and then do the layout for the front of those cards. But other than that, it's just okay, figure out, because right now nobody can buy a copy of the game anywhere. So
I have a lot of them.
Well, I know. Well, okay, I'm sorry. Other than Jeff's The Gaming Goat,
no, I don't have the juicy Kickstarter ones. I didn't, when that launched, I was still new. I wasn't new to Kickstarter, but I wasn't going.
Well, right now, like hard. I mean, like if you go to like the major online stores, I should say Gaming Goat's got an online section, but I guess people don't. People probably don't go to you guys generally for online stuff. They probably
agreed.
It's more of a brick and mortar. But I mean, if you go to Miniature Market, you go to Cool Stuff, you go to Game Nerds. None of those guys have copies because they sold out. They sold all of them. And the few places you can find it, people are going to be asking for MSRP or more now because it's between print runs. So anyway, we're just it's just gonna be a straight reprint. It's just like, here it is, you know, buy the stuff, and then we'll run a campaign for 3 weeks and collect the money, push the button with our manufacturer and then make the game, you know, and then get more hopefully within 5 months usually. I mean, because they have all the files, right? You know, they'd be able to start it
easy
and go. Yeah.
So I was a little confused about GameFound because I see now when I go to the site, when I click Pledge Manager, it shows all the games that use the Pledge Manager. Yeah. And I thought those all ran parallel to a Kickstarter campaign, but it wasn't a crowdsource. So there's 2 different sections. That's totally my bad. Because I could never figure out, because you told me you had a game on, right? So I'm trying to find it. And I'm like, where the hell is this? So I have to click crowdfunding. And then I saw it and I was like, oh shit. Because if a game is on there and I do want to retail kick it, I got to be able to find it. So now I understand. So I'm permanently smart now, but I was not smart before. So I get
it. They do definitely have some clunkiness there. And in fact, when I first started to build my project, I started to build it as a Pledge Manager project, and there's no way for them to port the 2. So I had to restart and build in the other section. So, but I think they're working on all that, and I'm sure that this is still kind of a platform that's in its growing pains. So I'm sure they're going to be looking at all of the things that they want to improve on it, and I would bet that that's going to be one big one.
Cool. Yeah, we actually publish for Awaken Realms Lights in North America, so I really want to support this engine just because they're our friends and we're business partners. So I was talking to because we do publishing as well. I have a CEO of my publishing company, and it seems like every day this is a point of topic what we just discussed. When we're going to make the move, are we going to make the move? So I appreciate the feedback, guys. That's awesome.
Absolutely. It's a little bit scary, changing platforms, but our backers, we have a pretty solid network of backers, and I think they are just happy that we're releasing a fourth game. So that's cool, and that's all we really wanted, is to make them happy, make our supporters happy.
So if you don't have a massive, so we have a pretty good email list, but we're not, most of it came from the retail side, honestly, right? So we ported them over. We have some, because we ran one Kickstarter which had 1,400 backers. So we have from that, and then our publishing website, and then if I don't have an email list that is gargantuan in size, would that probably dissuade me from using GameFound? Because Kickstarter does kick a lot of analytical traffic over, right? Naturally.
Yeah, I think they do. But that's a hard one. I mean, if you have the list and you can send to those folks, I'm sure that they'll follow wherever you're going.
For sure.
There is some organic movement that happens with Kickstarter, and I think honestly there's a lot of eyes on GameFound right now. So I feel like there's going to be that organic momentum might happen in GameFound too going forward. Who knows?
Definitely. That's great. Cool.
Yeah. Hey, how have things been with COVID for you guys? I haven't really had much interaction with a supplier or merchant kind of. How are things going this last year for you guys?
Yeah, it's been absolutely crazy because we're spread out. So we have a massive variance in state regulation of how COVID is handled. And then you balance that with 50 different owners all having different political views, right?
Yeah.
So we had the pole in the water about 50 different ways. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
But all the information that every major publisher that I've seen it put out is pretty accurate to what retail is right now. It's crazy. Yes. So we actually, I don't want to give away to the keys to the castle, but our year over year between 2019 to 2020, and we don't have the exact number company wide, but the estimate is up. We're up 28% even with COVID. So that's
amazing.
It's crazy. We had about 6 to 8 weeks of almost pure dead time, because some states you couldn't even curbside pick up. Nevada turned curbside on, and I did pretty well with it. But we had some owners where curbside pickup was available, but they didn't want to do it, which is their choice. I respect whatever my franchise owners want to do. But even with 10 quote unquote usable retail months, just absolutely smashed it. We and then it traveled into this year. Board games specifically grew. If you take the Pokemon conversation out of it, which I don't know if you know what happened with that, but it just absolutely. So we're
whoa! My son collects Pokemon cards. What happened to Pokemon?
I'm sorry to hear that. It's scarcity. So so we're mainly a board game chain, but what happened with Pokemon, and we are honestly a big reason why it happened. We sell Pokemon cards to celebrities. That's kind of one of our things. I sell to people that you wouldn't think that I would sell to. Famous DJs, movie stars, celebrities, and things like that. So a lot of people started going on YouTube. Steve Aoki is a great customer of ours, the DJ, if you follow EDM at all. He's a Las Vegas guy, obviously. That's where most of those folks live. I live here. And they would just buy these OG first edition Pokemon boxes for just absurd amounts of money.
Wow.
Like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they would open them, just fucking rip the packs open. And then they would put them on YouTube, and like Steve has his own Instagram channel called like Aoki's Card House, and he will just literally rip open $200,000 worth of Pokemon packs for fun, because the guy is just, when you have that much money, you can do whatever you want, right? And I respect him. He's just a big nerd. That's most of those DJs are huge nerds. That's what they are, right? And he just loves it. So we sell all the Pokemon that Steve rips, that's like current, quote unquote, like all the rare new stuff he gets from me. And all the kids, you know, all the like younger folks, really just, they follow these guys, and then they get into it. And then everyone started doing it. Like the video game streamer Ninja started ripping packs, and then all the Twitch streamers started doing it, and they just blew up.
Wow.
Yeah. So like board games specifically, that part of the sector is crazy, and the growth is crazy, but I'm taking the Pokemon conversation out of it. Like all stores are up because of Pokemon, but like board games specifically are handily up 20% year over year. And it hasn't slowed down. Like in 2021, like we just got our numbers in from March sales, and there is just some absolutely unbelievable numbers. So I'm very happy, and I'm very fortunate that, you know, a bad situation padded this particular part of the retail sector. I lucked out quite a bit because we have a huge footprint, and it worked out. But yeah, nice. Pokemon is
Lord,
crazy.
there's people that are just like, I opened 200 packs of Shining Fates. I own. That's what these people are doing now. Just I'm gonna do a video of me opening 7,000 of these packs.
Time and money, Lance. Time and money.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be super honest with you, and people are probably not gonna believe this, but I have over 10 people that they don't have stores. They're not connected. They're not trying to make money. They just want Pokemon, and they will text me, let's say a month before the next Pokemon set comes out, and they will say, Jeff, I will buy every single Pokemon product you have from your store personally right now, like $250,000 worth of one set.
Wow.
And I have to tell them no, you know, like if I wouldn't tell, you know, these, you know, celebrities no, they would, you know, because no one ever tells people no when they have a ton of money, right? They aren't used to hearing it. Like if you want to go buy a Lamborghini and like you want a certain color, you know, the Lamborghini dealer is probably going to like take it to the shop and paint the damn thing, right? And then give it to you or whatever. I have to tell people like, hey, you got to save some for the kids. So I get multiple offers for like over $100,000. Just like, here, I'll have my assistant wire it right now. And I was like, dude, it's not that easy. You need to slow down. It's crazy.
Wow.
So, anyway,
that's insane.
Yeah. 100%.
Well, I learned something new every time. I guess I didn't even know this was a thing.
Yeah. Neither did I.
It is. It's keeping game stores going if they're not proficient in other things. Because, you know, I don't know how in depth you want to get on this topic, but the majority of United States game stores, let's say 98% of them, the majority of their revenue is trading card games. It's just always been like that. And
I mean, the one store that like he's been open for like 30 years. He just talks about, you know, magic keeps the lights on. He always says that all the time.
Yeah, and it's crazy because when, you know, we used to be a TCG company in 2011. I was that guy. I was that like Magic the Gathering is cool. I played it when I was in high school when I was 16, right? In 94. And we completely flipped the model. So the crazy thing about it is, like, I'm actually in my store right now, so I can show you. So like we sell like hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon just from this counter right here. So it's like 6 square feet. So the rest of the store is all board games and, you know, role-playing books and things like that. But the impact of the revenue doesn't take up any space. So this whole store is just board games, but you know, so much of the revenue recently comes out of just this counter. Like I just put it on there and it's gone or whatever, which is crazy. But we flipped our entire model into square footage wise, 99%, 98% board games and RPGs. And I went away from trading card games when everyone else was getting into it. And it was the best thing I've ever done. Holy cow. It changes your client base. It changes your opportunity cost. And like, honestly, like board gamers in general and role-playing people, they're just so chill and so easy to work with. And it's just, there isn't any maintenance involved in it. Like the margin is, you know, worse and the boxes are heavy and you got to pay a bunch of rent to like make all this, put all this cool stuff in your store. But people are just so relaxed. You know, people are very appreciative. Where with trading card games, they would just drag you out in the street and shoot you if they could, if they don't get a Pokemon box, right? They don't, generally speaking. Like I have great customers and friends that buy, but you know, the general person on the internet that's looking for something, you know, if they need like any hot board game, they're like, please, thank you. Hey, we appreciate what you're doing. But Pokemon, it's just, it isn't like that, right? So anyways.
It's a dog world.
It is 100%. So yeah, easy peasy.
So, Evan, I like your hat.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah,
I stole it from my wife. I love it.
I kind of thought that.
His wife is looking for a hat?
Yes.
She won't take it back. It's too stretched out now.
Yeah.
She got a tiny head.
Enough. So, Evan, Jeff is the owner of the Gaming Goat franchise stuff.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Evan, how you doing, man?
And Evan designed that After the Empire thing with his buddy Ryan.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's dope. I can't wait to buy a ton of that on the Game Found's second printing. I'm very excited.
The word has gotten out.
The LSU, everybody. Welcome to the LSU.
Yeah. So hopefully Shane will let me buy as many copies as I want. Since I'm on live video now, I'm gonna put the pressure on. I'm gonna give a really unrealistic number for what I want, and hopefully I can get it.
I like it.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, After the Empire did very well at regular retail release, which I don't know how many copies went into the United States. I'm assuming not a whole lot.
Yeah, well, the print run I just don't think was that big to begin with.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
I get it. Yeah, but I was that normal, not very nice guy where I emailed Gray Fox, everyone at Gray Fox, like as soon as I saw that the games were on the boat coming in from Kickstarter, like, hey, I need more Kickstarter versions, and it was like, no.
So you really understand those Pokemon guys.
Yeah. You should have asked for that when we were printing
that guy I don't like. I was being that guy, but you know, I get it now. Believe me, I get it. So yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna buy a lot on the reprints.
Cool, man. Good. I'm glad you're excited about it.
100%. So
all right.
Awesome.
Well,
cool.
Jonathan, have you learned anything about what the release this one, the fourth one?
You know,
Hexplore it. Where's my rulebook? There he is.
Yeah. I think
awesome.
every new project we do, we learn, you know, a little bit, you know, new about how much we're able to stretch, you know, and grow as a company and as a team. Yeah, it's been awesome. We're getting ready to unlock another stretch goal here, so I probably won't stay on too much longer, but no, it's been awesome. I'm really thankful to be where we're at, and just couldn't be more thankful to our supporters. And you know how it is. You know, we wouldn't be here without them, and it just makes us kind of you know, get back on the treadmill, so to speak, and you know, keep working to, you know, build the content. So yeah, we're real excited.
How many more of these are you gonna make?
We have 6. The Hexplore line was always going to be 6, and so and then we're looking at ways of reinventing each volume. So the first one, for instance, we're going to be releasing.
That was the wrong answer, by the way. The right answer is
Cal's dead.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
one,
yeah. I
the
mean,
best
and
one.
when they stop giving me money for new ones.
Yeah. I mean, we're definitely looking at other ways to extend the franchise, and but no, we're looking at basically creating content for each of the previous games now that works in a different way. So, for instance, we're building for our first game, Valley of the Dead King. We actually wrote a story-based campaign for that one, and it plays like a choose your own adventure novel, and it's about the size of 3 full novels. We wrote in about a year and a half, and it basically takes your board game and puts a whole huge story behind it, and you get to power up your heroes and like take them on this adventure that is a huge like multi-session thing. So you can gain special campaign items, and you can meet different NPCs, and the interactions that you choose affects like all the chapters downhill. So yeah, we're real excited about that, and we're hoping that we can get that one unlocked in this campaign, and we can create a physical book out of it. Our backers are currently getting the digital version of it from Sands, but yeah, we're excited about that product quite a bit.
Well, there you go.
Awesome.
Well, this is normal when I ask if anybody has any grievances that they want to. This is the airing of grievances. Just let go of whatever like pent up information you may have had over the last week.
I would like to say that I like Pokemon cards, and I don't appreciate what Jeff said about people who like Pokemon cards.
I know I'm going to get blown up over this one, and that's why it was a bad idea to have me on. I told Lance it was a bad idea, but that's okay. Controversial takes are cool these days, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, you kind of are. You've kind of had a little niche for yourself of like you don't mind speaking your mind, I guess, if you just maybe because you're too big to get blown up over something you say. I mean, I guess there's probably limits. You can't like
say something really stupid. Yeah,
you say something really stupid.
There are definitely limits.
But but for the most part, you're fairly secure. I mean, like as far as being able to say what you like or what you do. I mean. So, I know you've given yourself the moniker one of the most hated men in the board game industry or whatever, but do you think that's earned? Do you think that's fair? Or do you just get frustrated with like how certain things just seem to occur? And I'll shut up and I'll listen to your answer, but I got to remember my grievance. Sometimes I wanted to go off on about, but I'm going to listen to what you have to say about that, Jeff.
Yeah. I think it's probably earned a little bit. I think in the early days, when we were really growing, I was just kind of bulldozing over topics, and I think I've always had a chip on my shoulder, but I think the perception was that I needed to earn it, and you can never stop earning respect, right? Like, or whatever you want to call it. There's been a lot of stores that have been affected by the gaming goat. And in markets that we're in, we are loved, which is great. Right. And back in the day, like even 5 years ago, if we would announce that we're going into a new market, a brand new, like metro market, like we would get like a lot of hate. We would get 50 or 100 Facebook messages. Don't come here. We're fine. Things like that. And honestly, even back then, it really did. It hurt my feelings. It really did. You can only hear so much, and it's kind of hard for when you franchise a store, and they believe in your brand, and then you're opening a new store, and then people in the market kind of let you have it. And again, a lot of the things most of the things are not warranted in the slightest. And the whole thing is we've always been kind of a discount retailer, and we've changed a lot over time, because now we're more of a Kickstart retailer. So we do a lot more high end things, and we're a lot more niche. But a lot of people don't know me very well, and I think that's why they kind of, have a false opinion of me. But if something, the only time I ever say anything publicly that is like a controversial take, I'm doing it because I think it's going to help the industry. And I know that sometimes people have a hard time looking past that, but there are a lot of pain points that we have to get through to grow, right? And there's not hardly any, probably no other retailers that do that, that actually have enough influence where it matters. So I get a little frustrated, because I feel like a lot of times I'm saying things that everyone is thinking, but when I say it, no one kind of stands behind me, and they kind of let me go at it alone. So I take a lot of that flack because of that, especially with bigger publishers. Like, there's been a lot of major changes in the last year with a lot of major publishers, and everyone's thinking it. And I think they're just sitting around waiting for me to comment on it. And I don't want to be known as the guy that just calls things out. I'm not like that. Like, I poke at myself, and I'm the most critical to myself. Like, I am very hard on myself. Whenever I poke at something or a process or a publisher, I'm just trying to get conversation started. And, I take it as well as I receive it. I really do. Because, if a publisher disagrees with something that how I feel, or another store, people know they can message me and talk to me about it. And I talk to publishers all the time because of that. So it's really opened up my relationship with publishers, because I am so open, and we can go back and forth and have real conversations. Like, that's why I like Shane at Gray Fox so much, because I didn't actually know Shane was an original Cool Stuff Inc. guy. I had no idea. And when I talked to Shane for the first time on the phone 6-7 months ago, before we did a little bit of a publishing merger type of deal, selling games to retail channels in the United States, I immediately hit it off with Shane. Like, what he was saying retail wise was exactly how I felt, 10 years ago when he was associated with Cool Stuff Inc. Right. And we think so many things that we do and we say, like, I'm like, man, I totally agree with you. So it's opened up a lot of avenues too, like putting myself out there. And if you look at like Board Game Geek, which, all publishers and retail stores have good and bad things that are said about them on the Board Game Geek forums and on Facebook forums and Reddit and things like that. But at the end of the day, you just have to keep doing what you do. Like, Gray Fox there's Gray Fox threads out there too, right, Lance? I mean, that's how it is. There's Gaming Goat threads, there's TGG Games threads. But at the end of the day, you have to just do things for the right reasons. And as long as people know that you're doing it for the right reasons, I'm super cool with that. So we have 6 new stores opening, and now when we open new stores, we don't get a lot of negative feedback. It's all positive. So people know they're going to get something cool when we come to town.
Well,
and
I could point to some
really
threads on. I could point to some threads on the Board Game Geek about some people having issues with some Gaming Goat practices. I could just,
yeah, no, there's a lot. We're usually on the front page on the Board Game Geek forum. So we're honestly, it happens all the time. And I'll be honest with you, that's because I put myself out there, right? Like, I think that, maybe Miniature Market or Cool Stuff Inc. or Game Nerds or whoever, like, if you ask let's say you take the average person that owns 500 plus board games. If you ask them who owns Cool Stuff Inc., Miniature Market, or Game Nerds, I bet you they probably don't know. They don't know the face, they don't know the name. But if you ask anyone who owns the Gaming Go, they're going to be like Jeff, and they're going to have an opinion, right? Because I'm not, I put myself out there. I don't have a blog. I don't, but, I have Facebook, and I go into forums and I comment on things. I don't do it to draw attention. That's how I am. I want to be a contributor. I want to have an influence on things to make the industry grow. Right. And you can't just sit back and watch everything fly by you. That doesn't work, you know? So that's kind of how I am. So I don't know.
No, it's very respectable. I mean that, people who don't really say what's on their mind in public, when they have a lot of influence, I mean, you could be using that for, for good, to try and make things better, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, I got to get going, you guys. Thank you so much for having me on the show.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. You guys have
easy,
a great evening. Good luck with the Quizlets and all the fun stuff.
I believe it's called Forest Facts and
Facts
and Forest Stump.
I know there's a name for it, so
I think they're called Cuisinos, right?
Yes, yeah. So anyway, thanks again, you guys. Have a great night.
See you, Jonathan. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
It sounds
So,
like
Lance,
what you're doing,
Lance,
Jeff,
I've been at
is
my
what
store-
Jeremy talks about a lot.
No, hold on. Jeff's also making his slow removal from the. It sounds like you've been in the store for how long?
I got here at 6 o'clock in the morning, and it's now 8 o'clock. And we had 55 boxes of freight today, and I was covered. So I'm going to go home and have a beer and then sleep for 12 hours.
Yeah.
Well, Jeff, I just want to say, I mean, I when you have more time, I'd love to have you on again, because I think a lot of us would love to pick your brain as a retailer.
This was really fun.
No, and like I said, you're welcome to be on and anytime you like, and I'll just start sending you the invite every Wednesday. And just
I appreciate it.
You'll meet a lot of people like Jonathan that come on here to talk about their Kickstarters. It'd be a good way for you to
Dallas show
figure that stuff out. So. All right, Jeff.
It. Take it easy, guys.
I appreciate
Have
it.
a great rest of your night, guys. Thank you.
All right. And then there were four.
There were
A few
four.
more people before we start up the Forest Facts. But here, I'm going to talk about my grievance.
Yeah.
This is going to be in general. But this definitely happened more than a few times in the last week. And it was like, it's I'm not going to call anybody out by name. I'm not going to call anybody out at all. I have seen, like, and this is mostly on social media, whether it is Twitter or Facebook or whatever. This seems to happen a lot, where just I don't want to give any specifics because I don't want. I mean, somebody posts something about whatever, a challenge that they have, or a frustration they have, or a thing that is bothering them, or something like that. And people go to Facebook for lots of reasons, share a funny picture, complain about something. This is the sandwich I'm eating, right? It's just to feel connected. It's to feel, the whole like, hey, I got some likes and people like what I did. And, there's like I've said all the times, even the biggest misanthrope, like if you made them admit it, they have to admit that they appreciate when somebody gives them a thumbs up or says, hey, that's cool. It's like, even though they want to say, oh, I hate people, it's like, oh, how many likes did I get? Just like, I mean, they'll never admit it. But so somebody goes on there and they're like, oh, I'm dealing with this frustration or this friction in my life or this thing that is bothering me and I can't understand this. And then it seems to me that there's two acceptable ways that I see people respond to it that are the way I think people should respond to it, which is you hit the old like button, or you hold it down there and give them the little heart if it's something that they're struggling with, or the care, or if it's something that they're angry about and you want to show you're angry about it too, you hit the angry, or whatever, you do your thing. And then if you go the extra mile, if you feel like it warrants it, you take a little personal note where you say, if it's somebody who's struggling with something, you say, something very generic but peppy, like, hey, you're better than this. You'll get through it. I know you're awesome. Do it. And then you have the person that feels they have to turn it into them about themselves, where it's like, I don't know what their original like or heart or whatever was, but it's like, when I was dealing with this, I know exactly how you feel. Or they have to turn it into last week I had the worst Wednesday ever. It's like, shut up. Nobody wants to hear about your day. If you want to complain,
that's not necessarily true.
No. Let me finish what I'm going to say.
Okay.
If you want to complain about your bullshit, then do it on your feed. and get the people to react to that. It's like, and I know what you're going to say, Evan, because I mean, I shouldn't be so negative about it, but and that's not necessarily true. But it is one thing if somebody says something along the lines of, "I had to deal with something like this as well, and I know how tough it is. You know, you'll get through it," or something like that. That is one thing. But it's another thing when somebody just posts, "Oh man, Wednesday, I also had some guy block me in the in the kids drop off point at school." You know, it's like, shut up! I don't care. I don't care how bad your Wednesday drop off was. I'm bitching about my Wednesday drop off. You go and bitch about yours in your other place, and that isn't what it was about. There's not. It wasn't that about that at all. It was. I'm just using that as an example, and it goes back to like when I worked in an office and there was always that one-upper guy, you know, that had to like, you know, and you're telling your story and then like they always, oh yeah, the other day I also you know, like had a bad order in delivery. It's like, who cares? I'm complaining about my pizza that was screwed up, not yours. Go away. I said it. I just, you know, and it's just like, the thing is,
you just said the same thing in reverse.
No, but here the thing is that like there are people that you know they're like the people that like that smile when they see you, but you just know, and I've known a few people like this in my real life that like if the, you know, like I always described this, there was a guy that I used to work with and he always hung out with everybody that like when I worked at US Bank. There was a guy, he hung out with everybody, he hung out with us, and we all had a good time. But none of us trusted him at all. He came out, did the standard stuff with us, went out and had a beer with us, came to lunch with us, did the whole thing, smiles, laughs, everything. But like held to it, and everybody just knew that he was just not real enough, right? Where it was like we always watch what we said around him because like we all agreed that, you know, it's one of those things where it's like the guy probably really enjoyed spending time with us. The guy probably really liked having lunch with us. He probably really enjoyed playing on our softball team too. But when it came down to was we said if he was approached and said, you know, hey, random person name, if you know we want to give you this promotion and you're going to make an extra 12 grand a year, and you know it's like, but the first thing you're going to have to do is you're going to have to let Lance go. He'd be like, well, I'm sure Lance will find another job. You know, just like, and he'd be the first person to boot you out the door. And it was just like, my older brother always used to say, those people, man, I wouldn't trust them with a quarter for a pay toilet. You know, you just smile, but you keep your eye on them the entire time. And that's what I see when I see those little messages and things like that. It's these people that just don't have, and this is going to sound horrible, but these are these people that don't have enough genuine charisma or like actual like self like diagnosis and the ability to describe the problems that they're having. They don't have that ability to like just kind of be vulnerable and just say, yeah, hey, I'm having a really tough day, or this is that, and then they just need to drain some of the, and these weren't my posts, they were like other posts of other people that I said they just need to drain some of the compassion away from the original posters so somebody else can feel bad about what they were going through. Anyway, just if you have to bitch about something, bitch it on your own feed. Don't try to chime in and try to explain why you're having it tough too. Anyway, Evan, you were saying something and you were wrong.
Yeah. Well, so
you forgot his point because it's been so long.
there are it depends on the poster, right?
Yeah.
Some people do purely just want, oh, that sucks, hey, I'm sorry, you know, that sounds tough. They want that kind of commiseration without information, right? They want these people to just say the right things. Yeah. Some people, that is exactly what they want. They want the heart and move on. Hey, look at all these people that validate my feelings right now. Some other people feel validated by hearing the commiseration of other people's similar stories. And so that really is another way that certain people feel validated and cared for. So it's just a different type of personality. They feel cared for in different ways. For some people, it's totally like you're saying. if I come on and tell you, oh, that happened to me too, it'll feel like I'm taking the spotlight away from them, and that's not caring for them. But for other people, they will want to know, oh man, oh, this happened to you too. Oh man, that's I'm not alone. And then they feel cared for when they do hear that story. So it just depends on the person.
Yeah, they all suck. it's been a long week, since the last time. I've heard so much. At least I got WrestleMania to look forward to this weekend, so I can watch.
Oh my gosh!
My son and I, we've already planned out our meals for what we're gonna eat. We're gonna make our own pizzas on Saturday, and then on Sunday, because it's 2 nights, Saturday and Sunday, and then Sunday night we're gonna order in some Chinese food. We've already got we got the big TV prepped and ready. We're getting ready. It's gonna be awesome.
That's awesome.
Something to look forward to. He kind of tunes out at times. He'll have his iPad to play Minecraft or what have you, but like he sits on the couch with me and we just no. And this is what makes me sad is because when my stepfather was alive, he used to oh man, he passed away now. What, 2 years ago, 3? But yeah, he made it to every single pay-per-view. He'd come over and make the food with us and stuff. So it's our way of just carrying on the tradition and just we kind of just make sure. We made pizzas with my stepfather too, so we just kind of do the same thing and chill. So, but yeah, no. Anyway, Forrest just left. I was going to ask him if he played any games lately, but
what?
So Forrest, I came up with an idea for you. And this is literally like maybe this is something I think could grow your channel, and also like you could start like you could like have other people like join like other channels of like your size or around like hold on a second. Jeff just messaged me.
Okay, Forrest, it's called Forrest Dump. And everyone wants to know, what games are you getting rid of this week?
Well, I think that would be good, but here's my idea. So like,
you have a WrestleMania between the worst games.
So let's say, I mean, not that you'd have to invite Jonna, but like Jonna from One Pip, I mean, like she was on here, like there's these channels and she started doing these like collaborations with other channels that are around the same size and stuff like that. And I'm not saying that you need to do this or reach out, but what I think would be cool is like, you always talk about you have this giant wall of games, right? That you say, I'm going to review every single one of them. You never will. They're going to bury you.
I will put content on them.
Well, here's an idea. Here's a way that you could make content for those things and be on your channel, and you could possibly help out other people that have channels that are a smaller size. And here's the deal. Quick. There's no rules, no nothing. Like no game overview whatsoever. A quick 1 to 2 minute video about the game, just like why you liked it, why you think it's cool, why it's an okay game, whatever.
A review.
And, like a review. But like I said,
quick
like
review.
A minute long, like 60 to 120 seconds, somewhere in there, and then you get other people to do them as well for like say 5 games, and you call it Forest Fire. And it's just like, because you're firing out the reviews. Today on Forest Fire, these are the 5 things. Here's the timestamps for the 5 videos. Here we go. Forest Fire, game 1. Boom. You do your thing where you're like 90 seconds about, whatever, why, whatever. What was that stupid dexterity game that you think is going to pay for your house later? Bandu. Yeah, it's 90 seconds why Bandu is fun. And then it's just like, boom, you go to One Pip Wonder. She does like this 60 or 90 second video. But the thing is that you compile a list of those games that you have on your shelf of shame that you say you're going to review eventually. Hell, I'll do it if we match up, and we just do. And then they send you the raw video, and you just put it all together in one video, and boom. You do one Forest Fire thing. You've made content for your channel. You're people that watch those channels that don't watch yours will go to your channel and figure out about it. And then like you'll help out other people as well. You know, boom, 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 boom. You can start taking those games off. Your wife will be happy. Games are leaving that shelf and heading off to the recycle bin or
But they're his friends.
What is Forrest dump this week?
yeah.
That sounds like a lot of cooperation, and that's not my forte.
Oh, well.
No, like just straight up, like I am not good at communicating and the emailing and the I have
I know.
never had anyone on my channel ever, unless it's me physically in the room with them, just because it's totally out of my wheelhouse. So what you're talking about, because the other thing is I don't edit on a computer. So editing this all together would mean I need all these files in a very specific iPad format. Then I would have to convert them over to my iPad. Like logistically speaking, like it sounds like a great idea, but it sounds like a fucking nightmare to me.
Well, then you should do it. You should do it with just 5 videos. Five, like just here's my forest fire.
I don't like that's not my I don't like my format. Like that, quite frankly, 90 seconds. I'm a little bit like you. I can't do it. Like I can't get it out. My opinion, it wanders, it meanders. I got ADHD. So I think this is a great idea, but not for me.
Such a good name.
Yeah, I know.
It is a great name. I might steal it for something else, but because I cut out. I don't do the middle part anymore because it's just such a fucking nuisance. It really is, because you either do it right, and if you're reviewing stuff nobody cares about, nobody cares, or you do it wrong. And if you do it wrong,
you'll know.
Oh yeah,
I get updates on videos I posted 8 years ago, and they're like, "You misplayed this red cube here. That should not have happened." And it's like, thanks for tickling the Kickstarter algorithms. That's what I tell them. All right, thanks for tickling the YouTube algorithms. It's like, okay.
So I have to laugh, and I'm not going to say that Tom does this, because I mean he's usually really good about rules and stuff like that, but every single time anybody calls him out about a rule that he does wrong. Oh well, actually you should have been like removing 2 cubes when you did that and not 1. He always, like, his response is always, it's like, thanks, I showed it wrong on the video, but we played it the right way. That's his answer every single
That's the
time.
best way to go about. I mean, that's the way to go.
And I'm not saying he's lying. I'm just saying.
We all know what you're saying, man. We all know.
Scotty.
Scott, you missed Jeff Berggren.
Yeah, I saw the tail end of it. I was in the chat.
Yeah, I think Jeremy would
I
have
heard the word board game geek come out of his mouth, so I was curious.
It sounds like what Jeremy was talking about is exactly what he does, where he gets he buys those big exclusive Kickstarter ones, then flips them. It sounds exactly kind of like what Jeremy was talking about doing. So I felt like he would have definitely enjoyed talking about.
Oh yeah. That's an interesting business model. I just don't see how it works. But
oh yeah, he's.
I mean, you pick wrong, and you're sitting on 50 copies of something you can't sell.
Yeah,
that costs you $5,000.
Jeff's been on it. Jeff's been doing it for so long. I think he's figured out a way that, like, if he doesn't sit on dead inventory, right? He'll
you lower the price cheap enough, someone will buy it.
Yeah. No.
By the way, that video storm thing sounds fun.
Forest fire.
We actually have an idea for that I want to implement at some point.
I don't think it's I would love to participate with someone. Like
it would be self-service, right? Like you have 1 to 2 minute videos to upload, and you have a montage of videos. You can just play them all.
Yeah, you splice them together, and I mean, for someone else, like if any other content creator has this idea, I would be more than happy to participate. But editing, the promoting, like,
and then you do your segment, and then you Forrest jump to another segment.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
no,
ain't buying it.
It works.
We need like one more that we can do our Forest facts and Forest stump.
Well, I will be right back.
I
did play a new game. Yeah, I'll talk about the new game I played.
What's the new game, Forrest? Tell us. I'm dying to know.
2 games of Chronicles of Crime 1900 And I decided tonight because I've played every expansion that's come out for Chronicles of Crime. That Chronicles of Crime is no longer a game for me.
Oh.
It is good and I enjoy it, but I played their upcoming game. I did a Kickstarter video for Destinies, which is
was
only
like
up
2
to
years
3
ago.
players. It's amazing. It is everything I want out of an app-driven game. You know, that whole mechanism of I'm investigating this person and asking about this, and it can feel clunky. And every single time I play Chronicles of Crime, it seems like we get to a point where like I'm just so stumped. I don't know what the hell to do. I wish they had a better hint system. And it's just every time I play it, I think it's good. I have fun, but I'm always the person enjoying it the least at the table. And this is good. They add more to it. They had like a new puzzle system. They're trying to get more into like the exit games where you get these puzzles and you can talk to your receptionist to try and help you if you get stuck with
Wasn't
them.
that kickstarted like 2 years ago?
Yeah, because I think they did
Where's
3 games, right?
Where's the game? Yeah, like what? I mean, I haven't looked into it, but
I just got 1900 that I'm playing, and then 1400 came out last year, and then 2100 I think is coming out later this year. I think
all the games have been delivered, but the software is not there.
yes.
Is 1900 working now?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
played
mostly if you're playing.
the tutorial tonight. We played the first mission, and it was cool. And I like the new stuff they're doing. It's just I'm just gonna wait for time Destinies. It's more game, whereas this just really feels like more of a point and click adventure, which
Yeah,
I like.
1900 is in the system now. It wasn't last time I looked.
But I use it.
2400 is not in the system. It says available 2021, but I guess it's not done yet.
Yeah, that one I don't think is out. But yeah, it's time. I still enjoy it. I still think it's good. It's just
Yeah, I know what you're saying though. If
I
you
gave
go-
it
if
to
you
my buddy.
can't-
He walked out with all my Chronicles of Crime stuff. It's like, you can have this just as long as I get it. If I need to review something, you can have the rest of it because it's going to sit there and not get played.
Yeah, I
if you
felt
make
that.
a mistake and miss something, you're screwed.
Yeah, and that's it really needs a better hint system, and it drives me nuts that they don't.
Well, it should know that you didn't ask about a certain key item,
Yes,
and it should maybe guide you.
I
back
agree.
There, if you're like in a,
It sounds like some complex programming.
there's no hint system in the game at all, is there?
Not as well. One of them actually has, if I recall correctly, a minor hint system, but I get all these games mixed up now because I'm playing so
I don't
many.
think
Of
it
these.
has a hint system.
I don't remember. I know one of them had like I don't remember. They all kind of blend together. All those exit and escape room games and the Chronicles of Crime now at this point, because that feels like what they're getting to. You have little puzzle. Like they got some cool things up their sleeve. I don't want to say it's bad. I enjoyed it. I think it's good. It's just it's a little slow for me, I think.
Chronicles of Crime, we did it live one night last week or the week before, I can't remember, but I had to work my brain
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
to keep it all together. I had to work a narrative up and keep repeating it to everybody.
Oh yeah. You
We had
have
to sort of all agree on it, and
especially when you go to a spot and they're like, here's 2 new locations, 4 new
4
characters,
new guys. Yeah,
Here's the
And then you
dead
have,
guy.
these weird dead ends and stuff. And
and you look
Red
at the
herring
card and you're
stuff.
like, what was this clue again? Do you remember what this
Yeah.
clue is? And it's like you
Yeah.
want to just scan it and find out, but it's like, I wasted 5 minutes. Like it just
I
They're
feel like those games
advancing
should
it.
not have time. Time
Yeah.
is a mechanic, and I dislike this in all those games. Anytime you track on how many turns you take or how much time you take, I'm instantly not playing by the rules because I don't want to miss the
Yeah.
content.
Yeah.
Like Detective only gives you like 16 turns a day, right? Detective from Ignacy, and
well,
you don't see half the cards. I'm like, I'm not gonna play this twice.
yeah. I feel like they're a couple steps away from like perfecting it. I just feel like they're going the wrong direction. Like they're adding more to it. Like they have puzzle cards now, and they're cool, and they're a whole bunch. It's just I want you to work more on the back end stuff.
Did they put vision cards in 1900?
Vision cards. No, I believe that was in 1400.
Yeah, 14, and that's awesome.
They're like I said,
They're like
adding
they're
stuff.
paintings of like what happened in the story, and you don't know out of context, right? You have no idea, and then you're like, oh, this is what happened. That's what this means, which is really good, but not for everyone, I think.
Destiny's going to blow everybody's pants off. Doesn't even matter. Time of Legends, Destiny's. I'm saying it right now. It is my game of the year. It is going to blow
Either
people
comes
away.
out.
It's going to be one of the best solo games of all time. People will go absolutely dog crazy about it. Mark my words.
Well, I backed it. I'm still waiting for
About
mine.
in 20.
Well, they went through like a big
20
issue with like the Time of Legends where they couldn't. They got into a fight with Mythic or something. I don't know. They broke apart. So they had to change it now to just Destinies, which I'm worried is just too generic of a name. Like without a tagline, if you type in Destinies, you're not finding this game.
Right.
They're on the water right now. They're theoretically in port. It says.
I rarely ever ask a company when I do a Kickstarter video for the whale, but this is going to be like, hey, can I get that whale? Like I'm going to play that. Oh God, and if you don't know what it is, it's really cool. It's I will, like, as soon as they email, I'll be like, hey, I did the video. Can I get everything? But it's so essentially it only goes up to 3 players. You can play it.
I'll tell you right now, you should be Facebook messaging Vincent to remind him.
Yeah, I should. Because I know he publishes a boatload. I really
this was
should.
October 16th.
You could do it right now. You could stop talking for 30 seconds. You go onto Facebook.
Say save me a blah blah blah.
Nah, I'm gonna go over here and do something. I'll be back. I will though.
Can I get your actually I want to get your opinion on the Golden Geek Awards. I'm doing the tweaks right now.
They suck.
So here's the gist of it. Tell me what you think.
Okay.
No game of the year. That category's gone. Light game of the year, medium game of the year, and heavy game of the year.
Oh, wait, time out. Why is there no game of the year?
Because it always doubles up.
Exactly. It always doubles up one of the categories, right? Never knows.
Right. Yeah.
So like last year, Wingspan, right? The year before that was Root. Year before that was Terraforming Mars. I don't know if that was the year, but you know what I mean? Like there's never been, I don't think, and I haven't looked at all the years, but I don't think there's ever not been the strategy game of the year is also the game of the year.
Yeah.
It's like, what's the point?
Yeah. All right. So no game of the year. What else?
So no game of the year, no single award.
Right.
And then there's a light game, a medium game, and a heavy game of the year, and they're based on the average weight of the game rankings in Board Game Geek. And I've looked at the lists, and they're fairly spot on. Like On Mars is in the heavy game, and then I forget what was in the medium game.
On Mars is the game that you'll never play?
Me personally?
Yeah.
I played it.
Yeah, you've
but I won't pick it to play again. I mean, it's just too much. Myth of the Heavy. I watched your Myth of the Heavy game earlier. Actually, I want to finish the conversation. Do you think that's cool? Like, is anybody gonna freak out?
Yes.
Because there's no game of the year?
Yes.
Really?
I think people will freak out. I mean,
Either way,
of course they are. People are going to be saying, "I want to be able to say what I think is the game of the year."
Yeah.
But if you,
but it's like 3 games.
No, but you should just preemptively have a statement and say, we have no game of the year because of, and just the exact same reasons you just said right now.
Yeah.
And just say, this is the reason why, and you know, and just rip the Band-Aid. Just like, you know, and just be done with it.
I always
yes,
rip the Band-Aid.
You're gonna have people that are gonna be like, meh. It's like, I should be able to submit.
There's a lot of other awards where people tell you what to like. So
then you can say, feel free to make your own website and give away your own Board Game Awards, and you can do everything you want. And until then, pound sand.
You know, I wouldn't say that.
I know.
We know.
Here's another alteration. I don't know if this matters.
But
card game.
You know what? Hey, time out.
Maybe.
You say you wouldn't say that, Scott, but like 5 years ago, you were very proud of the fact that like you could count the number of people on one hand that were permanently banned from Board Game Geek. And you were very proud of that. That how like you were
things have changed.
Yeah, exactly. So things can change. And I'm saying in 5 years, you're gonna be like, you know what? Go pound sand. You get here's your Aldi told you can just have a fist.
Aldi told me to pound sand.
Yeah, have a fist hitting a beach as a little micro badge, and you can give it said. Aldi told me to go pound sand. People would be proud to own it. Mm-hmm. Go pound sand.
So I think an important question here is, why are the awards not called Aldi's? Like when you win them and you hold up the little trophy.
It's not about, but I don't even vote.
All right. Well,
it's a user. It's the only true. Although the I can't remember the name of it. The one they were doing Essen every year. That's a user based. Like you write on the ballot. But there's no People's Choice Awards here. There's not much, if any.
Yeah.
The Dice Star Award is not People's Choice.
Right.
I mean, they group 100 or something reviewers together, and it's their choice.
Yeah.
So you're doing card game of the year too? Is that what you're saying?
Is it worth keeping? Let me iterate the card games of the year in the past years.
Okay.
Last year was Wingspan because it's
Of
got
course.
cards in it.
That's
Yeah.
stupid. That's stupid.
Should I have not? I mean, here's the thing. I'm also might have to edit the awards, right? Like edit out some games that get nominated, but not real that don't make.
I
Scott,
feel
what
like
not really.
card
what is
games
the
should have
definition
no,
with it
like,
of it?
nothing but cards. I feel like that
What
should
is the
be just
definition of a card
fest.
game on BGG?
There is no definitions.
Mostly
All right,
cards,
for the
maybe a couple
award,
of
I
then.
mean,
dice.
here's the thing. The time we start defining things is the time when I have to start defending everything.
Yeah.
Or if I just don't define it, it becomes defined by the user base, right? Like,
Yeah, but then you
that's
get
fine.
Wingspan winning best card game, and it's
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
That's
And
what I mean.
yeah, let me look at 2018. Best card game was The Mind, which is fair.
yeah, there you go, perfect.
Yeah. Let me go to 2019. Need a better way to get these. Oh, 2019 was Wingspan. The Crew was runner-up, which probably should have won, right?
Yeah.
Like if you just eliminate
Oh, yeah.
Wingspan, because it's not really a card game. I mean, you have
No.
cards.
Totally
Is it a
not.
card game? Is it not? A card?
No,
It's
no.
not a card game.
Hanabi is a
It's a-
card game.
It's a tableau building Euro game.
So I don't know.
Race for the Galaxy card game. I mean,
Century Spice Road won in 2017 for best card game. Is that a card game?
yes. 'cause
All
it's-
cards. But,
Yeah,
and,
because the only thing that you have are gems, and you just have inserts
and
of
cards.
gems. So
yeah,
yeah,
gems
I'd
and
say
cards.
that's totally
There's a
good.
board, but it's not. It just holds the cards.
Is there a board?
Yeah. Yeah. Or wasn't there?
Century Spice Road? No.
Oh no, there was a mat. There was a mat.
Oh yeah,
That
well,
was,
Matt,
but you had to add on that. Yeah, it was not.
Yeah,
It was
Matt.
not in the box.
totally a card game.
Okay. Well, maybe
Well,
I'll
if you-
keep card game because
If you're thinking of cutting it, I think it increases the value of any award the fewer there are. Right.
I almost
so if
guarantee
you have
you,
three,
though, no card game will win Game of the Year.
See, and there's the thing, and that's why I
Yeah.
do think card game is an important one.
That's why we made it, right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you why we made it, and then I'm just like thinking about it.
So what would be
um,
the criteria? That
Arkham Horror, the
it-
card game, won in 2016.
It's totally a card game, 100%.
So we've had a few good card games, I think, that couldn't
So-
really win.
It sounds just like Wingspan is that one anomaly.
Wingspan was a
like-
huge anomaly. Quite
'Cause,
amazing.
You could be
actually.
like Root has cards. Be like, oh, Root's a card game. It's like,
The year Root won, what was that? 2018.
that's right.
I should just leave these tabs open. Here's 2018. Oh,
how do you search by years again on BGG? I can never
advanced search.
advanced search.
Yeah, that was the year the Mine won. Keyforge was second, and Thunderstone Quest was third. Those are all card games.
Keyforge. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Those are totally
Keyforge.
okay. Yeah.
Remember that game? Although
I remember.
they just put out a co-op game version. I'm totally getting that because I don't care about that.
where's our predictions? Remember we did predictions about that? Like where will it be in a year?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
we've
Like, can
talked
we
about
look up
that.
the Keyforge predictions.
Oh yeah, let me look those up. 'Cause I think that came and went.
I think Pete was the one who thought it was going to the moon.
Oh yeah, Pete was
Oh, let
like,
me find it.
oh,
Let
it's
me
gonna
find
be,
it.
there's gonna be worldwide tournaments.
Oh yeah, he actually gave me his Terraforming Mars, and I gave him a bunch. Yeah, I still play that Terraforming Mars about once a month.
I mean,
All
to be
right.
fair, if
So-
stores were still open, Keyforge would be doing better.
That's
than it
fair.
is.
Yeah,
That's
that's true.
So we should have checked our
uh,
predictions in November of 2019. Oh no, yeah, that was the day I scheduled it to show up. So we're almost
Yeah, close
A
enough.
year and a half over.
Oh, here comes Tom.
We're
His
pretty
we were
close.
talking
We're pretty
about
close.
Tom, and his ears were burning. That's what happened.
He's
No,
muted.
no, here
We
Wait,
can't
let me-
hear you.
he's
You're muted,
muted.
Tom.
Oh, there we go.
No, I wanted to. I like talking about awards, so I was going to go to bed, but you guys.
Oh, okay. I thought
Well,
maybe
sucked him in.
we mentioned you in passing, and I figured your ears are burning, so you came on. So
All right, let me do the pre-Keyforge predictions real quick. Just get out of my system.
okay.
Lance, it will have its core. Only the hardcore will be playing it. Secondary market won't be huge. A game people will play, but won't be huge. Pete says Lance missed the mark within striking distance of Magic, if not eclipse it. Secondary market will be huge. It will take off like a rocket. Rob said nobody's talking about it. It's dead. I said it's dead. Barry said it's dead. Forrest said not dead, mildly supported. So I think
Yeah.
Forrest is probably the
Yeah,
closest.
yeah.
Mildly
And
supported,
Lance.
baby.
But they're coming out with a co-op version, right? So I'm kind of
That
curious.
sounds like mild support to me.
Yeah. It's not dead.
Who is Rob?
Oren,
Oh, okay. Thanks.
remember him?
Maybe. Hold on a second. My daughter wants to talk.
That was 2019, by the way.
Hey,
Feels like a million years ago.
remind me to talk.
Yeah, we need more predictions.
Yeah, I'm
We need to
looking
have like a
thinking-
prediction a week,
I think
just so we
yeah,
always
those
have
are fun.
something to go over that was a year old.
That's
Like,
my
you know how
favorite episode with Ignacy and Stephen Bonacor. You know, their
They
predictions
make annual
episodes.
predictions.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, honestly,
Yeah,
I
we need
think
to do that.
those are the best.
Tom does it too. You do it too, Tom, right?
Yeah, I have a real great track record. I think I'm at, especially since last year, I think I predicted it would be huge conventions and
Oh,
Oh,
I think you're going to be right. I think you're going
it's
to be
still,
right.
you still might not be wrong.
I'm
I
talking.
told you. I'm telling you.
Forrest, I was talking about 2020. I made the prediction for.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was okay.
Yeah, we missed.
Never
Yeah, we
mind.
canceled both BGG. Yeah, we canceled all 4 BGG events. So
yeah.
Forrest, was there an earthquake at your house? I'm confused here.
What? What's in, oh no, that's my those are my wall of that's a wall of games that's going to get reviewed one day. But
I don't think you know what wall means.
there's a wall back there. You just can't see it.
It just took a hit from a
That's
catapult.
okay.
No big deal. It used to be a wall.
So Tom, did you hear what I
Speaking
was
of
talking
catapults,
around?
have you guys played with this yet? The
No.
Oh, is it the?
Catapult and Kingdoms.
Yeah, I saw that. That looks really cool.
Yeah, they brought crossbows and catapults back. It's great.
Really?
Oh, is it the
Yeah,
same?
you build up, you
game?
stack up a little wall, and then you like.
Yeah, it's actually
right?
closer to weapons and warriors because you shoot balls, but the balls are like they're almost. It's like a hard Nerf. It's really, I really like it. I mean, it's still just stupid shooting stuff at each other.
Who's producing it?
But-
Who's publishing it?
But Vesuvius Media.
I mean, I assume it has no relation to the original. It's just
Oh no, they're not even. They're not. It's just. I mean, crossbows and catapults and weapons and warriors were at the same time as it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made. What else did they make? I look at this website here. It talks about games.
Remember those boxes? That box was obnoxiously large. I
What
think.
was your-
Oh yeah, I have it right here.
Do you guys remember that Warhammer game that had the big plastic mat?
Yes,
What was
That's
that one called?
that was called.
Was
Games
that-
Workshop.
that 2-player head-to-head
It
game?
was like a Milton Bradley / Games Workshop.
Yeah, one person had a huge ogre, and the other person had a siege engine.
Oh,
And it had like a bunch of Warhammer minis in it. They weren't great, but they were orcs and stuff.
Anyway, Aldi, I interrupted you. What were you saying?
No. What is your thoughts on the ward thing? Did
I
you hear
think.
what I said?
Well, I mean, if we go by the track record at BGG, nobody will ever be upset with any decision you make.
I
that
just
being-
want to
that
not
being
make
said,
it-
Game
like
of the
last year
Year-
was really bad, which is so dumb because it's the people who voted for it.
Yeah, well, that's why I like my halfway in between thing.
Sure.
If Wingspan gets nominated for party game, I just go in there and go,
Nope.
no,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
vote,
I mean, I could
but I
edit, but
control.
Sure.
But I'll tell you what, though, people judge awards by the big one. They do. They don't. If you ask me who won the Kenner Spiel, I can't remember most of them.
Yeah, for sure.
So I don't know. You're right that the
I don't know.
heavy strategy game wins most of the time, but that's because that's the main
nature of the
audience, the
website.
core of BGG.
yeah.
We'll take that category out. Actually,
Well, I've split the weight ratings down. It's 1 to 2, 2 to 3.5, and 3.5 and higher.
That's
yeah,
pretty
if you
good.
do that,
Works.
though, I think you'll have the medium and heavies switch back and forth between winning because Wingspan
Probably.
is medium, right?
Well, they would, but there would be no game of the year. It would
Yeah,
just
but I'm
be,
saying you could do game of the year because you don't know which of it's not going to be light game, but
Right.
unless there's a code names or something.
Yeah.
But I think one of the other two would win. There's not even a clear, I don't think, game of the year from last year anyway.
Wingspan.
From 2020?
No, did Wingspan win 20? Well, we haven't done 2020 yet. Oh, you're
That's
talking
what I'm
about
saying. I don't think
2019.
there's a
Yeah.
game.
Oh yeah.
from
I have a
last
few.
year.
I could. You know what? We could do predictions.
Yeah. What's on your list? What's on your list?
I'll give you the list. Hold on.
All right.
Yeah. Let's take a second.
Don't be throwing Arnak in there. Just get it out of the way early. We'll all just bat it down and go away.
DG
Was that
did some pretty
2020?
good
Arnak is a
marketing on
top
that.
10 for sure.
Yes.
Arnak is very good at everything, but it is not great at anything. Like
I would really.
there's like
I
what
think it's pretty
aspect
good.
of the game did we like that was done better than any other game?
That's not how Game of the Year
Well,
works.
that's
Yeah, but I'm
it was
like
the best.
like
Yeah.
what does it do spectacular? I feel like it does all three things really good. Like it's a fun racer, and it's fun worker placement, and it's fun exploring and getting the new tiles and the deck building, but none of them are like those are just outstandingly done, I don't think.
I agree with you, but it's still going to be a runner-up
Mhm.
or possibly win.
Yeah.
I have to run us.
I like. What
I have
about
to run
Dune
a
though? I
query.
like Dune. I think that's up there.
Dune's going to be up there. It's
Oh,
going to
Dune.
be
Oh, yeah. Dune Imperium.
Lost Ruins of Arnak.
On Mars.
Maybe, but that didn't get as much buzz, and it came
Pretty
out
heavy.
earlier in the year, which tends to hurt games except Wingspan.
It was the last game I played with my game group.
Possibly Dwellings of Eldervale, but I don't think that got enough widespread
Yeah.
pickup from people. Oh, The Crew. Well, no, you count The Crew's 2019, right?
Yeah. It
So-
won 29. It didn't win, but it came second.
Can we just give it to it? We should give it to it now. It's just fair.
Well, people were like, did it come out in 2019 or did it come out in 2020?
Came out.
I
well,
think-
depending
I think
if it's English,
Rahdo-
it's definitely 2020 for sure. Well, what about Jaws of the Line? That's the clear front runner.
Oh,
unless
yeah.
you're unless
We
you're
do
out,
forget about
not
Jaws of the
counting,
Line.
if you're
Some
not
of-
counting reprints.
I think Jaws of the Lion's going to win. Like if we're making a prediction, I think Jaws of the Lion will win because I think it's going to get so
Oh,
many
did you-
more votes.
Did you guys know it's number 6 on BGG's top?
Oh yeah,
No.
that took me by surprise.
especially on something fan voted. I think Jaws
Yeah.
of the Lion will absolutely destroy. I think that's game of the year. I don't think anything's going to touch it because it was a target. I mean, how many
Yeah.
people signed up for BGG?
Oh,
you
yeah.
know,
That
and
just
that was one of the first games they played.
could be.
I think a dark horse might be Calico.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
So, Tom, as you should, I'm just going by pure average ratings here across this board. Actually, let me get rid of the weight. Give me a second. Calico is number 1, by the way.
Man,
Gloomhaven's number 1. On Mars is number 2. Eclipse
Yeah.
second edition.
Oh.
Is it eligible? Maybe.
Nah,
It's
I
pretty
wouldn't
different,
say
though,
it
isn't it?
is. It's not
Is it-
that different. It just the components are amazing.
Okay. Dune Imperium, Arnak, Viscounts of the West Kingdom, Pandemic Legacy Season 0, Calico, The Dwellings of Eldervale, Tekenya, Praga, Forgotten Waters, Kanban. Is that eligible? Well, it didn't win, so if it didn't win, it's still eligible, right? I don't know. That's according to
Like
our
they
rules.
reprinted or something.
Kanban EV,
Maybe, yeah.
electric vehicle,
Uh,
Oceans, My City.
Not Oceans. My city's getting some buzz now, but I don't know. That
No,
might
Bonfire?
no, no, it isn't. It isn't. There's no build up on it though. I mean, it's just kind of like people are discovering it. You know, they're like, oh,
it was
my
nominated for
city.
the Spiel, right?
Yeah.
It was. It was. Yes, it was nominated. No. Yes, it was.
Well, if you want predictions, isn't that the prediction to be making right now? What's going to be nominated for the Spiel?
Spiel des Jahres.
After the Empire, for sure.
100%.
100%.
After the what?
The Davalier. The Davalier is not big enough.
No, not Nidavellir.
I'm
Under
kicking
Falling
myself for
Skies.
not getting on your list, by the way, Lance. I see everybody praising that game, and I'm like, damn it.
Hallertau. Fort.
Which one?
Everybody forgot about
didn't
Fort.
Forrest, I sent you a copy, didn't I?
Nah. Well, you reached out to people, and I was like, I just didn't say anything. But yeah, like if you do another wave or anything, I'd love to check it out because it looks really cool.
I don't see any room for it there.
Those games don't get played. Those games are god awful for the most part. Like I see Dilbert, the board game, Scat.
Oh, no.
And you're gonna do a review on every single one of those. Remember?
I am gonna do a game. I did Alfred. I did the sequel to Scrabble. I'll get through them eventually. I'll get there. Pennies every week. Raining in.
retirement fund.
What do you think those going to be nominated for Spiel? I'm having a hard time coming up with stuff. Someone, Bonacor said micro macro. I think that's might be.
Oh yeah, of course. Micro macro. But is it a game?
Yeah.
Is it? How? Do you lose?
Well, if you can't figure it out, it's a
I guess you
game as
just
much
lose
as
if you
escape
can't figure
room
it out.
games are.
But that's also the definition of a puzzle.
I honestly haven't
But
played many of these just because
I'm just being pedantic here, but just you know.
Let
what I
me
mean?
see if
Like,
it's on Board Game Geek.
it is, and it
Oh,
shouldn't.
it
be.
is.
It is, and it shouldn't be because no one knew what it was. We added it.
Mm-hmm.
I trust me. There are people who don't want it on there.
Oh well, whatever. Those people aren't fun.
Exactly.
I like to imagine Scott's gets these emails like, "Why is Micro Macro on Board Game Geek?" This
Hey, Alex.
I bet Calico would be nominated if Calico came out in
Hey.
Germany,
I think
which I don't
Calico
know.
totally is.
If I don't know if it did or not.
That's true.
That is definitely up there.
Alex, what do you think's going to be nominated for
Spiel.
Spiel?
I have no idea. I don't follow these things at all. I should. Should I just say After the Empire?
What was
After
your
the Empire.
2020 game of the year?
Exactly.
Oh,
Did you top 10?
2020.
Yeah, it's so
I
long
did.
ago.
I have. No, I had it. Let me find a list. I never did my top 10 of 2020 because I wanted to play more 2020 games. But I
haven't
think
even played the
it
2020
was-
game. I've only played like a quarter of what I just read off.
So, Lost Ruins of Arnak.
You make me.
I heard of
sick.
it.
Yep.
Make me sick.
What about? Does anybody
You
think
disgusted
Fort is
farts,
a
Alex. Are you
contender?
proud?
Now here's my question for you,
Did
Alex.
Fort
Do you
come and
feel like-
go?
Do you feel like one aspect of that game they did really well? Because that's my thing. I think they did everything very good, but none of the mechanisms like, damn, they nailed that. That is just
That's
so-
what Forrest says to his kids when they bring a report card in. He's like, "You did good on everything, but nothing was an A
But nothing
plus."
stands out.
Well,
I don't
this
know.
is game of the
The
year.
production
I mean,
values, the gameplay, the cycling your deck, it's so rewarding in what it does. I'm not saying it's the best game of all time, but in terms of 2020, in terms of my highlights, and I have to update my list because I put together this list at the end of 2020 and I've since played a bunch. That's why I haven't done a video yet.
yeah.
But I have Under Falling Skies, I have Arnak, Super Fantasy Brawl, Nidavellir was very solid, Kingdom Rush, Dune Imperium, Monumental, The Crew, Either Fields, and Whistle Mountain were my top 10.
Monumental didn't get enough. I love it too, but it didn't get enough out there. The FunForge is terrible at distributing their games.
Yep.
Also
And then-
slow.
And Marvel United with expansions, I just finished the gameplay. Marvel United with expansions also goes pretty high up. Base game is okay. With expansions, just adds tons of fun stuff.
That's an interesting one there.
What about
Only
Gloomhaven?
because it just hit, right? Everyone's playing Marvel United
Yeah, I
with
mean, how do you-
everything right now.
But the core game came out. It did come out last year, right?
Yeah, the core game was out for
You
a
could
while.
go to Target and buy it.
But
or
it was
not
a
Target, but
little
Walmart.
vanilla. It didn't give either the mechanisms of different rules or just the variability of characters.
Yeah, the rating with the stuff is different. In fact,
Better.
we re-recorded our review of it.
After
because
the,
of
all
that.
the actual content.
No, it's really fun. It's a lot of. I just played against Hella. She is brutal. She's just complete violence.
It's weird how
And
nobody thinks
You know,
Pandemic
that wolf,
Legacy
and it
is
just
even a
keeps coming
contender.
back.
Yes, the wolf. So here's what happened for us. We just we had the wolf come in like the last few cards. So the whole game we're like, oh, confident. We got it down to 1 health, and then the next 2 cards were wolves in a row, and we're like, what is happening to this gameplay here? We thought we had this under control.
I have not beaten her yet.
Well, I think Scott, how many people are not playing it? Like, how many
Yeah.
people still haven't played the other ones? Because it's like you can be like, oh, I played 5 or 6 of the newest games, but for that one, you really have to play the whole experience.
Yeah,
or
I
at
haven't, I
least-
haven't played 2.
Yeah,
And I want to.
So
I
I don't
just
even
can't
think
get the
that'll
group
get
together.
nominated.
Yeah. It's,
Probably not.
I think zero's
No,
easier than 2, but it's still 1 was a phenomenon. These are just follow-ups.
yeah. I think Pandemic's going away like Ticket to Ride, where there's just so
Under Falling
much out there,
Skies?
nobody cares anymore. Yeah.
Under Falling Skies is
Skies?
excellent. I went back and forth between that and Arnak as my first
And
pick.
a
It would
solo
win
game.
solo game of the year.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be funny?
Under Falling Skies, wasn't that other space game better though? The one that was Jeremy recommended to you? I never got to-
I know what you're talking about. Warp's Edge.
Warp's Edge.
Yeah.
Warp's Edge is really good too.
I haven't played that one yet. On my list.
It's really good.
But yeah, no, I really have to update. I've played a lot more 2020 games in the
You know what?
last
A
like,
game
2
that has
months.
sort of fallen through the cracks and I think is amazing. Paleo.
Paleo. I have
No
coming.
one's
actually.
talking about it.
I have it coming. I'll let you know.
Some people are pushing it.
Yeah.
Didn't Shut Up and Sit Down just say something about it?
I think they
No.
did. I don't think I watched that one, but I think I did.
And Z's been raving about it.
Paleo's good.
what have I played? I've played Honey Buzz. I'm trying to think. What
Yeah,
I've
they
played in
reviewed it a
2020.
month ago. That gives the game some good buzz.
Nice.
Yeah.
There was an interesting run of that theme because then there's the Endless Winter and
Mhm.
there are a couple other ones I think too, right?
But wait, Endless Winter and what theme? Oh, Paleo. Yes,
Paleo,
sorry.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Wasn't there one or two more of
Cave-
those also?
Cave
in that?
people.
Could
Yeah.
be. There was another older one
I
that
feel
was
like
a
there's got
Kickstarter
to be
that
one
showed
more
up.
out there.
Oh man, there's a Kickstarter that arrived recently that I think had an older theme as well. That style of theme.
To Want
can't
Some
remember the name.
Suyu was also last year, 2020.
I didn't get to play that one.
Sorcerer City, Paris, Super Fantasy Brawl, Yido, Monumental, Alter Quest, Whistle Mountain,
Yep.
Fallout Shelter, Small World of Warcraft, Mysteria and Park, which is pretty great.
I just got
Splendor
that one.
Marvel, Spicy, Hansa Teutonic,
Spicy's pretty fun. Yeah, Hans Tonica Big Box. I just
Wrecking the
got.
World, Back to the
No.
Future, Warp's Edge, Infinity Gauntlet, Clouded.
No, I could see Spicy being nominated for the Spiel.
Interesting.
Which
I
one's
like it. I
Spicy?
still prefer
Is
Cockroach
that
Poker,
is that the
but
bullshit variant where you say
Yeah,
what you have?
it's another one of those type of games.
It could be.
You
It could
know,
be. It's simple.
I mean, look didn't Pictures win last year?
Yes. Party
Yeah, that's
game.
in my running for worst choice they've ever made.
is that a video you do or just a personal list?
Oh no, I've already made that list, but I made it before Pictures won. I'll do it again someday.
Did you play? Have you played Pictures?
Yeah, I didn't like it, but
Oh man, we had a laugh riot.
I took it to a party I guess it was late 2019 or
It
something.
had
and
to be. Yeah.
It was gangbusters. Everyone liked it, but that doesn't mean I gotta.
Yeah.
We had the funniest thing. It was just the funniest series of events. Project L, Star Wars Unlock, Iwari, Clever Cube, FAM, Imperial, Blood on the Cocktail.
Project L was in Germany. That would be a Spiel nominee. Because
Yeah.
Project L,
L, yeah.
straight up, it's so good. But
Renature. Is
Haven't
that
played that one
that's
yet.
like a German.
maybe I
favorite.
think Renature is a little complex for the Spiel in regards to its scoring.
Hmm.
It's essentially dominoes with area control, but the
Yeah.
area control I feel might be a little complex. Although I don't know that committee.
Bandit All Artichokes. That's a pretty good game.
Yeah, I don't. Is that in
It
German?
won the American Game Award, which came out the other day.
It's the American Game Award.
I think American Tabletop Award.
What is
Yeah,
that?
it's a group of people. Another jury.
So anyone play the new what's it called? The new Robin Hood game by Cosmos?
Yeah, I
was
want that
looking at
so bad.
Yeah, The Adventures of Robin Hood. Is that what
Yeah,
it's called?
yeah.
Yeah, I was
I'm
watching
hearing
that.
Where you peel up the board.
Yeah,
Tom has it already.
Cosmos is a bunch of nice things.
Tom hated it.
No, who made it?
Cosmos.
It's only in German right now.
Cosmos
So you-
has the expansion for the crew coming. They have Anno 1800, which is amazing, by the way. Lots of fun.
Now, the
And we
last thing I
have-
got from Cosmos was the Jigsaw Puzzle Exits,
Right.
which was I
Bongo
played.
Family Edition's good, by the way. True Bongo. It is. It's solid. They sent me the Family Edition. It's fun.
Is
Tiny
it the same
box.
game where you have to assemble the thing
Yeah, I mean it's
in time?
it's mockingly stupid. Where you're like, oh, this is so dumb, but by the time it's like so quick, like this is fun. It's just light, simple tanagrams, pretty much. Put them on the piece.
Anybody play Dominations? Road to
Yeah.
Civilization.
I
That one
liked it.
love
I was
it.
that
okay
won
with
the
it.
American Tabletop Award of Complex Game. Calico won Strategy Game. Casual Game was The Crew, which technically did not come out in 2020, but whatever. And then
Technically in
Archers.
English, it clearly came out in English in 2020. If you remember at BGG Con, everyone was playing a pasted up copy.
Yeah, I remember.
Although there was,
I'm more making fun of just
it was interesting
Nice.
that the Crew was a game that at BGG Con that year, people became fanatics in a very
that
short
was the
amount
game
of
of the
time.
con. That was the game of the con. My buddy Adam played it the entire 5 days.
Really?
I did my top trick taking games list. So I just I ranked the 48 trick taking games I played, and it came down to pretty much I don't ever want to play any other trick taking game aside from the Crew. I enjoy it that
The
much, and
Crew
every
is good.
player count. It's just
Really?
every other trick taking
It's
game.
not competitive though.
Yeah, don't you want to be competitive once in a while?
Then I'll play Indulgence. I'll play Indulgence every once in a while. But like, I don't know. It's just I would rather play.
Indulgence
just
makes me wish
scratches
they
my itch
printed that
perfect.
dragon
I mean,
game.
I agree with you, but that's only because I don't like trick taking games. The Crew happens to be an exception.
Has anyone played the new one?
What's the new one?
Expansion.
Wait
Oh,
for it
oh,
to fail.
King of 12, the die one from Lucky Duck.
No, the crew, the undersea.
Oh, I haven't played the expansion.
crew.
No.
It's not out in
Is it out?
English yet.
Yeah, it's not out in English yet. It's not out
But-
yet.
But some people are playing it.
Yep.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
I still haven't gotten past
1900.
Mission 7. I mean,
Some of you were not there in the old days. I'll remember where we were pasting up everything.
oh my god, dude!
I mean,
Did I tell you? I gotta think. Some of the things I pasted up. I pasted up Funny Friends. It took me like 5 hours. Remember that Funny Friends?
yeah, was
From
that
Friedman Freeze? Yeah.
did
there
that
was
come
only-
out in English?
No, well, when it came out, it was only German.
That's
Then
right,
the
because
English
the theme wasn't very.
It was not
didn't
kosher
translate
for
well.
the American audience, the English audience, English speaking audience.
A Friedman Freeze game? You don't say.
I
I
pasted.
posted up Wallenstein, the original one, because Queen wasn't doing English.
Was there a lot of text in that one? I can't remember.
It was just a bunch of cards. It wasn't too bad. The one I spent the most time on was Trump Fabric.
Oh wow.
Did that need paste? Oh yeah. You could paste up the awards and put the American title movies on top.
Yeah,
of
I wanted to be able to understand what we were talking about.
I
See,
love.
I'm a
it.
rookie. I entered the
I need to
hobby in
play that game
2012. I
again.
never had to deal with this stuff.
You're spoiled.
I know. I'm very
Yes.
spoiled. I like it.
Oh,
Oh,
It's
we pasted up Agricola. That's the one.
Oh my dear lord!
Back
Wow.
That's the
my
one
day.
that killed us. We were
I walked
dying.
through 3 miles of snow to get to school.
Only when
But
I
man,
first
I
played
felt
Agricola, we
powerful.
didn't paste it up. We had a sheet where you would look at it
Yeah.
and see what the card did. It was such a pain in the neck,
Oh
and
my
I
God.
still did it because I needed to play this hot new game.
Oh gosh, I remember the year that came out. And
That's
Zev was like, "I'm
2006,
getting
right?
5,000 copies. Can you believe it?
Sounds
My
right.
biggest print ever." I'm like, "Awesome, 5,000. That's like so much." Sold
Sounds
out
like a lot to
instantly.
me.
Would have been a Kickstarter today.
Z-Man Zev was never really in the era of Kickstarter, was he?
In the
No,
beginning, I think, or at the end.
I don't know. Was there a
Yeah.
Z-Man game that was Kickstarted? I can't.
no,
think
I
of
don't think he ran.
Oh
any-
no, yeah,
He just self-funded it.
No, he took pre-orders.
yeah.
Yes, but that didn't gauge whether or not it was going to be printed. He pretty
Yeah,
much.
they just issued that statement a few weeks ago now about like talking about how every game nowadays has to either be a Kickstarter or get rave reviews for Setup to Sit Down.
That's
When
from the
did
head of the
Kickstarter start?
studios
Was
of
that like-
Z-Man.
Was that like 2013? What was the first year for Kickstarter?
The first year for like
I'll
games,
tell you my first pledge.
it was like I think the two originals were like Alien Frontiers and then Zombicide popular like all the stretch. Zombicide popularized all the stretch.
No, it was before that.
Yeah.
Let me-
Alien Frontiers is 2010, so
Oh,
it
wow.
might have been 2010, or
Okay.
I mean, Kickstarter might have started in 9 or something. I don't know.
Okay.
It'll take me about a half an hour to go back in time here. But it was
I know-
it was
I know
one
it had
of,
to be
it was a
there.
Tasty Minstrel game. It was Seth's
Yeah,
game.
Lance told us a couple weeks ago.
What was the name of that game, Lance?
Which game was this?
The
Tasty
Seth's
Minstrel.
First
Or-
stretch goal.
something.
I remember you talking about Michael.
Seth's-
Oh
Seth's-
yeah, like well, I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but I do know that like way back when Jamie started doing his blogs, he gave Michael and TMG credit for being the first person to ever come up with the idea of the stretch goal.
Oh, good. They're the people I'm going to chase down then.
Well,
What do you
Yeah.
like about Stretch?
Eminent domain we're talking about.
Eminent Domain.
Wow,
Good call.
that was the
I'll,
first.
I'll find it in a
Kickstarter?
minute.
No, that's
I'll
the
tell you
first
my
one.
second game.
Stretch
ever-
goal.
ever Kickstarted.
Oh, the first stretch goal.
I don't know what the first game was. Alien Frontiers was the first one I noticed, and that most people noticed. There may have been some before it.
well, I mean, before that, before Eminent Domain kind of was like a really successful one. Before that was Alien Frontiers.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't think Alien Frontiers had any kind of stretch goal or anything. It was just a straight, hey, give us $40 and we'll send you a game.
Remember they had those
Yeah.
rocket dice.
I do.
Yeah.
Oh yes, those were.
Annoying.
If you want to
Not
blame
good.
Eminent Domain for anything, Eminent Domain was the first game, I think, that I did a paid preview for.
That is
Started off
exactly
a
that.
whole-
No. So I know that absolutely for a fact
Do
because
you remember what you charged?
I want to say it was $50, but I'm going to look it up. Here.
That's like
So
Taurus
actually,
territory.
Tom, I can tell you. I mean, I probably know the story better than you do. Maybe.
How
No,
would you know it better than me?
Because
it's like his shows,
Michael
Tom.
told me about it probably 10 times. He
You know
repeated.
who's doing
Well, I would say I know Michael's version of the story
There you
like
go.
better than
Tom
like I
knows
know
his
Michael's
part.
version of the story probably better than you. Let's the Tom, you probably know your version of the story better, but he paid you $75.
That was 100. I have the emails here.
Oh, you have the emails? Okay.
nice.
Inflation's going up very quickly.
$100.
75, 100.
Dad,
It's
I
almost
have
like
this was
auctions.
Seth. He said to me, he says, I have a crazy idea, you know, and I fully expect you wouldn't be interested, but hey, and we just went back and forth about it.
$100 is $100.
Yeah. And I said, okay, I'll make up a policy. I'd never had done this before. So my price was $100, which I thought, I even said, if that's too steep, you know, you can say no. At the time, I didn't know. You know,
At the time, it might be. How much did that Kickstarter make?
well,
Fair
I'm
point.
hoping
It was
more than
eminent
$100.
domain.
Eminent domain Kickstarter. Let me look this up.
I'm still going back in time here. I might.
I kind of want to go. You know what? I might do a Kickstarter critique of like a really old Kickstarter now. I might
So
do
get
that.
this.
The Eminent
So if
domain
you go,
Kickstarter made $48,000, which is, by the way, I mean, that might have been the most successful thing at the time, but by today's
That was my
goals,
first
that's-
project ever back. This eminent domain.
so Alien Frontiers, the retro future sci-fi board game. This was like the first one that like maybe there was one before this, but this was the first one that was maybe a bigger deal, right? You know, that like whatever. So they had a $5,000 goal. They made $14,885, 228 backers. For $10, you could receive a certificate of thanks from Tori Neiman
Woohoo.
and 4 plastic rockets. You can use as scoring tokens when you play Alien Frontiers, but just that. Then for $50, you could get this is exactly like a pre-order. You'll receive a copy of the Alien Frontiers game as soon as it is printed. Plus, you get the Kickstarter only Space Crane Alien Tech cards. This is the first exclusive ever. And then $100, you get the game card, the card, plus the rockets for the $50, plus your choice of a second copy of Alien Frontiers or a copy of Ogre Castle. Then yeah, they have 2. They basically was like pledge this and you can get extra games kind of thing. But yeah, they made it was a $5,000 goal. And then they said, so we made the $5,000 goal to guarantee that it will be printed. And then I'm draining my saving. You know, it's like he's talking about $10,000 was going to cost to print the game. But then they made $14,885, so they were able to pay for it. It is crazy how much things have changed and how things have been different and everything as they go.
I'm gonna do a whole segment where I do like some of the like these maybe like the Doom that came to Atlantic City. I'm gonna do a Kickstarter critique on that. I want to do it on some of the oldest ones I could find to really like see what's changed. I think this is gonna be interesting.
You're gonna get like 1 million people clicking on your videos upset that they're not active Kickstarters.
Yeah.
Like finally a reprint. I'm so excited.
I did a Kickstarter back in 2013, and it was like the longest, worst video ever made for Kickstarter.
What is it? What is it?
It was called Big Fish River. And
this should be my first one.
it's like a 6-minute video or like 7 minutes or something. It's just like, you know, way too long.
Oh yeah, the main image is like just I'm excited.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, I'm not covering this one.
It did not fund.
No one would watch this video.
So I backed in 1955. The War of Espionage was my second bet game. My third was Rolling Freight. The fourth one was Montage. Now that's pretty good. That's a good game. Dark Horse, the game, The Road to Canterbury, Dragon Valley, Glory to Rome, Flashpoint, Fealty, Get Bit,
Oh yeah.
Eaten by Zombies, Carnival, Sunrise City.
Geez, Sunrise
I was
City.
behind you. The first one I backed, because I was probably getting some as review copies, but I backed Going Cardboard.
Yeah, I backed that too.
Going Green.
Yeah.
I'm
Board
checking
game
out the
back
Dungeon Roll. You remember when Dungeon Roll was massive at Gen Con and like everyone was carrying that around?
Yep.
That Kickstarter was I'm looking through TMG's thing and it's
I'm
just
still confused why that never became a thing. Why the Dungeon Roll didn't become a franchise. I mean, it did really
That's a
well.
Tasty Mitchell thing.
I never
right?
thought it was a very good game.
I think I saw Chris post that he had the rights back.
Yep. He
I'd
does.
like to see them revisit that. That is my son's favorite solo game. He plays that probably once a week. He'll just
I
get
think
it
he
out.
sold like 100,000 copies, right?
Wow.
And 10,000 on Kickstarter alone. I mean, that's
Yeah, but worldwide, right?
Yeah, remember at Gen Con, he brought in a whole pallet of them,
yep,
sitting there, all those treasure chests, and I
Yeah.
think he sold most of them.
They were gone.
everywhere.
Were
'Cause
you
it was so
working
cheap,
there,
it was
right?
50
Yeah.
It
bucks,
was
I think.
really
Oh,
popular.
I was working there during that.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I could.
He's biting his
I-
tongue right now.
Oh, I want to hear the juice. I want to hear the juicy stuff.
Did
Yeah, I'm gonna.
What was that?
You
Well, how
shouldn't
about
say
we
anything,
go
man.
generic, Lance? What was it like being at the booth of one of the hottest games of that
Gen
year?
Con.
Because you guys did the pickup, right? People could pick that up.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that had to be terrible.
You guys were right next to
Oh.
us.
So, yeah,
That happened to you on more than one occasion. I remember when you had only a few copies of the Orleans Deluxeified edition. People were running for that one.
yeah, that was actually kind of cool. They would basically people would show up and I remember having an argument with people about they were like
Printing
I
more?
was like what?
Bringing more? Bringing more?
Well, it wasn't so much even the bringing more. It was the fact that like I would say things like, so how many of these do we have? And then they would say, oh, we have X, and I'd be like, bring every single one of them, and sell them each for $100, because people will buy them. Oh no, we only charge X for them in Kickstarter. I was like, yeah, so I was like, people want them, and they're
Charge
willing to
more.
pay.
You know, that might make me satisfied as a Kickstarter backer if you could buy it for twice as much at Gen Con. I would not be upset about that.
So
Yeah,
I
as
was
long-
just, I
I
was
was
just
Anyway,
like,
what do you care if someone else gets the game and has fun with it?
yeah, and I was just like, and I was like, so I was like, and I remember explaining, I was like, you know how much? First of all, I said
I'll
the
tell you
biggest
later.
problem is that we would always say things like, you know, like there would always be technology issues. Like, okay, we'd have like two of those things to swipe cards or whatever, and I was
Squares?
like, yeah, squares. There you go. Thank you. And I would always say, you know, just, you know, it's like if we just charged $100, people are going to walk up with 520s or $100 bill, and they're just going to hand that to you. You're going to hand them the box because they want to pay in cash. They don't, especially that first day of Gen Con, they want to walk up, hand you the money, and leave, head out the door. I mean, it was like, and then the one next suggestion I made for them was I was like, you need to buy a bunch of heavy duty see-through plastic bags. So we don't have to have the big giant bag that has the AEG on the side of it. I said, people will just see your game in the bag. You know, it's like, you don't have to have like, you know, and
I
so they
threw
took
away
my
my
advice on that
AEG
one.
bags yesterday, the other day.
Did you?
I mean, I don't know. It was there was lots of times when it was just kind of like it seemed like decisions were made that I didn't quite understand.
So here's the thing, Tom. If I'm a Kickstarter backer and I gave this company the money to make the game, right? Which back then they were making it with my money or not, right?
Yeah.
It's not like today as much. And then I hear about Gen Con getting the first. They get the game, they go pick it up and buy it.
First,
Yeah. That doesn't sit well with me at all. Yeah.
I get the first thing, although
Yeah.
I also understand it from the company's perspective, and
So charge twice
to
as much.
not have it
If
there.
they get it for the same price of what I paid, no.
Yeah, the only thing that bothers me personally is things that would have changed my decision had I known at the time, in which case I reevaluate if I want to back in the future. I mean, I think there's a difference to me between the degree of exclusivity of someone being able to get it by going to a convention, something I may not have been willing to do or whatnot. But if
Yeah,
I look
but
back at a situation, I'm like, going to retail is a classic example. If it sells in Kickstarter for $60 and it goes to retail at 40, I'm like, okay, great. You've taught me to ignore your Kickstarters and go straight to retail. No problem. I'll do that next time.
Yeah, I mean the backer mentality is strong, right? Like you were not able to make this game without our money, and now you're basically shrifting us and selling it for cheaper to people who don't even care, that show up at the right place in the right time.
So if we're blaming
Well-
Metro for stuff, so we're blaming them for starting video previews and for stretch goals. But you know what else they started?
I think there's one other person we were blaming for the previews, if I'm not mistaken. It was two.
No. It was forced. And then I think the other thing though is I'm pretty sure that they were the head front for FOMO, because of that Deluxify thing, they basically said, you don't buy it now,
You're never gonna
Never
get
get
it.
it ever again. We're never
Bad-
going to make these.
Bad business decision though.
And a lot of companies follow that.
Yeah, I mean,
Mitchell
yes,
would
it
have
is.
just committed to just those games.
that's why
Just
companies
those-
like Gray
wanna stay
Fox are
alive as a
so
company?
good, because companies
Well-
like Gray Fox, they reprint their deluxified versions of games on GameFound, coming soon in a few months.
No, he's not going to kick you off the channel. You don't have to suck up here on the show.
What do you think, Lance? If TMG would have gotten rid of every single small box game they had, and I'm talking those ones that were like this, and the super tiny one, and just focus on the big ones, do you think that we would be pitching a different narrative right now about the TMG story? We got
Lance is
Vikings,
Lance is just
we got
done.
Balloon Pop, we got Jab, we got those weird Japanese ones.
Okay.
Stupid.
So
How do you really feel?
Looks like he's hurting himself.
Think about what you're saying.
I am. I'm trying to decide. I'm trying to think of the games, right?
There's so many of them.
Orlean Deluxe Fund.
Oh man.
If you could have printed unlimited amounts of that, that would have
One of the
changed-
dumbest decisions they ever made was that they said in the Kickstarter for Orleans that we'll never reprint this again.
Yeah, that's dumb.
And then the second thing is they wouldn't change their minds on that.
But yeah, and I understand the tactic, right? It sells an extra 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 copies, right?
Well, no,
Like,
and the
oh,
thing
which
is,
is good, 'cause the bottom line
what
is
they
that
should have just done, hey, you know what? We had no idea people would be this excited about this game and they want this many copies of it. We know what we said on our Kickstarter, but we're going to break that promise because there's a lot of people out there that want this really cool extra Wooby copy of Orleans. And, it's just like, and then change something very, very slightly about it. Like this particular, the new second edition, you'll always know you had the original Orleans Deluxe. Like just change one little thing about it.
Yeah.
That just like, maybe make the coins different. They were like the metal coins are never make those coins again. Like just change the coins to like a different color. Like now they were gold coins in this. Now they're going to be silver. So you are the only people that are ever going to have the gold coins. And so you can say I had the first edition deluxe. And they should have just done that. But they didn't. And that was and they were we were sitting on a pile of money that all we had to do was just decide, you know what, we're just going to do this and we're going to deal with the little bit of back flack that we're going to get, and then we're going to be able to reach down and pick up this money and put it in our pockets. But right now we're just sitting on it instead. We just didn't.
So
If
that wasn't
I think
my
that would have
question.
changed the
I know what
course.
your question was, Forrest. We
He's
published a
avoiding-
lot of games that were very cheap to make, like literally like a copy of
John Lee Law.
Balloon Pop. Let's go
Balloon Pop.
Balloon Pop
Yeah,
is
that's a
so
good one.
So Balloon Pop's not a really good, is not a very good representation because Balloon Pop was made by Andy Van Zandt, who was the lead developer, and that was kind of like a favor, like kind of one of those things where like he was definitely getting paid. I don't know for sure about this, but my opinion was he was definitely being paid way less than he was worth for the amount of work that he did. And so we published, I think it was one of those things where like, here's a game that's okay, and we're going to publish it for you. So you can get a publisher credit and things like that. And so that's probably not a good thing. What was the
I like how we say that. Like, okay, so this game probably should have been paid. that's such a bad business. Like,
so what was, Balloon Pop wasn't horrible. I mean, it was fun.
Oh, I love Balloon Pop. I still own it. I played it with my son. I think Balloon Pop's a great game.
What was that
It's
piano
not very
game
good.
where you had to put the notes in order?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what was the game with the? There was the Menagerie game, which was like the I split you choose game with the picking the, and then there was the other game for basically the making the musical setup.
Well, that one was good. That was actually a dang good game.
But see, like that game was just a little tiny box and some cards, and we were able to make that game for like less, like $1 a copy. It cost to make.
Yeah, that's why he was giving away like candy.
Well, yeah. So they to
A
give you
$1 a copy.
Yeah,
that changes everything though, because that's
so it was super cheap to make. And the
How
idea
those
was
ones that, how much of those ones that you put in envelopes cost? Like the
well,
the
here, hold
micro
on.
game thing.
Put
Those
a pin
were-
in that because there's a story there too. But hold on a second.
Thanks,
So
Aldi.
so so the small box ones, and I don't know this for sure. I don't want to. I'm not saying I'm speaking for Seth or Michael or whoever else, but I think the idea behind that is that we can make these games. It's a very, very low risk position to make this game. If we make it and it gets and we make 5,000 copies of it, and they cost us $1 each to make. If people get excited about it for $20 a piece, we can
Yeah,
all of a sudden now you have like just we have pennies coming in forever, as Forrest says.
Yeah, I mean, if you make like the Mind or the game or something like that, that could sell.
Yeah. The problem
If you get an
there is
evergreen.
that there was a lot of those that were just horrible and they should never have been made. I mean, and just
Sure.
like one of the
Okie
things,
dokie. That was the name of it.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
So
That's all right.
here's another thing that like the Cthulhu Realms game was a really, really good game, but it was just like we didn't do anything with it afterwards.
Wasn't that just Hero Realms, Star Realms rethemed pretty much, or was there something?
Well, yeah, but it was
Yes, but with worse icons.
yeah,
Yes.
the iconography
Yes.
was garbage. It was absolute garbage.
Didn't you guys make Don't Mess with Cthulhu too?
No, that was Indie Board and Cards.
Oh yeah,
All right, so those envelope
that
games.
game's awesome.
So
It is.
those envelope games.
Yeah, what was the name of it? One of the.
Well, there was.
What was the one with the Swedish chef where he did the Swedish
Templars
chef?
Legacy.
The Swedish chef.
Yeah,
impersonation?
Templar's Legacy was Michael Mendes's like foray into the secret role game. There was the one that was the food.
Burgoo? Burgoo, I
Burgoo.
want to say.
Burgoo.
Burgoo, and that was.
I
Adam
remember the
McIver.
Kickstarter video for that was just him being the Swedish chef.
I remember that too.
But
Saying nothing.
okay, so here's what happened with that. I don't know exactly the logistical problem that occurred to get that game made.
Oh,
in
that
the
was pay what you
process.
want too, right?
Well, no, just so yeah, it was a pay what you want type of thing, right? And so I don't know how many. This was right before I came to work for the company, so there was like X number of those that we sold, or TNG sold, I should say, and then but in the time that it took them to get it published, it was actually way too much, and the U.S. Postal Service prices changed, so he ended up losing like $7,000, like to just send everything.
Oy.
I talked to a person that had worked at TMG but didn't at any point. He said it's like one of the saddest moments I ever saw. This is one of the saddest days I ever saw was when Michael came back from the Postal Service after he had basically taken all of those games to send and paid the money to send them, and he came back and he just looked like super sad because he had basically paid thousands of dollars to send all this stuff off. And he said, and 2 days later, they let me go because they didn't have any money. So I was just like,
Wow.
oh, yeah. I was like, yeah. And he's like, it was okay. I was just working part-time, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just, I still think that the TMG isn't dead. I think they can come back. I think that, basically since it's just back to being Michael and Seth, in a year, I think that they would be able to do something. I mean, I know Seth has a lot of designs out there that he's still working on. And he's a good-
Designs. All they need to do is come back with Orleans Deluxe and just change one small
well,
thing.
they lost the rights to it.
Oh.
Reiner Steckhausen took them back. So they lost Orleans. I don't know what the status is on lots of things.
Oh,
Who busted that out?
that's what I'm talking about. Now we got some professionalism.
So there's that, and then the other thing is that there's a lot of stuff I can't talk about. I mean, just because
All right,
and not so much.
We don't
All right,
want
we're
to
done. We're
All
done.
right, so here's my question. I don't know if this is. Could you name like the top 3? I'm just out of pure curiosity, like TMG smaller boxes. Like what sold the best Like that, I'm just legit curious on.
I mean, it's so long now. I have to go look at the
Is Dungeon
list.
dropping
here.
that
I mean,
list?
just spitball.
Well, dungeon roll is definitely. I mean, that.
Yeah, dungeon roll doesn't count. Dungeon roll.
We fought so long and so hard to get that game into like Barnes and Noble and all these places, right? And it was like pulling teeth.
That was back then. It'd probably be easier now.
Oh, it definitely would be easier now. I mean, but it was, the idea was
Yeah,
that
it'd be in
if you could get dungeon roll on a shelf in Target, that was the whole idea, right? So that was probably before its time.
Probably still going to happen.
Oh no, Chris will take it somewhere and
be a
and
great game for Target.
Well, Forrest, if we just go to BGG and look at them by number of ratings, that's a good way to go by.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this. Oh my God, look at all this stuff. Oh,
look at all this stuff.
I'm just remembering.
I think Flip City probably did pretty well for him.
Flip City did okay, but we went whole high hog into that, and it was one of those things where it was like we had no. We shouldn't have, because
What about that?
It was like, I mean, it was
Coliseum
Coliseum was that was another. People hated the art,
but that was a big box. We're talking about the small box. I want to hear about Dairyman.
Well, Dairyman, no. I mean, Dairyman was an okay game. Once you got people to play it, they'd be like, "Oh, okay." Yeah, the rules were a pile. I mean, it was one of those things where it's like. There's another one where it's like, oh, these rules are good enough. We're gonna dare
good
people.
Enough.
Yeah. Sadly, I mean, like the Festival of 1,000 Cats is a really good trick taking game, but nobody knew about it or cared.
It's too esoteric.
I will tell you what, you taught me and Adam how to play that incorrectly when we first learned it, and the way you taught us how to play it is better than the way in the rules.
Ha!
Oddly enough.
We sold a couple hundred of those when it came out.
Yeah,
like the original.
Juraku played pretty well.
With the cats drinking beer.
Juraku sold fairly well for us.
Really? It looks so generic on the front.
Well,
Martian
that's like
Dice.
Martian Dice sold really well.
Oh, Martian, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
I felt like that was a missed opportunity not to get an expansion on that.
This town ain't big enough for the 2 to 4 of us. That was
Start a company, Forrest.
What?
Start a company and catch all these missed opportunities.
Well, I feel like I feel the same way about Zombie Dice. They just let it sit there. They made the school bus expansion, which everybody, we all just ignore. But if they just came out with like 1 or 2 dice a year for that, I think people would be really excited. Like, I think Steam they could run a Kickstarter where it was like $3 for the die, and then you could get zombie dice. Like they could bank off that. I feel like they don't do enough with the zombie dice.
I think they struggle sometimes to break out of their houses made of money from Munchkin.
Yeah.
What about For the Win?
He has said in their quarterly reports that Munchkin makes more than all the rest of their stuff put together.
I believe it.
Yeah.
They got all the IPs.
For the Win did not go well at all.
Yeah.
Thieves Market did okay for us.
Thieves Market is a great. Thieves Market is not a good game. That is a great game.
What about Bottle Cap Vikings?
I remember seeing Bottle Cap Vikings on the hey, you came to BGG Con, have a shitty game.
Yeah.
Free game, by the way.
So is For the Win, I believe.
For the Win's a solid game, though. I like it.
Many a TMG game has been on the BGG prize show.
Yes,
thank you for the support.
Changed, Aldi. Remember it used to be really good games that would hit those tables.
Yeah, Aldi.
Well, we used to give away excess library stuff.
Oh, hey, I was going to ask you, Aldi, where are you at on November BGG Con right now?
I'm not really saying anything right now about it. We're assessing. We're monitoring the situation.
Let's do an early Forrest facts. Forrest, percentage chance BGG Con Dallas in November happens.
80.
All right, we got 80%.
I would like that to happen. I want BGG Con to happen.
Biden just came out last week and said, "Hey, we're bumping up that date where everyone's going to be vaccinated. Like they're moving forward.
He said
Like
yesterday
things are open." And I said
Here's
this about Gen Con. I think Gen Con's going to have over 40,000 people. I
the
think
more-
Gen Con
the
is going to
more. Well, they had 50,000 people in Arlington Stadium yesterday. So
be. I'm telling you, and you guys were all like, "No, it's not going to happen."
I don't think it was a good idea. Just on the record.
No, we just talked about whether it would happen, and it's like
Sure.
money always wins.
Yeah,
It does.
it
Always
does.
wins.
Even more than human life, huh?
As
Yeah.
much
Yes,
as I
of
love
course.
this
That's
does.
capitalism.
your conversation, guys, I'm going to bed. I'll see
See
Good
you.
night, Tommy.
Tom.
Hi, Tom.
Thanks for coming on, bud. All right, now we got the square out of here. We can play some Forest Facts.
That fucking guy.
The more interesting question is if Essen will happen.
Essen?
We're not going.
I don't
Now,
think
that's
so.
the
Oh,
hard
just,
thing
just
because-
I mean, like, we're not having a booth at Gen Con. There's a chance Gray Fox will like I'll go there just for meetings and stuff. But we got the option because the whole thing with Gen Con was like, oh, it's like we're gonna have reduced capacity. Okay, well, are you gonna have us pay less for a booth? No. So we'll pay the same amount for the booth, but have less people there. And Shane was like, no, that's okay. We'll just do we lose anything if we don't go? Can we just roll it over till next year? And so we rolled over our deposit to next year and we're not losing our place in line at all. So he was like, all right, we're out. See you later.
I'm bonanzing it up. I already got permission. You
You're going?
know what? I'm not doing a grievance. I just want to do the opposite of grievance and say that my wife is the most.
Is
She
she
gave me
watching right
permission.
now?
She's a saint.
She
She's
gave
in
me
the other room.
permission for Origins, and then she turned around and gave me permission for Gen Con, and then she turned around and she said, all right, if they have it, I will even give you permission for Essen. And I was like,
Oh,
it might all be in the same month and a half. And she's like,
Are you vaccinated?
She wants to get rid of you,
I
Forrest.
got my first
Yeah.
shot last week, and I'll get my next shot a couple weeks from now. But yeah, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be up in there, getting those interviews.
Her boyfriend's coming to town.
I was like, what's the
That's
motivation for
fine.
her?
That's
So,
fine.
is there any way you can be gone for about 3 weeks between this date and this date? Just don't come home.
Preferably during the summer so I can get rid of the kids.
All right. Forest Facts. Here we go. This is just the percentage. This is just higher, lower. This is more for fun skis than anything else.
and my screen is so bright. What the heck?
Welcome everybody. It's 6:42 in the morning, and we are getting ready for work.
Yeah, the morning zoo crew.
Where did that horn come from? What is the origins of that horn?
It's an air
It's one
horn.
of those.
Is it just an air horn?
Yeah.
Air horns don't sound like that, do they?
Yeah, if you hit
Kinda,
you know the
yeah.
handheld ones, you hit them
Yeah,
quick
yeah,
enough, it'll sound like that.
Just
Okay.
got to get good with air horn.
Foghorn,
Just
that's
look
what I'm
at 'em.
foghorn. Yeah.
Little did you know you were bad at air horning.
That sounds like a Urban Dictionary. I gotta look that up.
It does.
Did we go over what came out on Kickstarter this week yet?
Oh.
No.
We need Alex to give us an update.
Kickstarter this week or last week? I don't even know what we're up to right now.
This week.
I mean, this week's been a short week so far. We've had Hippocrates, Mythic Battles. I mean, there's a Mythic Battles Ragnarok's a big title. Hippocrates looks very cool from Game Brewer. They're on fire.
They
Explored, obviously.
are on fire, but that's going to be their fourth game that is not out. Like
Oop.
they're
So?
just like game. And I went back and I did my critique and I was like, this is their fourth game that's pending. Like
Yeah,
that's
it's a product line.
concerning.
Nah,
Yeah.
it's concerning when a company starts developing a backlog that starts getting worrisome. But I mean, there are, in terms of the pace that they're putting them out in the regular product line life cycles. I mean, it can be a flag, obviously, but it's not. I'm not seeing any major reasons to be concerned.
It just one domino falls the wrong way and it worries me. When
No,
you start-
I like Rudy at Game Brewer a great deal. I think you can trust him. I mean, honestly.
Oh, I do, but it's just it worries me. It worries me.
But first, and what you're saying is, say they waited, like they made the money for the Kickstarter, they wait till they're fulfilled, then they start the next Kickstarter. it'd be years before they would get
Yeah,
games out.
It does. But I'm like, is there a number that's
No,
too much?
Force is not wrong. One domino going sideways when you have that
Yeah.
much in the line can trigger. I don't think it's inherently a cause for concern. It's the nature of a company. They have to have product life cycles and development. But you're not wrong that, when you have everything being funded up front, you can have a single thing go south. And if you're not managing your money correctly, you could have a company that dips into the pocket of one game because, okay, the next game will help it bring it up. Absolutely, things can happen. That said, how often do they happen? Incredibly infrequently. I mean, like if you look at companies with backlogs that start going southways, not to bring up TMG again, but it doesn't happen a lot. It doesn't happen a lot. Yeah. But I mean, you want to be worried more with the smaller people who don't have anything. And then, yes, things can go south. Then we have Explore It, which we already talked about when what's his name is on. Jonathan's on earlier. We have Imperial Spells and Steam from Level 99 Games with a mini expansion pack because Kickstarters have rules.
Yeah, that was weird. I saw that one's only at 50,000. I'm covering that one tomorrow, and I was like, "There's no way they expected this to be at 50,000."
No, I'm surprised they put in a much higher funding goal than I would have thought. I mean, this is why Kickstarter's put in low funding goals because now
That's
it's
an
like
expensive game.
Yeah, but they're putting it at
It's a
50,000 and
huge
it's not
cost.
funded yet. And it's like, oh no, it's not funding. They could have put in 40,000. Would have funded in 3 hours. It's the games we have to play.
Have you actually seen the size of the? It is insane.
have it on my original.
And it is a super good game.
Yeah,
It
it's on my
is.
table.
It is. Oh yeah, I love it.
People say good things about it. I've heard good things. The biggest thing I've heard is that it's a good game and an unnecessarily large box.
Yes.
Yeah, we have Australia expansions. We have Bone to Pick from the people who made Asonia. Asonia is delightful, by the way. You should try that if you like games like Star Realms. We have Liquid Squid, I think, is on Kickstarter already right now. I don't know if Arena Colossae launched yet. King's Trial. I think
I would kill Hitler if you're looking for.
I do think that Level 99 Games best game still was Argent Consortium.
I'm hearing good things about
That's a really
Bullet.
good game.
That is a super good
And
game,
it's
and
disguised-
you need a table the size of Mount Olympus.
all the tiles are too big.
Yeah.
Schools or whatever.
But Argent, the Consortium, oh man,
It's really
I mean, and it isn't, but it isn't my favorite game by them. My favorite game by them is Millennium Blades because it
That
is
an amazing game too.
that is an amazing game too, and it is so
Blows
meta.
my mind. That game blew my
Millennium
mind.
Blades is so meta. It is the collectible card game about being a collectible card game player. Yeah, just like it is just
God, talking about it just makes me want to play it.
I have a
Yeah, I
fun
know.
fact about Level 99 games. Of all the games of my shame of shelf, which is way too many now, they were the first. That was the first game that I got that I never put content out on. But I still
Millennium
need.
Blades.
No, they have that 7-card. They had a 7-pack box, and I believe that was one of them in there.
Oh, the box of games.
and you're
That's what
in it?
was.
Yeah.
You're a developer in it, or like a character.
No. I just they gave me a review copy, and I never got it up because I was like, I'm going to play all these games, and then do the video, and it just never happened.
Yeah, big mistake. I've realized whenever I get a game with expansions from a publisher, I have these noble plans to like try the base game a few times, then try the expansion a few times, then like 9 days later I have 4 more review copies and it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Just get your review copy out of the base and move on.
There's a YouTube channel that just does Millennium Blades content.
Yeah. It's surprising.
I can't focus. I love too many games. I can't focus. I can't be one of those people who's like, here's a dedicated, video every day for Marvel Champions. And I love Marvel Champions, but I love all the games.
Yep. I'm the same boat.
Man, I gotta play Millennium Blades again.
I'm gonna do a video on that though. One of these days.
All right. I didn't mean to distract us from the thing. I was
There's
like,
no
I thought we were gonna do
distracting.
it
We're
after-
talking about
I
board
thought we were gonna do
games.
Kickstarters after the Forest.
No, I rattled through.
Can we
it.
also
All good.
talk about how damn good 2016 was? Wow. There's a lot of good games that came out in 2016.
yeah. There's quite a few.
Popular, yeah, I remember.
Name some.
Well, I'm making a window right now. Let me get there.
I can't remember past last year.
I can't remember the details, but I remember when I was doing stats with Tom on his top 100. 2016 was I think the biggest
Yeah, I
year.
saw that.
Yeah, it's
Is
crazy.
it Scythe like
Gloomhaven?
2016?
Yeah, Scythe.
Yeah.
These are all out of like crazy order. Islebound, Vast came out, Ice
Mhm.
Cool, Happy Salmon.
Why are you listing a bunch of
mean-
these games when you call 2016 the best year?
Let's
Nothing against
Yeah,
them.
great
Like,
games.
you need
these are just not the best games
Blank.
ever.
Happy
Plank.
Salmon. Ice School. I mean, we're talking family style. Like it doesn't get much better
Okay,
than that.
I'll admit I'm a snob, and I'll just move on.
Yokohama. Shit happens. That's a great game. That game's
Yokohama. Who put out that game?
TMG. I got
Oh
that.
wow.
Arkham Horror, the card game. Mansions of Madness Second Edition. Like it's just there's a whole bunch of Feast for Odin came out, Aeon's End came out,
Fun. End of story.
came out, Terraforming Mars came out. Like
Good year.
Oh, Terraforming Mars. Okay, fine. It wins. Good year. I'll agree with you.
Vino, and these are just the games that I played. There was some more there. I think Great Western Trails, I think was 2016.
Oh, yeah.
I've just never played it.
It's all right.
But it's all right.
Scott hates it.
All right, here we go.
I like it. I think it's
Everyone
too,
play the damn thing again.
it's too long.
Too long.
Force facts.
I like it though.
I love
Force facts. These are. I did all percentages last time. I'm going to switch it up. This is not all percentages this time. It's a little bit different. Forrest, you tend to just go with your gut right away. I want you to just go 1,001 and think of your answers because you can't make it easy for these people.
Okay, I don't feel like I'm making it easy. All right,
if you say one, when it's like 1 to 0 to 100, you say 1. Well, like they're always going to go higher.
I will put slightly more thought into every answer. I will disregard my first answer and then be like, why do I feel like? Just for you. I will second guess myself.
All right. So you don't second guess yourself. Just give a second.
Well, no, like literally that's what I'm doing. Like I'm looking at my answer and I'm saying, is this
also here's the deal. If you manage to get one dead on, you get 5 Alaboom bucks.
Woo!
Yeah.
Woohoo.
So this that's your inspiration here. All right. Question number one.
$5 will get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Question number one. What percentage of people would read their partner's this is the US. What percentage of people would read their partner's secret diary if they found it while cleaning the bedroom?
Is this I do need to know once again with the hand washing, was this done anonymously or not? Do you know?
It was just an anonymous poll, men and women. It was like what percentage of people would read their partner's secret diary if they found it while cleaning their bedroom?
My gut shot is 60, but I'm thinking about it twice and I'm remembering how many people lied about washing their hands, and I'm going to go with 40, but I think it's realistically more higher. So I'm going to go 40 because people are liars.
Well, for all those people, you probably shouldn't. Their life is not that interesting. It's not worth getting in trouble for it.
But here's the other thing. Like you can learn a lot about somebody from reading that. Like you could use that for good or for evil.
Yeah. All right. So you guys 40. All right.
Better not leave anything around you.
Yeah. So
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying people could.
He might use it for good. though.
Don't leave your secret diary, Scott.
question number 2. What percentage of people admit to using their phone while watching TV to the point of missing significant parts of what they're watching? This is men and women.
Gut reaction is 75%, but I think the older you get, the lower the number goes down. And old people answer a lot of polls because they don't have anything better to do with their time. So I'm going to go with 56.
Although to be fair, old people probably don't need that much of phone usage before they miss the plot point.
Ooh, yeah.
Why are you picking on old
They're
people?
like, oh, I got a text notification. Oh, wait, what happened? Did Batman die? I don't really know.
You should watch my in-laws use their phone while things are happening. It's just, I mean, there could be a nuclear bomb going off, and the solitaire would be played still.
At least they're happy.
I literally it was like episode 3 or 4 of I gotta make sure my wife doesn't hear me. It was like
Just put it in your diary.
Yeah, it was like episode 3 or 4 of Vision and Scarlet Witch, and Vision showed up in his non in his non superhero costume, and she's like, "Who's that guy?" All right. 3. How many minutes does it take the average person to fall asleep?
Oh man, I have no clue. This is just a straight stab.
I'm going to bed. I brushed my teeth. I took my shower. If that's your deal, I set my alarm for the next day. I'm putting my head in the pillow. I told my partner good night, and I'm going to sleep. How many minutes?
42. 42. It takes me hours, so
This is okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this is. I mean, this is starting from the moment you put your head on the pillow. You're saying for you put your head on the pillow, 42 minutes later, people fall asleep.
See, here's the thing, Lance. I quite literally, there are many nights where I used to work where I would know that I didn't actually go to sleep. I would just close my eyes and I couldn't shut off my brain. So I'm a terrible
Well,
barometer.
I know, but but
42.
Would you say that you are average though?
Well, no, but I don't think it's anything less than 20. I don't think people are falling asleep in 20 minutes. I think 42 is reasonable.
All right, fair enough.
I think it averages out.
My secret power is I can fall asleep in like seconds. It drives my wife absolutely crazy. Like I literally like
Michelle can fall asleep in about 1 minute.
Yeah, Jan can do the same.
When I'm up for about 24 to 30 hours, I can fall asleep lickety split, but that's about it.
All right.
Stay up for 24 hours.
Back when I used to, back in the day, I mean,
Oh,
Call
okay.
of Duty come out.
I
you
still
play it all
do,
day.
Scott.
All right. Forrest, you play golf?
I have.
All right. You've seen a golf ball before?
I saw one today. It might actually be in my pocket still. Nope. It's gone.
All right. Well, then we'll take some time. How many dimples does the average golf ball have?
Oh my.
It's a Trivial Pursuit question.
Oh, that is.
Original.
I
I feel like I know it.
80.
Do you want to look at a golf ball?
No, that would require me to stand up.
All right. So you're going to say 80 dimples.
Plus, that would be cheating. Like that would totally be cheating because I could count the rows and then just multiply.
It's math's more complicated than that for a golf ball.
Do you know why golf balls have dimples?
To sit on the tee better, maybe
No, no.
aerodynamics.
They travel farther in the air.
Yeah, I figured it was something like that.
All right. This is rounded to the nearest million. So just gonna, how many millions of dollars a day are spent on potato chips in the United States?
Oh man,
It is that I don't want to hear the answer to this question.
this is a day, and it's rounded to the nearest million.
I'm pretty
What do
sure
we
it's
got?
like 1 or 2, and that's just the Walmart near me.
I think we got like 1 billion people in America, don't we? Roundabout, maybe like
No.
800 million.
Four-
No,
400,
it's like
500
I think it's like 665 million or
All
something.
right,
like
so
that.
665 million. That's where we're working
That is not the population of America.
What's the population of
Isn't there
America?
4 or
It's
5?
like 300 million.
Yeah, there's more than that
Yes.
by now. But it's like 400.
Maybe like
I think.
320 million.
Yeah,
there. 320 million.
I'm pretty sure it's 7.2
Hey
billion.
Siri, what's
How many
the
million
population of
dollars?
our United States?
328 million as of 2019.
As of 2021, the population of United States of America is 332,270,000.
Let that
Okay.
change.
I heard 7.2 billion. is what
Okay,
I
so
heard
that's good to
stated.
know. 332. And I'm asking how many $1 million are spent every day on chips
On potato chips, yes.
and a honeybee.
And that isn't just, and just so you know, that isn't corn chips. That isn't like Doritos. These are
specifically potato chips.
potato chips, but remember, potato chips come in different flavors, and they do
Lay's
count. They
or
do count the different flavors.
Carl's chips.
So yeah, I mean, like Lay's would be in there, Ruffles would be in there. You know,
So the question is, what
Is
is
a Pringle a real
average
potato chip?
no, that is not actually. That is if
Crisp?
you look, those aren't
They're
a chip.
fake
They are a crisp.
A whole poll's invalid now.
I'm
I'm
having
gonna
a
go
quick
with $100 million a day.
$100 million a day.
So how much would that be in a year?
I mean, 3.65 billion.
$5 billion. Is the chip industry that big? Spread amongst each other? I think so.
I'm sure it is. Yeah.
That number might be low.
I'm gonna say higher.
Question number 6.
Yeah.
What percentage of the land in the United States is owned by the U.S. government?
Oh dear lord.
It's owned by it, like most.
Like a
Oh, then
US at one
we got
point.
Native American reserves, which is that's oof. 90. 96.
So
Hey, Lance, quit it. Go, stop it.
You told him to think about it, Lance.
I
You
did
tell
think
him.
about it. I'm thinking 4% for Native American reserves and like
No, it doesn't work that way. That's not
oh,
exactly because
thinking
no.
less than 4% now.
no, because people own the land they live on.
Oh,
No, that is not owned by the
that,
government.
that house that you own the land that the house.
Yeah, you own the
is
land.
on.
By the way.
Oh, okay. So that number.
Yeah,
is
Chinky might want
Yeah.
to change that.
lower on
So
that.
I'm gonna allow you to rethink this
Okay,
question.
okay. We're gonna go. That number's gonna jump down a bit. We're gonna go with well, what did I say? 94, so 6%. Just flip it.
Very
Okay.
good. In Ireland, what percentage of the Irish barley grown is used specifically for Guinness beer?
Yes.
So they bring it. Do they? Oh, I don't know if they have any other factories anywhere. In Ireland, what percentage of their
The barley that is grown in Ireland, what percentage of it is used just for Guinness beer?
what the hell else do you use barley for? Like bread?
Well, there's other kinds of beers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's also
I'll
beef
go
and
with-
barley soup.
And then there's
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with
Yeah.
82%.
That's exactly what I said.
It,
Yeah, I mean, you might be on the nose. I'm gonna say on the nose for that.
All right.
To me,
Question
the
number 8.
chances of either one of you getting on the nose is slim. Chance of both you getting on the nose.
yeah.
But he said exactly what I wrote down, so I have to think there's something in the air there.
Question number 8. The average elephant creates how many pounds of dung a day? Pounds. This is rounded.
Oh wow.
The technical answer is a shit ton.
Ah.
All right, I'm trying to think. Like how much poop do I produce a day?
Scaled up.
Why is that a helpful metric in this conversation? Just explain that to
You know
me.
what? An elephant
We're weighted.
An elephant
It's
weighs
the
a
only way you
ton.
can relate.
Do you have
I
a
gotta
shovel
go
in your bathroom? I don't understand.
I'm gonna go with 20. No, I'm gonna go with 1.5. I'll go with 35 pounds a day.
I actually think that was probably. I'm gonna go with that one is dead on.
That's pretty good.
I'll
I
give it to
think.
him. Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. That somebody in the chat has gotten one dead on one of these answers. Not in one of the preceding 8 answers. They've gotten one of them dead on.
All I'm saying is this is a guy walking around with a shovel. 35 pounds is a good number for me.
All right, here we go.
That's
Uh,
6.
Here's another weight question. Weight question here for you, and this is rounded to the nearest 1,000. Forrest, rounded to the nearest 1,000. How many tons of pasta are eaten by Americans every year? Rounded to the nearest 1,000.
How many tons?
By
Tons.
all Americans.
So
Not by
all
individual.
Americans.
How many 2,000 pounds?
So in America,
There's 330
X
million people.
X number 1,000 tons of pasta are eaten in a given year
In America.
This is
in America.
330 million people.
I
Tons.
thought he was going to say 330 million tons.
So if everybody ate a pound
330 million thousand tons.
every week, the 52 times 330 million, which would be the 660s. Oh my God.
My brain hurts. Jeez.
165 million pounds. That break that down to.
I may have made a mistake asking him to think about these questions.
There, you're asking me.
No, but
I like where you're going.
I like how he's doing
But
this.
the ton
No.
is 2,000
it's
pounds.
the most logical you've ever been.
Yes.
And now
I
I've
like it.
completely lost my train of thought.
No,
So
but you
we're
said
go-
to the nearest 1,000.
What?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, that makes
rounded
me
to the
weird.
nearest
That's-
1,000.
That's
Yeah,
a
it's
weird,
weird because
that's a weird answer.
2,000 pounds
Yeah.
to the nearest. Like, okay, how many tons did Zena? And this is why you don't ask me to second guess it because I would have just been like 264, but now I'm thinking about it. So how many millions of tons No, tons.
Thousands of tons.
Thousands of
So
tons.
we're rounding to the nearest thousands of tons.
Yes.
That is so fucking. It's so weird.
It's not a small number for us. It's not a
So
small.
it's 2 million. So 2 million pounds is 1,000 tons, correct?
You mean 2,000,000 tons? 2 million.
Okay.
So let's
No.
say
No,
say
he's trying to figure out how many
Sure.
pounds 1,000 tons weighs.
Yeah.
So okay, let me put it this way then. I will adjust my answer to just pounds instead of
Yeah,
I'll take,
stop confusing.
I'll
me.
take the tons out of it, okay? So because I can do the math on the back end easy enough.
All right.
So just how many pounds of pasta
A year?
by Americans?
Wow. Okay.
Eaten.
330 million people. We eat a lot of pasta.
Yeah,
That's
we do.
a staple. I would say, oh Jesus, 3 pounds a week? Is that's too much
Per
So
person?
2.
What in the world are you doing in your house?
I don't know what I don't know what people eat. I don't know what people eat. What's
Well, apparently
pasta?
potato chips and pasta is what we're
Yeah!
Yeah.
All right, so 330 minutes. I'm gonna go with.
You've been reading my diary?
Well, 60% of us.
60%
would.
of us.
50. Jesus Christ, because it's 52 times 330 just to get anything.
What do you, and you got to think like all those boxes of macaroni and cheese, all those bowls of spaghetti, all those all you can eat nights at Olive Garden.
300. Okay.
Don't
I'm just gonna
forget,
take a
risotto
stab
is pasta.
Yeah.
and a year. Just we're gonna go. This is so hard to even break it down. Like if it was a week, it'd be so much easier. Okay.
Forrest. Just tell me
Well,
how many pounds do
how
you
many
think
do you
a person
think
eats a
is
month?
I'm gonna go with 3, so that gets me to 1 billion a week. So I'm gonna go with 52 billion. 52 billion.
Pounds?
Yes, because that roughly breaks down to 3 pounds of pasta.
I don't know how your math works, but that's fine.
Let him
I
go.
like it.
No, I understand what he's going for.
People times
math-
3.
his
as
math
a
is
billion.
Do you want
correct.
to use a calculator? Can we use a calculator?
No,
Give me
yeah,
your
yeah,
number.
Yes, he
Give me
can
your
use a
number.
calculator
No,
if
no.
he wants
I don't
to.
Give me
like
your
using
number.
a calculator. I do like doing this in my
His
head.
math
think
is
you're off by a
correct.
factor.
His math is correct. He's just going
So
by
you're saying
3
3
pounds a week.
pounds times 332 million?
Yeah,
Yeah.
332 million is what? 332,000. That's going to be times 3 pounds a week
That's
times
a
52 is 52 billion. He's exactly on.
52 billion.
The math is right. It's just the 3 pounds a week that's not. I mean,
Probably.
maybe.
Maybe.
The number of people.
I don't know.
I mean, the
like-
number of people might be wrong too.
What was
Yeah.
your answer again, Forrest? I didn't write it down. I
Oh
apologize.
shit.
52 billion.
Yeah, there we go.
52 billion pounds of pasta a year.
Yes.
Dead on.
Actually, I think that should be lower because that's you know what I'm just gonna go with it. Don't ask me to second guess myself again, man.
All right, final question. Here
Just
we
be
go.
you, Forrest.
Another food question for you.
How many donuts does the average? So stop making me feel bad. About myself, okay? I put
On-
on 30
on-
pounds.
on-
Leave me alone.
On any given day, what percentage of the U.S. population eats at McDonald's?
Oh, interesting.
On any given day. It isn't necessarily the same people going back. It's just on any given day,
yeah.
what percentage of people in the United States eat at McDonald's?
In other words, Forrest, put it this way: how many people in the United States do you think eat at McDonald's?
Oh, yeah,
every
I'm
day?
just thinking in 100 days, how many times do I eat at McDonald's and whether or not I'm regular, using it as a baseline and going.
You're not regular.
If
If you
you,
eat
first of all, if you're eating 3 pounds of pasta, you're not regular.
You're not regular. Welcome to the Glutton Show with Forrest.
Is that a lot of pasta? Over a week? I don't know. I'd say on average 3. So I'm gonna go 3%.
I actually think you're pretty close there.
3?
I went with 4.
Yes.
So
I
went
said
4.
5.
All right.
3, 4, and 5 are covered by the 3 of us.
Yeah. It's going to be way higher.
Yeah. I was
No, it
thinking
can't be.
10,
There's-
15.
One out
There's
of
a lot of
it can't be
McDonald's
more
in
than
America.
1 out of 20 people eat. Well, maybe.
Nope. I'm gonna
I'm
stick
gonna
with 3, 4,
ask
or
you right
5.
now. Does anybody on the panel think Forrest hit anything dead on? This week?
Yes. Given the way you asked the question, yes.
The 82%.
No, 35 pounds of elephant poop.
All right, here we go. Number 1. What percentage of people would read their partner's secret diary if they found it? Forrest, you guessed 40%. correct answer is 37. 37% admitted that
That's
they
a
would
lot higher than I thought it would be.
They would
I went
they
with
would
32.
read.
Force
But I
closer.
did go lower.
Yeah. I think I would be scared. I would be scared to read
It's
something.
not
It opens a
worth it.
Pandora's
It's not worth
box.
it.
Why do you want to do that?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it'd be one of those things where it's like, you know, I mean, like the way when I heard this stat and I thought about it for a while, and I shared it with my wife. Like both of us are like, you know, my wife and I have been together for 15 years, and we've shared like, you know, most of our like, you know, but I know that I have, you know, you never really. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if anybody really truly shares everything about themselves with their partner. You know, I mean,
Yeah,
it's just
no one
like
does.
you.
So
There's a
first of all,
lot.
those people, just a hint of advice to them, those things you're choosing not to share with your partner, don't write in your secret journal.
I mean, it's one of those things, right? I mean, it's just like, I remember I had a conversation with somebody, and I was just like, they were like, yeah, there's stuff that I've done in my life that'll go to my grave. You know, I mean, it's just like, you know, I mean, it's one of those things. So, I mean, yeah. Anyway, what percentage of people admit to using their phone while watching TV? You said 56%. The answer is 90.
Yeah.
90.
Wait, I thought it was.
Whoa.
No, that wasn't the question.
84.
Oh wow.
84.
That wasn't the question.
I said lower.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I condensed the question just.
Okay.
What percentage of people admit to using their phone while watching TV to the point of missing?
Missing something.
Jesus, 90%.
Yeah.
What?
Wow.
What kind of world do we
surprises
live
me.
in?
Makes sense to me.
I
Got that wrong.
yeah, I mean, people.
I liked life when there was no cell phones. Honestly, better.
So do I.
I agree with you.
I mean, you
There's so
say
much
that,
things.
you say that, but there's so much stuff that like you would not be able to.
Would it balance
I don't know.
out? Oh yeah, for sure. The positives
No.
probably outweigh the negatives. But
Yeah. But
All right. Question number 3. How many minutes does it take the average person to fall asleep? Forced answered 42. According to sleep study statistics, it is 7 minutes.
Woo!
Oh wow.
I got it. Dead on.
Good
Yeah,
count.
Nice.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. No, I
7
mean, like
minutes?
literally, like my head hits the pillow.
done.
I just start thinking about
you
like.
need to practice your meditation.
I'm depressed. That is actively sad for me because
No, and I have heard of people that say I just laid in bed and I can't fall asleep, and that happens to me like once in a blue moon, and I'm like,
Yeah.
good lord, am I like literally laying here and I can't fall asleep? What's going on? It's just
Yeah.
weird.
It gets to the point where like I try everything in my power. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna count backwards, and I'll start at 1,000, and then I'll lose, and I'll count. I'll just count, and it'll be like, oh shit, I'm at 0. What do I do now?
You have all your lights off.
Pitch dark. I mean,
dark.
I've tried white noise. Like it's just my brain. My ADHD my brain never shuts off. There's
Honestly,
always-
if you're really having a problem at this point, just start trying to figure out how many sprinkles on donuts are eaten by a quarter of the population in pounds per year.
Or you know, glug glug glug. But anyway, how many dimples does the average golf ball have? You guessed 80. 336.
Whoa. I went
300
187. I thought that was high.
336 dimples.
That is definitely a Trivial Pursuit question. I remember that question.
Yeah. How many? Let's see here. Yeah, how many millions of dollars a day are spent on potato chips in the United States? You guessed 100 million dollars. It is 10.
Ooh, I was
10
really
million?
10 million?
10
I
million
said
dollars a
12.
day.
I
Whoa.
am a glutton. I am a
I
glutton.
thought it'd be much higher.
Same.
$10 million a day. What percentage of the land of the United States is owned by the U.S. government?
Not 94.
It took us a while to get around to your answer.
Got
We
to
got
6%, right? Yeah.
You guessed 6. 32%. Almost a
I
third.
said
Almost
38.
Yeah.
Close.
Almost a
I
third of
I
the
thought it
land.
was like a quarter. Yeah.
Yeah,
I wonder how
it's
much of
owned
that
by-
is in Alaska. After I answered, I was thinking like, oh, I wonder who owns all that crap in Alaska. It's like nothing.
They own every
All the
national
national-
forest.
all the national parks
yeah.
And a whole lot more.
Monuments, all that. Yeah.
What percentage of Irish? You know, and I was going to say this about the phones and TV. I think a ton of that is a lot of times people like are on like Twitter and stuff like that. Like you know, like if they're watching like a sporting
Facebook.
event or something like that, or Facebook, and they want to complain about things. I mean, I think there's a fair percent. Anyway, what percentage of Irish barley grown in Ireland is used for Guinness beer? Forrest guessed 82. It is 70%. And that is what Kabuki Kid hit that dead on.
Dead on.
Nice.
Kabuki Kabuki Kid hit that dead on with 70.
Who is Kabuki Kid? I see them on every podcast.
He's everywhere. He's absolutely everywhere.
Yeah.
She.
She is.
She.
Yes,
She's
Okay.
everywhere.
She is
She?
absolutely
She
everywhere.
Wait, she or
Yes.
he?
She.
Oh, hey, cool.
Uh,
Didn't
Yeah,
know
I
that.
see
So
her
no,
on
Kabuki
everything.
is one of our moderators, along with Paul Tompkins, and
She's everyone's
Been around
moderator.
for 5 years.
Yeah.
Right?
oh yeah, totally
Yeah.
one of the
Yeah.
original Alaboomers. And when we used to do initials, she was the arbiter of reality. So we relied on her to.
That sounds important.
Right.
We gotta bring initials back. I gotta.
I actually
it's just-
have one.
We still have the game, right? The box. You have
Oh
the
yeah,
game?
but those. I mean, I most people said that the box doesn't. Well, I can grab one. I mean, we can do it. But I
Yeah,
mean, the
yeah.
thing
We
is-
should just do one.
The thing
Lance,
is, the
I
thing
have
about
The
it
one.
is
box,
it-
the box is perfect.
all right, yeah, I'll do.
We never
We'll do. We'll
It's-
do an
They're
initial.
way
after
more
this.
easy because you
Yeah.
guys.
Well, it's
Those
so tough.
wrestlers
It is. It is so tough for me to
I
come
know.
up with those clues. I mean, it literally takes it like an hour to 2 hours
Yeah.
to do one. So we'll do one after this. I'll grab the box here in just a second. All right, here we go. What was the one that I was just on? Oh, the pounds of elephant dung. Pounds
Oh,
of
yeah,
elephant
yeah,
dung.
yeah.
What did I say?
So
35.
He said
you
35.
guessed 35. It is 50. 50.
Ooh.
50 pounds of animal dung a day.
Yeah.
There you go. So, like,
I didn't know how much
My-
an elephant was. I assumed they weighed about a ton, and so I just did 1.5 of their body mass.
do you think they ever forget about their poops?
It depends if a tree fell next to them. in the
Well,
forest
remember,
or
an
not.
elephant never forgets or whatever.
Never
All
mind.
right, so this is one I had to go back and do the math. So we're not doing tons. We're doing pounds.
Mhm, mhm.
Pounds of pasta eaten by Americans every year. We have something like 8 billion or something. 5.2 billion.
He said 52 billion.
52 billion.
Seems
I mean,
high.
I mean, you it does seem high. So that would be 70 million pounds of pasta a
It's a little
year.
high.
70 million pounds of pasta. I
Wait, the answer is 70 million?
the answer is 70 million. Yeah,
It's
you were a
not
little-
52 billion.
you
So what? Divide that by the number of people, and what is it?
330 million divided
Seems
by
too low.
million. That's
Yeah,
super
it seems a
low.
little.
That's
low.
half a pound of pasta per person per
person.
week.
well, they
Yeah.
said 35,000
No, per year.
tons of pasta were eaten every year. So and-
Wait,
35,000 tons.
tons.
You
That'd be
got
35,000
rice
times
is
2,000.
That seems
Jake,
really low.
it
Yeah.
does
Doesn't
seem
it?
low, but hey,
I actually
hey,
guessed 33,000. So I think it's right
35,000
now.
tons is the answer.
well, 35,000 tons are 70 million pounds. Anyway,
I guess
Why don't-
half a pound per week, or roughly like 10 billion or something.
here we go with the final question. What percentage of Americans on any given day eat at McDonald's? We have you guess 3%. The answer is 7%. 7%.
Oh, we were all. Did any of us get it?
I was high.
I said 5.
Damn.
7% of
Go to
of
Burger
America.
King. Go to Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Taco Bell, you get the deals there. Why the hell people going to McDonald's? It's fucking toys.
The
That's all
only,
I do.
no, the only
No,
reason
it's the number of them.
Yeah, they're
Right.
more accessible.
no,
Yeah.
you will never have a better Coke than the ones that you get at
The McDonald's Coke fountain, soda fountain is the best.
Yeah, and
It's the only fight I've ever gotten in with my wife.
7.
We had to go to McDonald's to get the
So
fountain.
if here's a crazy stat. So if McDonald's was a country, like Coke sells Coke sells number one person they sell Coke to is America, number 2 is Japan, number 3 is McDonald's.
Yeah.
And they have a special deal where the Coke never gets they ship them in special metal containers that are kept cold so that Coke never gets warm. It is cold from the moment it leaves
And McDonald's?
and to McDonald's. Yeah, it's like one of the rules.
They were in cardboard boxes for us, but
Oh, really?
I don't think it
mean,
was ever
'cause
refrigerated.
they have
It was
a
just cardboard
special
syrup.
they have these
Yeah,
special
that's what I remember.
metal containers and stuff like
Oh,
that.
maybe they changed it.
I don't know.
at
I've only,
McDonald's, by
I've
the
only
way.
ever seen the cardboard ones like you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's what I've been. I was watching some Coke documentary about it like about a year ago. So I don't know. Whatever. Coke and McDonald's.
Google says there's more dung per day. 300. What is it? 300 pounds. African.
Well,
elephants.
then my stupid animal facts website that I went to for some of this stuff freaking lied to me. So I do
Lied.
apologize for that. All right, so let's kick Forrest out for Forrest.
Let's do initials and then do the forest thing.
All right, hold on.
Damn you, Scott.
Broke the momentum.
Is
I want to play a game that everybody can play.
yeah, but that's not Lance's deal.
I know.
Yeah. You notice how he's never on the receiving end of these.
Well, he does the work.
We could change that. Oh man.
It looked like Evan was doing a, or who, if that was Evan's wife or partner in the back, looked like they were doing a moonwalk there for half a second. All right, so here's the initials game. This is
on the forest logo.
Where'd Forrest go?
I don't know. He'll be back. He always is. Here's the initials game. This was designed by my friend at KFan, Corey Cove. They did a pretty successful Kickstarter.
You guys are still friends?
Well, yeah, why would we be?
Okay. Just checking. Well, I know there was some weird stuff going on, right?
Oh, there was some weird stuff going on, but it's no big deal. I could have saved him a lot of money if he had let
Switch to Geico.
What?
Switch to Geico.
No.
15
I
minutes
mean,
of
he had them. He had the game printed in Minnesota, which whatever Buy American, whatever you want to call it. We could have saved him a ton of money, and I don't know, he didn't answer my emails about it, which is fine. Whatever, he made his choices, but he's a good guy, and he's so more power to him. So, where is Forrest?
Is he still doing the show?
Forrest may have left. Oh, he left. Oh, interesting.
Corey, yeah, he still does the morning radio. I mean, I listen to KFan every morning. So, where else am I gonna get my what's it dig?
What did you guys say to Forrest while I was gone?
I don't know. I saw you.
We told him how you really felt
background.
about him. He got upset. Yeah.
I moonwalked right into my kid's high chair.
Oh, it was you.
Yeah. I was like, no.
Yeah, he's hard off. He's hard logged out.
He might have hit the wrong button.
He's not just hiding.
I spent more hours practicing how to moonwalk than I probably should have in my life.
Were you in a breakdance group as a youngster?
No, but I was in a hair metal cover band, and that move comes in handy on stage all the time.
We used to do our what do they call it? Pep rallies.
Oh, that's awesome.
The our troop of fellows in high school.
Awesome.
I have one picture.
That's great.
You wait, time out. You're telling me you were in a hip hop group and you did little dance routines?
Yeah.
Did you ever have
awesome.
did you have
Guess I had 2 rap names. Any ideas?
Scooter A.
No.
Aldi Two Tones.
Big A. You're close with the scooter A. Second one was Popsicle. We had to have more names because we needed to look like a bigger crew. So we put we did you buy half a page in the yearbook and do a thing. We had Popsicle, Big A, Chili P. Gosh, what was the name? Fast Forward? No, not Fast Forward.
He said he just texted me. He said his thing.
I gotta find more stuff of the
crash. That's okay. He'll get back in, and then we'll
But here's the thing. Here's the downside: not having a phone in high school. No one recorded us.
You're right. Is that a good or a bad
I wish.
thing?
I was going to say that.
Well, it would be
could
really
a good
silly. I think
side.
people, as I could tell, loved it.
So
It's just all I hear is the crowd cheering, right? All I hear is people screaming. So I'm thinking, this is amazing, but we're just being stupid, right? To me, it
sounds awesome.
Yeah.
So my 2 younger brothers had a bad garage heavy metal band, and I could play horrible bass, and so I would sit in and play with them every once in a while. But I knew most of the lyrics to old basically because I listened to a lot of Sabbath and Dio and
Oh, yeah.
you know, like all that stuff. So I knew the lyrics to the songs, and they didn't, but they could play this. They were much better. So I went to one of their little concerts or whatever, and then like they had enough people that they wanted an encore, and they were like, well, we don't know any more songs. And then somebody asked them if they knew any Dio, and they said we know how to play Holy Diver. And then, but we don't. Does anybody know how to? Anybody know the lyrics? And I was like, and I was there. I was like, yeah, I know the lyrics. And then so that was I got that up there.
Nice.
Holy Diver, you've been
That's
out too
awesome.
long in the midnight sea.
Yeah, we used to do a little deal. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I like it.
yeah, just dun 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 dun. You know, Ronnie James Dio was the guy who started
Yeah,
this.
yeah, oh yeah. It means live long and rock or something like that.
No,
right?
it doesn't.
Right?
Incorrect.
The song of the
Oh.
devil, man.
No, it isn't. That is also
No,
incorrect.
no.
Ronnie James Dio. You can look up the interview. He
Long
said,
live rock.
He said, no. This he got this from his grandmother, who was a Wiccan.
Yep.
She and she.
A Wiccan.
This was to cast a spell of protection, and this was to cast a spell of hex.
Oh.
So if you wanted to, and so when he did that, he was casting a spell of protection, just. That's, and he also said it looked cool when he was up there. Yeah. So, yeah, of course, but the NWO, Too Sweet, which I do like this, so whenever I see anybody wearing I can't even talk now.
NWO t-shirt.
No, a Bullet Club or NWO shirt. You just walk by, and if you see them, if you see somebody wearing a Bullet Club wrestling t-shirt or an NWO shirt, and you just go like this, they'll walk up and they'll go, "Too sweet." They'll just, everybody knows it. They just say "too sweet," and that's all it is. It's
Too sweet.
Too sweet.
No, not
Too
French.
Because the
I was about to say,
NWO
it's
is
French.
the NWO.
Immediately.
Too sweet.
The NWO is too sweet. It's like that was the thing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, but yeah, if you walk by, it's too sweet. They'll just
Was that
they'll
like
just say it automatically.
Steve Nash and
Not Steve Nash, Kevin Nash.
oh, Kevin Nash. That's what it
Kevin
was.
Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, and then
Scott
their
Hall,
mystery third partner, and then
Hollywood Hogan.
well, yeah, and then Hogan came out and then beat the hell out of Randy Macho Man Savage at Bash at the Beach. You went evil, and
Yeah, he
hundreds of pounds of garbage was thrown into the ring. I mean, once people started throwing it because they were just like, and Hogan dropped the promo of his life saying all these years of prayers and you can stick it up your ass, just like, and then people just started pelting him with garbage. And as soon as one person started, everybody was just like, where's the garbage we can just throw? And the entire ring just covered in garbage. Anyway,
That's right.
well, I told Forrest to come back, so we'll see if he shows up. Looks like somebody else had to be Forrest Stump if nobody else is. But anyway, here we go.
I'm down.
All right, so this is the initials game. You guys, Aldi and Barry know what they're in for here. Kabuki will need you to be the arbiter of reality. She'll be the arbiter of reality. So what this is that I have in my hand. Oh, and if you want to get this, you can pick up. Sorry, I should probably pick up you can pick up the initials game at theinitialsgame.com. And there he's going to have an expansion coming soon. So anyway, so these are, I think it's 12 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 12 plus a tiebreaker in case we need it. This is these are people, places, things, sayings, whatever, that all have the same 2 initials. Might be helpful to have a piece of paper so you can just write down your ideas of what the initials are. So if you get something, and then each of them have 6 clues that will basically start at something vague and they'll work their way down into what it is. So if you think you know what it is, you will ring in with your name. You have to say your name, and then I'll call on you. If you if you get it right, you get a point. If you get it wrong, you are out for that particular thing. You can come back in with the next item, and then whoever gets the most points gets it. So
we're trying to guess the correct initials. Is that correct?
No, the initials I'll give you, but then you're going to tell me what the person, place, thing, saying, whatever has those initials, and you have to say it correctly. You can't we'll get anyway. So this the initials for this, for the first time ever in a long, long time, are S as T S T
Etsy.
S.
I heard you, Lance.
All right.
right.
All right. So, and also the NWO they entered the WWE Hall of Fame. That was so cool. They did anyway. All right, here we go. The first one. Clue number 1 dates back to the ancient Egyptians. Number 2.
It's going to be a person, place, or thing. Is that correct?
Person, place, thing, saying, whatever.
Yeah.
Number 2. It's collected.
Say your name when you're.
Yeah, say your name out loud.
That's your
when you want.
buzzer.
Yeah, your buzzer. Number 3. Has sometimes been avoided online. Barry.
Sacred tomes.
Eh.
Secret what?
Sacred tomes. I said.
Sacred tomes.
Number 4. Almost always is a percentage. Number 5. Connected to goods and services.
Alex,
Alex.
sales tax.
Sales tax is correct, Alex. You're on the board.
Nice work.
Nice
Yes.
work.
See, I don't have that here. I don't know anything about it.
Okay. Number 2. Clue number 1. Connected to healing.
And this is also ST again?
They
These are
all are.
ST.
Yeah.
They'll all be
Oh.
ST. Connected to healing. Clue number 2. Hit number 1 on the alternative and mainstream rock charts. Number 3. Won the Grammy for Best Rock Song in the year 2000. Number 4. With the birds, I'll share this lovely view in. Number 5. Off the 1999 album Californication.
I should know this.
Final clue.
Barry. Scar
Barry.
tissue.
Scar tissue is correct, Barry. Very good.
I heard.
Very
I
good.
couldn't remember the fucking name yet.
Yeah, number 6.
There were so many
replaces-
clues about that
repla-
stupid song.
The birds are shit. It's a lonely view.
Yeah, I couldn't figure.
I didn't even know that was the name of that song.
Yeah.
There you go.
Who was the number 1?
Whatever happened to the Chili Peppers anyway?
They're still.
They're
making-
still around.
They made
did
an
the,
album like a year or two ago.
They did the carpool karaoke with what's his face the other day.
Yeah.
And they wrestled.
I just
Sure.
remember listening to my Blood Sugar Sex Magic CD on repeat for like days.
Yep.
What was the number 1 clue?
Oh, the last clue was replaces normal skin after an injury.
Oh, I didn't even hear that. I would have got
It was
that.
That was the last
clue.
clue.
Yeah.
I got it
That
before
didn't
that.
get, but
You got it before
Aldi
that.
rang in quickly, or Barry rolled.
Barry rang in.
Sorry, Barry. All right, here we go. Number 1 originated in Europe. Number 2 have lived in the White House multiple times. Number 3 appeared in a 1955 Walt Disney animated classic. Number 4 was a Monopoly token.
Barry. Scotch Terrier.
Barry.
Scott Terrier.
Scottish Terrier is correct.
Nice.
There you go.
Good job.
Have a lifespan 11 to 13 years. Have won the best in show at the Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show. Here we go.
Good at this game.
Clue number 1.
No, I'm not.
Carried the Olympic torch in 2010. Number 2 has had a Las Vegas residency. Rose to superstar status after a 1995 release. Number 4 was born Eileen Edwards? Number 5, has sold over 100 million records. Final clue. Can't believe nobody's got this one. Any Man of Mine, You're Still the One, and Man, I Feel Like a Woman were all
Aldi.
hits. Aldi.
Shania Twain.
Shania
Only
Twain.
that last song.
Yeah.
None of the other stuff.
Were all hits for this Canadian
Mhm.
country pop.
I couldn't get
star.
Celine Dion out of my head for some reason.
Real, yeah.
Yeah,
The days
there you
threw
go.
me off. I
Vegas.
thought
I was
she
going
was-
Shirley Temple. I don't know.
Well,
Oh,
don't,
see, you shouldn't be saying
don't
that
give up.
stuff out
Don't give
loud,
up any of
Evan.
your.
I'm
Don't give up any of your.
sorry.
See, now everybody's like, oh, they're gonna be waiting
Yeah.
I'm
for
sorry.
that. Oh,
You already
I
gave
just-
us a shit ton.
Oh, yeah. See?
This is my first time playing the game. I didn't mean to ruin it.
Yeah,
Oh,
No,
Russell.
no. It's just
Don't
you're,
let
you're,
anything
you but
slip.
see, but
You don't know the
maybe
rules.
Alex would never have thought of that as a possibility, right?
Oh,
So-
Shirley Temple. I love Shirley Temple. Animal crackers in my soup. Monkeys and
I thought you're
lions
gonna say
live
the drink, but anyway.
Gosh,
Ambassador-
Gio,
Ambassador
how much
Tagana.
fun.
if there's no Shirley Temple in this pack, I'm gonna be disappointed.
Here we go. Number 1. There are public and private ones. Number 2, could be seen in Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. Number 3, Vector's Fortress in Despicable Me featured one. Number 4, most often connected to glass. Number 5, involves investors. Final clue. Mark Cuban is one of the stars who has been featured on this reality.
Alex.
Alex got
I think
it.
Alex got it.
Shark Tank.
Shark Tank is correct. All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Often seen next to kids at restaurants.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Shirley Temple.
Correct.
Oh, man.
I did not. I didn't even know it was on there. But there you go.
Yeah.
I
What are
did
the
not
rest
know
of
it was
them?
on there. It was just like
Is it mentioned she was the ambassador to Prague? Or
she was
to,
the
Ghana.
U.S. Next question
Ghana.
was the U.S. ambassador to Ghana
Yeah.
and Czechoslovakia. Died in 2014. Known for curls on the good ship Lollipop, a non-alcoholic drink made with ginger ale and grenadine and garnished with a maraschino cherry.
Is it? I thought it was Sprite and grenadine, but I guess
Yeah.
back in the day it might have
6
been
of 1, half
ginger
dozen.
ale.
All right, it's all tied up except for Evan. Evan, is your microphone working? Just
Yeah, this is not I'm bad at this game.
all right. Here we go. If Anthony was still here, he
Nobody
would
would
have
get a
rammed the
Yeah.
board. He just
Yeah.
his
Scott
brain
might have
just-
had one.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Here we go. Clue number 1. Born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Number 2. Known for Captain Courageous and Boys Town. Number 3. Won 2 Academy Awards for Best Actor. Number 4. Was linked.
Aldi.
Go ahead.
Spencer Tracy.
Spencer Tracy. Well
That's
done.
the only reason is the Oscar thing.
Was linked to Katharine Hepburn. Was a big part of the Hollywood's golden age. Died in 1967 after completing his final film. Guess who's coming to dinner? All right, so it's 3-2 to 2 to. We're just happy to be here. Clue number 1 has appeared on Saturday Night Live. Number 2 includes an umlaut. Number 3 appeared in a film that included their name. Number 4 made up of David St. Hubbins, Nigel Tufnell, And
Evan.
Derek Smalls. Evan.
Evan. Spinal Tap.
Final time.
Spinal Tap. You're on the board, Evan. There you
Nice.
go. Medical procedure in which a needle is inserted to collect fluid, and a fictional heavy metal band featuring Michael McKean, Christopher Guest, and Harry Shearer. And that movie still holds up. I watched it like
Does
a
it?
week ago, and I was still laughing my butt off. I'm gonna have to make my. I wanted to watch it because I wanted to watch it and then make my daughter watch it. But I had to make. I wanted to make sure there wasn't anything I didn't want.
You don't want to see this the whole time?
Yeah, yeah,
It's
exactly.
a little.
It's. I mean,
It's a little edgy for. I mean, how old is she now?
13. I
Yeah.
mean, let's cards on the table. I mean, she's probably looking on stuff on her phone I don't want to know about.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah, she probably
just if anything, she's just gonna be embarrassed that she's gonna
40% chance you read her phone.
Oh no, we definitely have. There's a rule about the phone, and if we ask for it, she has to hand it to us immediately. So, and that's one of the rules. But anyway, here we go. How many we got live? So this is we got. So 3 to 2 to 2 to 1. We have 8 down. So
Feel good about that.
Clue number 1 started in the 1890s. Number 2, a city in Arkansas is considered the birthplace. Clue number 3, occurs in warm climates. Number 4, commonly starts in February.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Spring training.
Excellent job,
Oh,
Scott.
shit.
There you
Yeah.
go. Connected to
Something's with me
cactus.
tonight.
Connected to cactus and grapefruit and seasonal exhibition baseball. The last couple of days, the Twins have had day games. Man, there is just nothing better than like working through my emails and doing my job while just listening to baseball on the radio. I just love listening to baseball on the radio. It's I don't know. It just takes me back.
Are the games
Like-
open to the public there?
Yes, they Target Field, they're going to allow they're going to start with 5,000 people in the stands, and then like in June they're going to move up to 10,000. So
Texas
my
had
wife-
like 70,000 or 50,000 or something the other day.
Oh yeah.
Such idiots.
So after my wife and I get our final, so next week we get our final shot, and then but we're going to go to a game this summer. I mean I haven't seen in person Minnesota Twins baseball in so long, and it Target Field is beautiful. And you know what I mean, I guess not to change the subject too much here, but I just kind of have the attitude of like, you know, when we finally get to the point where people are getting vaccinated and like we can go out on the road, if the people who don't want to get vaccinated, that's fine, we're leaving you behind, you know. I don't know. Just, and if you can't go to certain things, then I think that's how it should be. So anyway, here we go. Spawned its own constructed language.
Aldi.
No.
Star Trek.
Star Trek
Oh,
is
come on.
correct.
I've been waiting for that. I've been waiting for that one.
Yeah, I was too.
Had to be. Had to be there.
Is a cult phenomenon, includes captains, has inspired numerous conventions, generations, insurrection, nemesis, and more. To boldly go where no man has gone before. Aldi pulling away.
Yeah.
So 4 to 2 with that. Is that your fifth? I think that's your fifth, isn't it, Aldi? Yeah, I think it's 5-2-2. I think I think Evan's out, but I think Alex and Barry could run the table. I technically
Certainly
have
number
4
one.
left.
Well, in that case, let's do this.
All right, here we go. Number 1 was born in New York. Number 2 was part of Super Bowl 35. Number 3, known for his wide range and long hair. Number 4 was part of a duo nicknamed the Toxic Twins.
Barry. Steven Tyler.
Steven Tyler.
Nice.
Yeah.
I
is the
didn't
Toxic
realize he
Twins?
was born
What
in.
was the Toxic Twins?
Because we were both so doped up on coke and shit.
Well, who
they
was the
fought
twin?
each other. It was Steven Tyler and Joe Perry.
Oh yeah. Huh. And then number 5
I-
was the
or
Demon of Screamin', and then lead singer of Aerosmith. And I'll say this, it was a long time ago, but the Aerosmith rock and roll coaster,
yeah.
that is a really good roller coaster.
Something I'll never be able to go on again.
Where is it?
I know, but I mean, like you're
At
inside a
Disney World.
building and you can't quite see what's going
Yeah.
on, so you're going in loops and stuff, and yeah, it's good stuff. Here you go. Barry, making it interesting. Clue number 1: connected to Indiana. Number 2: its logo is red and black. Number 3: helped energize the sales of a particular breakfast food brand. Number 4: connected to the 1980s. Number 5: features 11. Final clue: the Upside Down is a big part of this Netflix science fiction series.
Aldi.
Go ahead, Aldi.
Aldi.
Stranger Things.
Stranger Things. Aldi was 6. So he wins.
Yes.
We can do the last 2 if you want.
If everybody else wants to.
Yeah, okay. Cool. Here we go. Where the hell is Forrest? Oh, well, I guess Alex is going in the booth.
Alex
Yeah,
is going to the booth.
Alex is
Go
going
to
to
the
the soundproof
Throw
booth.
me in.
Number 1: connected to Vermont. Number 2: included a rabbit. Number 3: included a bulletproof cup and drinking syrup. Number 4: famously featured a cat sound. Number 5: found financial success via a VHS, DVD, and Blu-ray rentals. Final clue: the Broken Lizard comedy group starred in this cult classic that spawned a sequel 17 years later. 5, 4,
Evan,
3. Evan.
Super Troopers.
Super Troopers.
That's
is
it.
correct.
All right.
Yeah, I mean,
Good job. Yeah.
remember I remember going to see Super Troopers and was like, this is like one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. It was just totally off the wall. And then their second movie was garbage, and then Beer Fest was okay, and then I never saw the sequel. I never saw Super Troopers 2, but I heard they went to Kickstarter to get it funded, and then I heard that it was just like, which was so weird to me. It's like, why would they have to go to Kickstarter to get it funded? How could they not find some production company that would be like? It would just seem so odd to me that they couldn't get it. But anyway, yeah, and I heard it was here we go. Final one for Funskis. Evan, way to go on your second point, buddy. If you get another one, you can beat Alex, and Alex can be last. So,
Well, fine. The
No
stakes
pressure.
are back on.
No pressure.
okay.
I tapped out already, but sure.
Yeah, clue number 1: worked near a pie shop. Number 2: lived in London. Number 3: claims that he was an actual person have been widely disputed.
Say that
4:
again.
what?
Say that again.
Claims
That he was an actual person have been widely disputed.
Oh.
Number 4: inspired a Broadway musical. Number 5: used a straight razor. Final clue: a 2007 Tim Burton
it's a
film.
film.
Starring,
I know it.
starring Johnny Depp as this Fleet
I can't
Street
think of the
barber.
guy's name.
I know. I'm forgetting his name. He's literally in
5,
After the Empire.
I know.
3,
Slow down.
I can't remember.
So,
his
Alex,
name.
Alex, Sweetie Todd.
Sweeney
There you
Todd
go.
is
There you
correct.
go.
There
He's
you
in
go.
After the Empire. It's my first card that I
Solidified
got.
it.
I loved it.
Solidified his spot.
I couldn't
Yeah.
think of it.
Mhm.
The Demon Barber, baby.
The Demon
Best-
Barber of Fleet Street. I've seen that musical.
Yeah.
It was
buckle under
great.
pressure.
The Tim Burton one, amazing movie.
That was Tim Burton's last good movie. I mean, I don't know
Yeah,
if
It
you
was
pretty
good.
much
It was
was,
good.
and
But
that,
I
and that
genu-
was
When that
That was a
card
long
came
time
up and After the Empire, I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you did that. I love it. I got the card. I was slaughtering my troops to
It's
feed
in
my
After the
troops.
Empire. It's in After the Empire. You didn't get it?
Yeah.
there's a Demon Barber that allows you
Wow.
to you can
Eat
kill
your
troops for
troops?
food. You can kill
Yeah.
troops for food. Yeah.
Yeah. And currently it's the only, so right now, troops, if you go too deep, you can get into trouble because you can't get rid of them.
Yes.
And you can lose a bunch of gold and lose the game if you get too many troops.
That's
I
why
need
you
to
just
get
have
this game.
mercenaries, baby.
The
Just one and
Demon
done.
Barber is the exception.
One and done, baby. All right. Well, I have my 10 questions. I guess Forrest Stump isn't going to be with us tonight, so that's unfortunate.
Okay,
But,
I'll keep my Facebook open. Just shoot me a ping.
Well, like if you can just sit there and like, oh yeah, that'll work too. I
Yeah.
can just-
It's easier.
All right. So here, this is you said this is only 3 of you. So we'll give it. If you get it right, it's worth two Alaboom bucks. If you get it right. So here we go. Here's my questions that I'll be asking Alex. I wonder if
I
people
don't know Alex well enough to know.
Yeah,
I
we'll
suspect.
see. Yeah.
Well, you just gotta change your expectations, right? There is a question on here that I was thinking I'd ask Forrest, and it was going to be interesting but since it's Evan, it's going to be like it's this. So there's going to be one giveaway. So, but anyway, here we go. Question number 1 is, what is the only marsupial native to North America? And of course, is the possum. Possum.
That's the only one? Yeah, I guess it is.
I'm gonna say no.
All right, number 2.
Isn't it
What is the
armadillo?
Hebrew word for
Oh.
"so be it"?
Yes.
and that's amen.
Amen.
Amen. Yes.
Amen, yeah.
You better get it.
In the Bond film Goldfinger, what kind of school did Pussy Galore run?
He's too young.
Yeah, it's not-
Yeah.
I don't
Does
know.
anybody else know
I don't-
the answer to that?
I don't know.
No idea. Oh, was it like cosmetology or something?
No. So it fit into the movie. It was Pussy's Angels, and there was a flight school. Like she had all these
Yeah, you'll never
beautiful
get
women. They could fly the planes to for the escape and stuff like that. So, what is the wettest state in the United States? It's Hawaii.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's going between that and Louisiana.
I was gonna say Washington.
What does a stallion have that a gelding does not? Testicles.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll say
I think I'll get that one.
What do you get when you mix gin and vermouth?
martini.
Martini is correct. Very good, Aldi.
Does he drink?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't
that's a
think he
good
does.
question.
He's
See, I thought that would
Orthodox.
be a
I don't
good
think he
question.
does.
He'll still
Yeah,
get
so-
it. He'll still
Yeah,
get it.
that's pretty common.
What notable island is in the San Francisco Bay?
Alcatraz.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Alcatraz is correct.
Yeah.
He'll get that.
This is going to be my fun one for Forrest here. What U.S. state is proudly known as the Beaver State?
Evan
Evan probably knows this one. And that is, of course, Oregon. Oregon is the Beaver State.
I think he'll get it.
And
Think so?
then,
Well, he follows sports, right?
I don't think
what-
he does.
No, he doesn't. He does
then
not
I'm
a
gonna say
sports
no.
ball guy.
I don't know.
See, that one was for Evan as well. Because
I'm gonna say yes. He's gonna get it.
what Peanuts character has a security blanket?
I'll get that. I think.
Linus.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. And the final one was name all 3 of Donald Duck's nephews.
Oh, I think he'll get that right.
Yeah.
How old is he?
Yeah.
In his
30-something?
30s. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
think
of
he'll
course
get it.
is
I think that's always forever.
Huey,
that's-
Dewey, Louie.
that is of course Huey, Dewey, and Louie. So So okay, let's
7.
so here I'll lock in your so Barry, you're saying
6.
7.
2,
Aldi 6.
6, 7. Yeah, 7.
I wrote down 8, but I'm actually going to drop to 7.
Ooh,
I
co-opting.
think he's. I think he's going to do 7. I think he's going to miss one, but I think he's going to.
All right,
We'll
here
see.
he goes. All right, so Alex, here we go. I'm just going to tell you right now that if there's one on here that if you get it wrong, I'm going to question.
Very disappointing.
I'm going to
It's all
Very,
good.
very.
It's all good.
There's going to
You're
be a
no
lot
longer
of people.
allowed in the Alaboom if you get this one wrong.
There were two questions here that I purposely had them because I knew that like people were going to that you and Evan, like there were 2 questions there that I basically knew they would know the answer just so they could possibly make fun of Forrest, just because of the fact that they were totally within your. So
Makes
okay, so I'm gonna repeatedly say, don't, because I will ask for final answers, so don't react. I'll say, Alex, if you manage to score higher than the highest guess, I will give you the Alaboom bucks tonight.
Sounds good. Keep in mind, I think I'm good at a lot of things. Random trivia has never been one of them.
All right. Well, fair enough.
Good to know.
Now.
All right, here we go. So question number 1 for Alex is, what is the only marsupial native to North America?
What even classifies as a marsupial? Like monkeys? What are marsupials? The only marsupial.
No one knows.
No, 1 second. Kangaroos.
I know.
What's a
I know what.
marsupial?
I can tell you what I'm, but I can't. I can explain it to you after the fact. But
After the fact.
No Googling.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I'm just gonna. I have no clue. North America marsupial. I don't know. I'm gonna go
This is
with
probably the hardest question.
Should I go with a baboon? I have no idea.
Okay, well, baboons are not native to.
I don't even know what classifies.
Or marsupial.
It's dog.
Pouch.
A marsupial, the biggest thing about them is that it's animals that their young are, when they are born, they gestate within a pouch. So like
Does that even help you?
Oh,
things
Does
like
that even
that.
help you?
And,
No,
like a
wouldn't have.
kangaroo
Yeah.
or
Wouldn't have.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
a possum. Possum is the so like okay. So okay, here we go. You just let's just we'll get you back on track with this.
It's all
question.
good. It's all good. If I score higher than a 4, I'm happy with myself.
What is the Hebrew word for "so be it"?
Oh dear Lord. Okay. So be it.
Oh,
Oh no!
So be it. 1 second. So be it. I know a lot of Hebrew. This wasn't necessarily one of them. 1 second. This is the one that you're gonna make fun of me. 1 second. Chill. So be it. I'm thinking of
Don't overthink it.
expressions.
Don't overthink it.
Like no.
No.
That is it. 1 second. So be it. I don't know. Oh no. This is horrible. This is the worst week. 1 second.
Can we give him a clue?
I'll see you next week.
It's something that everyone uses and probably didn't know it was Hebrew.
Yeah, that's true.
I did not know this word was Hebrew.
I kind of figured it after I heard it, but
So be it. That is this, but I don't know what it is. I don't know.
It was, well, I guess I shouldn't say things like that.
No.
Give him another 30 seconds.
All right.
So be it. I'm trying to think of the Hebrew expressions.
it would be real funny if you were wrong, Lance.
No, I know.
People in the chat.
Or your source.
People in the chat are just going like, they're just changing. Can I change my number?
I'm starting to think the same thing.
Javi says it's Latin.
It's not Latin.
No.
Okay.
I don't know. What is
Now,
it?
Alex, not only Hebrews use it.
No, that's
Yeah,
fine.
it's
That's
not-
fine. But I
yeah.
should still know. 1 second. So be That's not part of it, right? The word
It's one
I don't
word.
know.
All right. Well, it's amen.
No, amen's
That's-
not so be it.
That's I even Googled it after the fact, and this.
One second. Translation? No, amen's not. Translation.
Is amen Hebrew though?
I think so.
Let it be so. No, I would never have thought of this. I thought it was missing. I hear the. I don't feel the personal shame that I thought I would have felt when you told me this. I was like, so it shall be, so be it. Nah, I hear what you're saying.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
there's no shame.
I'll take the hit, but I'm not as worried
Yeah,
about
it,
the
it
personal
doesn't
shame.
make sense to me.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Question number 3. Are you a James Bond fan, Alex?
I mean, I've watched some of the movies.
In the Bond film Goldfinger,
Oh, it's older. Okay, go ahead.
what kind of school did Pussy Galore run?
The Bond film. I watched the newer Bonds. I don't believe I've watched any of the older Bonds, so it's going to be a guess.
And this is fine. You have to take into account.
Yep.
You take into account Alex's age and
Yep. She ran a school of. Not going to say it. Let's go with dance school.
Final answer.
Yes.
She ran a flight school.
Mhm.
And her all female pilots, they were known as Pussy's Angels. So, yes. All right, here we go. Going to geography.
You do this one wrong, you're dead to me, Alex. Dead.
What is the wettest state in the United States?
The wettest state?
The wettest state.
So remember that I'm Canadian here, but the wettest state.
Are you still Canadian?
Mississippi?
Final answer?
Yes.
Hawaii.
Hawaii. Oh.
It rains every day in Hawaii.
Does it really?
Yeah, it just it rains for 20 minutes and then it's done. Just like
That's a hard one though.
Yeah.
It is a hard one.
Too many choices.
And then you forget about it too. We tend to think when you think of the U.S. You just think of
Hawaii is not part of the U.S.
You visualize the map
Alaska
of the
and
U.S.
Hawaii are just
and then you
not
don't.
yeah.
So here you go.
Trick question.
Number 5. Still waiting for you to get on the board. Number 5. What does a stallion have that a gelding does not?
A mane? I have no idea.
Final
a
answer?
mane. Yes, a mane.
That would be testicles.
Oh, okay.
Gelding has been I guess neutered or what have you. All right, here we go.
For some reason I thought you would get that right.
Number 6. What do you get when you mix gin and vermouth?
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna score 1 on this thing. Gin and vermouth.
I'll be happy if you get
alcohol.
The
Oh, jeez.
You do get alcohol.
Do you drink?
Yeah. No, I don't drink. I drink beer and wine. That's about the extent of it. Gin and vermouth.
Once you're older, you'll move to bourbon. Trust me. You just because you.
No, I
Matter
don't.
of time.
I'm not a fan of. I don't mind it. I just don't like the calories for something that I'm okay with.
Beer has more calories than bourbon, dude.
I don't drink that much beer either. Wine is my go-to for the most part. Gin and vermouth. I don't even know what to guess for these things. Gin and vermouth. I'm assuming it's
Think of a
type thing.
cocktail name.
It's a cocktail name. Gin and vermouth. I have no clue. Problem is the guesses. I don't even know what to go with as a guess. I'll go with a wet dog, just because I have to say something.
Sounds.
I'm assuming it's not it. Trust
That's a
me,
good
but
one.
That's not it. That's not it.
It's a martini. A martini.
If you put a
You should have said an
toothpick
olive, Lance.
into an onion and stick it inside, it becomes a gimlet.
Oh, is that true? That has a different
Yeah.
name. Oh.
Yeah, you put an onion on a stick and put it in, and now it's a gimlet.
What's a Gibson?
Oh, that's maybe it's
Is it Gibson is with the onions? I think.
a Gibson.
Heard that name before.
Yeah.
And then with
shoot.
olives,
All
it's
right.
something else. I'm sure.
I'm derailing. Sorry.
I'm more of an old-fashioned guy anyway. So
Yeah.
Manhattan here.
oh man, old-fashioned.
Although I haven't had one in like 2 years now.
Oh, I mean the bar at the old location for BGG Con, they made a killer old fashioned. I mean, like there was a bartender that made a really good one.
What's
And
in an old fashioned?
Bourbon,
Yeah.
bourbon,
Juice?
bitters.
You
like
muddle sugar and a cherry.
muddle sugar, cherry, and an orange peel.
Yeah.
And
How's that different than a Manhattan? Then?
I know.
Well, one's in a rocks glass and one's up. Manhattan's up.
Yeah, usually Manhattan is like served in a martini glass.
And you don't muddle. You just put the cherry on top. You don't muddle it. And
Oh, I need to switch to old fashions because I like that cherry.
You gotta get a true old fashioned, though, Scott. They're doing some weird shit with old fashions these days.
And there's no.
Oh yeah,
orange.
you, like now they're
classic.
Yeah, just
no orange
the old.
peel,
I want
no
the old
sugar.
old fashioned.
And a lot of times, old fashions they'll top it off with soda water, even though.
Well, you should put just a little tiny bit of sparkling water in an old fashioned. That if you go by the like, because it is one of the original 3 cocktails, and if you go by the original,
like Trader Vic's style.
Yeah. So anyway, all right, here we go. Or like just a mineral water, just a splash, not a bunch, but just a little bit. What notable island is in San Francisco Bay?
Yeah, let's see. Okay, let's just aim for one. What notable island is in San Francisco Bay?
It's famous.
It might be famous, but
he's
I know
Canadian.
it.
When did you become
San Francisco
American?
Bay. 2010, I want to say.
Well, wasn't on your citizenship test.
I didn't take a citizenship test.
Probably
I'm still a
not.
green card holder.
Gimlet has lime juice in it.
Gimlet has lime juice.
Okay, all right, forget
What
it.
Lime
notable
juice and gin?
island is in San Francisco
I used to know this
Bay?
douchebag of a guy that would all be at a party and he'd be sitting there making gimlets in that little shaker thing. Like, anybody want a gimlet? Anybody want a gimlet? I'd be like, dude, just put it away.
Is it with Rose's lime?
Oh,
I'm just gonna say Cooper Island. I have no idea.
Alcatraz.
Final answer. Alcatraz. Oh, okay. That one I should have known.
I had you down for knowing that one.
That one I should have known. No, that's that one I should have known. I watched The Rock.
Huh. What U.S. state is proudly named the Beaver State?
It's gonna be a complete guess again, by the way, but no. I have no idea. Not Minnesota. Probably not Minnesota. Arkansas. No. I'm trying to remember all the states here. Ohio.
Did you realize there's 50 of them? We'll be here a while.
Yeah. I'm just trying to like knock off the basics.
Got a 1 in 50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you could probably narrow it down though.
Yeah. They're not really big in the hot weather.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think for the western
Yeah.
side, the eastern side, and trying to figure out what the Beaver State. I don't know. Let's just go with Minnesota, even though I said not Minnesota.
Minnesota's the Gopher State. The Beaver State is
Really?
yeah. Beaver State is Oregon.
Oregon. Oh, interesting. Okay.
The forests of the Pacific Northwest. But,
We got a lot of beavers.
all right, 2 left. What
Come on,
Peanuts?
get one.
What Peanuts character?
You're getting this. This is so good.
Oh, I might get this one. Maybe I know 2 of them.
You're
Oh, damn.
okay, you're familiar with Charles M. Schultz, correct?
Yes, I'm familiar with Charles and Schultz in the football. That's as
Okay.
far as I get. And the dogs. What's his name? Snoopy? No.
What?
We're screwed.
What
We're-
Peanuts?
You don't know the dog's name.
character? What Peanuts character carries a security blanket?
Oh, it's the little baby with the tuft of thing on his head. But I don't know his name. Oh, no, 1 second. No. Oh, my gosh. It's not the baby. It's... I don't know the names. I'm picturing him.
I am worried.
No, I'm picturing him. I don't know the name.
Our first wash.
Oh my gosh! One
No,
second.
he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I
Think
barely
it
know.
through. Think it through.
I know. I'm trying to think. It is. I'm trying to remember the
Ooh,
names.
can I give a clue? Can I give a
I
clue?
think the names are Charles. Is it Kathy? Is the girl? Is that? I can't remember the girl. Who's the one keeps playing the football? Something like that, whatever her name is. Then it's not her. Doesn't matter. I think Snoopy's the dog. And then does it start with an L? No. Oh my gosh. What is the kid's name? Oh my gosh. It's the little I know who it is. I just don't know his name. It doesn't start with an L. It doesn't start with It's gonna be a wash, guys. Oh my gosh. What's the first letter? It's not gonna help.
No, I can't. I can't.
Ah,
Go with your gut.
I don't have anything in my I can't remember his name. I have no idea. I'm just gonna go with Lionel because I have to say something, but it's not.
What'd you say?
Lionel.
So
Final
close.
answer.
His name
So
is
close.
Linus.
Like,
Oh, it was an
Linus.
L. Oh my gosh.
It was a good guess.
It's decent, but I know the kid. I'm picturing him. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
Did they play the Charlie Brown stuff in Canada every year?
I mean, I read the comics. I never watched anything. Charlie
never
Brown.
the shows never came on.
Nope.
The name of the theme song is called Linus and Lucy.
Okay, we got one more. We can do this. Home stretch.
I got you down for a yes on this one, so I can't remember what it is though.
Yeah, I think I did the
That's
same.
What are the names
Oh yeah.
of all three of Donald Duck's nephews?
He's not getting it.
Oh, I'm not getting this at all.
Ah!
1 second. No.
Blame
I never
Canada.
watched this.
Blame
I never watched
Canada.
any of this. Donald Duck. Oh my gosh. Looney Tunes. Donald Ducks. I don't know any of this at all. No. I can't even guess. I'm just completely ignorant on this one.
That's amazing.
We got a 0. This is gonna be good for Forrest next week. What are the name of the nephews? Do I know this? Is there a chance I know this? I don't think so. Like, I'm not picturing anything when you say nephews.
You know who Donald Duck is?
Yeah, Donald Duck. I know who Donald Duck is, but there's a level of where I'm ignorant on. But the nephews.
It is American pop culture.
Yeah,
It is. Yeah. This was a
And
very
it is out of his
Yeah.
age. You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
It's okay. It's
when I
okay.
pick these, is that I was definitely picking these for Forrest. I mean,
yeah.
No, I'll own the 0 with pride. Don't get me wrong. I don't need that. But I'm trying to think if I know this. If there's a chance. I just don't think I know it. I'm trying to think if there's anything.
Yeah, if you don't know it, I don't think you'll stumble upon it.
No.
You remember McScrooge?
Yeah, Scrooge McDuck. Yep, piles of money. I know that.
Okay,
He hung
put
out
it
with them
together.
sometimes.
Yeah.
No, but I don't remember any other younger ducks.
that would be Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
No bells whatsoever.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't ever.
Oh my gosh, a 0.
All right.
You never watched
Oh.
like Duck.
Well, I give you 7.
Nope.
Nope. You gave me 7.
I give
Oh,
you 7.
Oh,
I'm
no.
playing on my own knowledge, right? I'm playing on my. I'm like, nah, he could probably.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
No, the states in general were going to be anything states related was tough. The one I really
Yeah.
feel bad about is Alcatraz, which I should have known, and Linus should have known. The Amen one is like the translation there's iffy. That one's it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Googling it
I can
is
see
is
that,
yeah.
yeah.
But no, I'll take the 0. It's all good.
Where'd you come up with that
Yeah.
question, Lance? The Hebrew one. You make it up
It was
yourself,
it
or
was
you
actually
find
out of my I actually busted out my old Trivial Pursuit.
Oh,
Oh, give me a science question real quick. I memorized every science question. I see if I can remember them.
Find you.
I didn't realize you're
danger.
Canadian, Alex, even though I heard you say process 100 times.
What is IBM's motto?
What is what?
What is IBM's motto?
I don't know. Oh, better with blue or something like that.
Think.
Think.
What is?
I don't
Is that
remember.
a motto?
I don't remember them now.
What is the largest cat in the Americas?
Puma.
Jaguar.
Jaguar.
What
Jaguar.
color is diamond dust?
White.
Black.
Black.
I
I have no memory of any of these now.
How
Me and my brother
many-
would just read them back and forth to each other all day long.
Maybe it's a different year, different edition.
It's the blue one, right?
This looks like
Genesis
yeah.
1?
Yeah.
No, blue is geography. Science is green.
No, I mean,
No,
but
the
the set
edition,
is
yeah.
Genesis 1.
That's what it
Oh
looks
yeah,
like.
I believe it's Genesis.
Yeah,
one.
the original. How funny. My memory is not what it used to be.
What animal was barred live entry to the U.S. in 1902 law?
Animal barred entry in
1902. Kangaroo.
rat.
Mongoose.
No mongoose
What's
here.
the hardest substance in
None.
the human body?
Teeth.
Enamel.
Enamel.
I'll give it to you.
I remember that one.
Mm-hmm. Within 3 months, what is the gestation period of an elephant?
18.
Yeah,
It's like
you got it within 3.
26
It's
or
21.
something. 21.
21. I would read him the sports questions. He would read me the science questions. And then my stepmom would get really mad at us because we were on a team and we would like always go for green, orange, and never lose a question.
I've told the story before, but there was the moment where my mother swore she thought I was cheating at Trivial Pursuit because I got like 6 questions in a row and got like 3 pie pieces. And she was like, how do you know these answers? Did you set the deck? I was like, Mom, you picked the deck. You set it up. I mean, it's like, how would I? She's like, you did it before. And she was like, you can see the other side or you can read it. And I was like, no. And like, she was just like started yelling. She's just like, admit that you cheated. Just my mother like threatening to like if I didn't admit that I was cheating, like I was going to get grounded. And I was just like, screw you, Mom. Got on my bike and biked away. And she was like, she chased after me. Don't you leave?
She thought you were cheating in Trivial Pursuit.
Yeah, she thought I had like
Were
set
you
up the
that
cards.
smart? Those questions are hard.
Like I said, it was just like
For
I
a
got a string of like I was like 14. I got a string of like 5 or 6 questions in a row.
Yeah, you
were
just
just
say
like-
Lee Majors.
What
every
was your
time.
category your go-to category?
Hold
Pink?
on.
That's like entertainment, right?
It was usually brown was my bad one. But
Oh yeah, that was literature.
Alert.
but geography and entertainment were my go-tos.
That's a game I stopped playing when I was young because of my grandmother.
I loved it.
Yeah, me too.
Played it all the time.
It made my grandmother feel stupid, so I stopped. You know,
Have you ever played with people
Yeah.
that don't use the board?
No.
I think they made a new version where you just there's a new rule, like a new set of rules, like you just play for pies or something.
I mean, like in a restaurant, yeah, you just read the cards, but
Yeah, I mean, because you could just get a string of bad luck and not get your pie
yeah,
and be like,
Yeah,
okay,
that
we're
was-
playing all night.
that was frustrating.
Or you didn't roll.
Yeah.
I think there was
Hey,
one
Evan,
where you would just move down a board, like it was a 1-line board, and you would just move in advance, and then you would hit a pie thing, and you would pick your color, and then you.
Well,
would,
it was a T or an X.
right. I'm just saying, like
It
the more
was a
modern
circle
version,
and an X.
where you just
Oh, the
move
new
one
one.
space at a time, and then you, like, they took the dice away.
Hey Evan, I know you're I saw Ryan post about the Portland Game Store thing. If you want to about the GoFundMe for the security.
I just saw that today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
What
apparently,
happened?
apparently they've just had a whole bunch of break-ins, and they're doing a GoFundMe to like.
So Evan and Ryan used to have the Portland Game Store, and then
Sort
they were
of.
gonna, well, sort of, kind of, whatever.
That was his store, and I owned Red Castle Games before that.
And so they and then they were getting rid of it, and somebody stepped in and purchased the game store from him. And like from what I understand, from what I read was like he would show off like the Magic the Gathering cards or whatever to like as an enticement to get people to come into the store. And somebody was like, that's a good enticement. Let me break the front window and take all your stuff. And then they
Ouch.
yeah, and then so they repaired everything, and then they actually replaced all the inventory, and then 2 weeks later it happened again.
Yeah.
They stole all the magic stuff.
Yeah.
Gosh, I wonder. I mean, that stuff's so valuable now. Like,
Yeah.
it almost needs to be vaulted every day.
Yeah.
Like, someone's gonna go for it. I mean, it's too juicy.
Oh, I mean, like in my local, I mean, not so. Anyway, if you want to just help out a game store, and you're in the, especially if you're up in near the Beaver State,
Yeah. It's
you
called
can go
the Portland Game Store.
go to GoFundMe, go to Portland Game Store. They got half of their goal already, so
Good.
be a nice way to give back to somebody who's trying to help out the community. But the and also whoever robbed that place, enjoy hell. But
Well, they've got them on video.
well, yeah, but I mean, who can
His
you
face is
see in
covered, I
that
think,
video?
right?
I mean, it's just
Yeah,
like,
their face is covered.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
It's always one of those things where, I mean, because so I own a store too, and you have these videos, and a lot of times you're like, I think I know who that is. And it's just like this
Right.
gut wrenching thing because you're like, I see that person every day.
Yeah.
And you can just tell by the way they move, and you're like, ugh, dude.
and how do you
Like,
how
you
do you,
don't-
how,
but you
but
don't
how
have
do you
any
prove
proof.
it, right?
You don't have any proof.
I
Yes.
think if they were brazen enough to do it twice, they're going to do it again, and they're going to
Yeah.
slip up eventually.
That's true. That's probably true.
So true story. Here, true
I
story.
mean,
I
that,
think I-
the thing they're wearing is quite, identifying.
yeah, but I mean,
right.
smart people just get rid of those clothes, right?
Oh yeah, sure.
So true story. Many years ago, I was probably in my mid-20s. I lived at a guy's house, and I parked my car in the alleyway every night, and it was near a school near NDSU, North Dakota State University. But anyway, I came out and somebody had broken one of the windows of my car, and they had taken all of my CDs because I kept it was like back when you listen to all your music in the car.
Yeah.
I had 30 CDs in a little
Yeah, the
box
book or whatever.
Yeah, no. I mean, I actually had a perfect sized shoebox. It was just the perfect size to have CDs in, and so I just then the actual CD case and everything was in there.
Oh, nice.
And then I had my CD player, or whatever. So I saw it, and somebody had broken in, taken all the CDs. In my little console, there was my little dart set that I used for for when I played darts at the bar and stuff like that. But anyway, guy broke in, took all my stuff. I shouldn't say I didn't know it was a guy at the time. I presumed, but at that time in my life, I worked at 6 different jobs. So it's one of the jobs I worked at was I worked at a local record store, and they bought CDs. So the guy came in to sell my CDs back to the record store. So I drove over there because they called me and said, this guy's in here trying to sell the CDs. And they said, what should we do? And I said, well, I want those CDs back because there's some of my favorite music. I said, so, it's bottom barrel him just to get the money off him, but get the guy's name. I'm driving over there right now because I'm going to basically say, you can't leave because this is my shit, and but he left. He got other, but they got his name. They got all of his information. So then I turned it over to the cops. And I said, yeah, so this guy was in there. He saw my stuff. And so then this is his name. This is his phone number. And they said, well, we'll look into it. And so, so basically this guy was he was just this early 20s career criminal type of person. This is just weird how this whole thing worked out. So I was sitting there and, I went to the cops and they, and I went in and actually, and so I was talking to the detective or whatever that was in charge of my case. And he was like, where's the deal? He's like, I went to this guy's house and I basically said, you sold this stuff to this place. We know it was stolen. Where were you on this day? And he was just and then the guy just said, yeah, I found those CDs in a garbage can. He was like, and he's like, no, you didn't. And he's like, well, he's like, that's it. It's go away. And he's like, yeah. So, I mean, there's really nothing we can do. We can't, all we have him on is that maybe he had stolen property, but we can't prove him, so there's no real case here. And I said, well, what, I was like, at this point I'd fixed my, insurance, fixed my window. I bought another stereo, and it was just I said, so what can I do? And for the rest of my life, I will remember it was straight out of a freaking movie. The guy, and I mean, and even now when I think about it, I'm like, that didn't really happen. Is my mind twisting the situation to like think, wouldn't it be cool if, you know, and that becomes your reality. But a friend of mine, the guy I was living with, like he actually came with me and he was there in the room with me when we were talking to the cops. And the guy had like this notepad, like a big legal pad with all these notes on it, the detective. And we were just sitting in this like interview room. And he kind of like, he was talking and he threw the notepad on the table like this and he started talking. And he just said, you know, the big thing is that there's really very little that we can do for you. But, you know, I mean, if I were in your shoes, and then he like put his fingers down on the and he was just tapping the pad, I'd figure out where this guy lives. And then, you know, maybe just figure out what kind of car he drives. And maybe if that guy had some flat tires or a broken window of his own, that's just the way the universe will figure things out for him. And I was just like, and he was just tapping like this guy's address, his name, his license plate, the whole thing. And I was just kind of like, is this really happening? I was just like, you know, like, what the hell? And so then later, like, no, I hadn't bought the stereo yet. And I was just like, and then so later that day, I drove over to the local Best Buy to buy another stereo. And I was sitting there and like, I walked in, and this guy came out and he's like, oh, so what are you thinking about? And he's like, oh, I need a new CD player stereo for my car. And the guy was like, oh, you know, it's just like, oh, you looking to upgrade? And I was like, yeah, actually my car got broken into and it got stolen. He's like, oh, that sucks. He's like, the same thing happened to me like 2 weeks ago. And I was like, 2 weeks ago? I was like, yeah, that might happen like 2 weeks ago too. And he's like, oh, that sucks. And I was just like, where do you live or whatever? Because it turns out that like there was a bunch of cars that I got broken into in this alleyway. And he's like, oh, I live at this address. And I was like, that's like 2 blocks north of where I live. Was your car parked in the alleyway? He's like, yeah, it was. And I was just like, dude, it's like my car got broken into the same night as you do. And he's like, holy shit, really? He's like, oh my God. He's like, you know, it's like, and here's the deal. I said, I know who did it, because then I told him the whole story. And he's like, no way. I was like, yeah. And he was just like, that's crazy. And I was just like, and he was like, what's that guy's name? And I was like, this is his name. And they're like, where does he? And I gave him the same. I probably shouldn't have. I probably to be the good person, but I gave him the exact same information the cop gave me. And then like a month and a half later, I was telling the story to somebody and they're like, what was that guy's name? It was like, this was his name. And they're like, holy crap. And they're like, what? I was at a party where that guy was at, and all these guys came in and beat the piss out of him because they said, why did you break into our car? And they beat him like I was like, huh, that's weird. And I was like, and sometimes I'm like, I just remember it was like, that's weird how the world figures things out. But yeah, no, I mean, and I remember seeing his car once. I thought maybe I should go through like a brick through his window, and I was just like, nah, I'd be the one to get caught or something like that. So I was just like, but the universe took care of him eventually. So, and yes, Board Game Grand, I do love, and I was like, and they were like, you know, so it's just the way we talk. So, yeah. So there you go. I thought it was
I threw a rager in college, and some guy came in my apartment and stole my CDs, and I chased him out, caught him, and they were all in his pants. And I pulled out the CDs, and I'm like, I don't really care about these CDs. You can have them if you want. But he didn't. He left. He dropped them and left. Like, you picked the worst CDs, man.
No, I got my car broken into a couple of times.
But you could sell CDs for like $5 back.
Not fun.
Well, back in the day, yeah.
You could trade them in for like.
Well, back in the day when I worked at the place was called Discontent. That's what it's called, and we bought, we bought used albums, and we bought used whatever, right? And not tapes so much, because those started being less and less. But I would see kids in the parking lot of the strip mall they were at that had just freshly come from like either Walmart or Best Buy.
Yeah.
And they were breaking open the plastic, the security cases. They were out there breaking open the security cases of them and just leaving the stuff in the parking lot
How are they
and
getting
bringing in. It's like, oh hey, I got the new, like, you know, some like 16-year-old skate punk kid, and he's like, I got the
Pantera.
I got the not even no. It was more like I got the new Madonna, and I got the new Shania Twain, and I got,
I would never buy those.
it was like 5 CDs that they never buy, but they were like in the top 10 list or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was just, and I would tell the owner, you know, may he rest in peace, because he was, you know, I would say to him, it's like, dude, these guys are obviously just coming here to sell their stolen stuff. And he's like, well, so he said, give them their $5 and slap a $20 price ticket on it and put it on the shelf, because it's a brand new CD. It's still got the wrap on it. You know, we'll sell it for, you know, top price here. And I was just like, maybe we shouldn't buy it, because we're just telling them to come back. You know, go there and steal another 5 and then come back. But oh well, you know, he was running a little tiny record store and in a strip mall trying to make ends meet. But you know, and his son opened up a game store that was actually like doing pretty well, and then like right before COVID, he went out of business. Yeah, the Dragon's Den. Yes, but no, what are you gonna do? All right. Well, before we cut out, does anybody have any other games or anything else that they've done or played? Oh, has anybody played any? I just realized something today as I was watching something. I've been rewatching all of Futurama with my son, and I was like, you know, I'm gonna have you watch this. This is pretty good, right? You know, and he's just been laughing his butt off at like the absurdity of it, and just like he thinks the Hypnotoad is just hilarious, and so, and I was like, and we were saying that I was saying they're watching it with
service is that on now?
Hulu.
Okay.
Yeah. So he and I were watching it, and I was just kind of, and I was just sitting there staring at this, and I was like, I remember being so jazzed that my wife was able to track down a PS5 for me, like in January.
You still can't buy them.
Yeah, you still can't, right? So I have this PS5.
I don't get it.
And it's working great, you know, and everything like that. But then I'm sitting there and I'm like, other than the Spider-Man game, which my son, when I had COVID and I couldn't go upstairs, he was telling me how great it was, and he beat the dang thing. You know, it's like,
really short.
Yeah, it's a really short game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he beat it, and then I was like, okay, I should play the Spider-Man game at some point. But I was just like, man, I haven't had any interest in any like new PS5 game, and to be fair, they really haven't come up with any PS5.
There's no first run, like triple.
There's no content right now.
Yeah, there's no AAA title.
You know, so
but Cyberpunk on there? Can you play it on PS5?
You can, but I heard it's buggy as heck, so
it's
no interest.
PC. But if it's buggy in a fun way.
Yeah,
like
I'll say this. On Steam, I started playing a game called Loop Hero. That's pretty cool.
I put too many hours into it, and I hurt my fingers with it, my wrist.
With the Loop Hero, really?
Yeah. I don't know why. Like I could definitely feel like wrist fatigue and like.
Are we talking about the same game where you just basically set up the loop and you just let your guy go and you see what happens?
You still have to click things.
I'm not really. I mean, it's like
yes, you do. Every time you get a card on every fight.
I understand that, but I mean, it's just I don't know. I found Loop Hero to be good. I enjoyed it. For those
I don't feel like I want to put the time in enough to make it to see the cool stuff.
So the whole point of Loop Hero is that you send your warrior, your final hero, around this loop, and then you set it up. You put things along the loop because he's going to have encounters and things like that, and so you send him around the loop, and you have to like and so it'll be like the first time around it'll be like easy, and then it'll ask you, do you want to go again? And then when you send them on the second one, so it's a kind of a push your luck kind of thing, and then and you'll add things on the loop that the hero will interact with, and then the more times you go, the better your rewards are. But if you send the hero out and they die, you get nothing.
You lose like 2/3 of your stuff or something.
Yeah, 2/3 of your stuff.
Yeah, so you do make a little bit of progression each time, but like it's so easy to think you can make it one more time and you can't.
That's where it is. It's not that
And then
first.
there's boss. Have you beat a boss yet?
I beat one.
I beat the first
Yeah,
boss.
first boss. So I mean, it's
And
like
it unlocked like one character, I think.
Yeah,
To go to the next one. Yeah, that's it.
I've enjoyed it. I thought it was fun.
It's a fine game. I just hurt my wrist playing it.
Well, and I think on the Steam sale it's like $9 right now or something like that.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap. It's fun. Yeah, it's fun. But you
no,
don't do anything.
No, that's totally
you really
what it
don't
is.
do much. You
It
basically
is
put stuff
it is
on the
a-
loop
It is a
in the right spot.
It is a listen to a podcast game, like start up a podcast and listen to it while you play that. That's what that game is.
Yeah, the combat is all automated. You don't.
Yeah, you
control
don't have to
anything.
do.
It just fights automatically.
I finally did buy Spiritfarer, but I can't play it yet. I'm too close. Too close to my dog passing away, and I've got another dog who's dying. But it was on sale on Steam for like.
What have I bought recently?
I saw you on Spiritfarer.
PGA Tour 2K21. I'm playing with Pete.
Nice.
Oh, I must not have gotten my invite.
He posted it on his Facebook.
He did post it in public. I saw the invite.
You can join.
I must have.
I downloaded that Dwarf Romantic that everybody's going crazy about.
Which one?
Dwarf Romantic.
Like
Dwarf Romantic,
on
like
golf.
I don't know if
on
I'm
golf,
saying it.
Tim Conway?
DORFROMANTIK.
Is it a
Dwarf.
man standing on his knees?
No, it's a city builder. It's a tile laying game. It's a board game.
Oh.
But I don't get it. I don't get what
Dwarf?
people like about it.
Like
DORFROMANTIK.
Okay, Dwarf Romantic.
Found
That's
it.
got to be German.
I don't know. But a lot of my friends are playing and they're all going crazy. And I'm like, I don't get it.
Well, it looks cool.
It looks great. But the gameplay, I don't like.
It's a peaceful building strategy and puzzle game.
Now,
where
I've
you
only put
create a
21 minutes
beautiful
into it, so I don't know if
and
I can.
ever-growing village landscape by
Like
placing tiles.
by the time I got to the third game, I'm like, I'm bored. I don't want to play it anymore.
Yeah, I'll add this.
Do you want
to my
me to? Do you want to
wish
demo it real quick? I can show you if we're looking for content here.
list. I mean, well,
Give me a second. I'll load it up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It looks kind of neat. I mean, I like the art. I mean, it's like it's very like it's very what's what we're looking for here. It's very it's got kind of like
Oh, it looks
weird-
great, and it has some satisfying stuff. I just got really bored quickly with it.
I've just like I said, I've been replaying through like Skyrim has like there's 3 DLC, like 3 fan-made DLC Skyrim stuff that adds like 1,000 hours of gameplay to it. So that's been like chill.
Let me start a new game.
See, I love that line art. It's very crisp.
So you're basically supposed to match edges, and you see what your next couple tiles are, so you can sort of plan.
All right.
So see how it almost plays itself. If you put the tile like sort of in the right spot, it kind of like, and you need 2 river. See the 2+ there on the water?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need 2+ waters to like unlock a bonus. So I got a little bonus there. I can't put anything that's not water here, right? It's Xing those out for me. So see how it sort of like lights up when I put the forest there?
Yeah.
So you're trying to go.
How is this not pleasing? This is I'm being
this looks
right now
great.
watching.
I put a
play.
train
Is
track
this an
there, which is
app or
not a
just
good move.
Steam?
I don't know. I think it's just Steam for now.
Train's going nowhere.
I mean, it's fine, but I got bored. What can I say?
Oh, it's just this over and over and over again?
It's this. This is the game, and you last as long as you can. Like if I finalize one of that goal, which I will right here.
Sounds like a Saturday night. Anyway, go ahead.
Cards go in my stack. I don't know if you saw my stack went up.
Have you ever played Polytopia?
See, now I'm at 51 tiles. So you just have to last.
Oh,
Yeah.
actually, I have something totally that we can do. If I'm looking for content, I like this. I might have to buy this. $9. This is a no brainer.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not for me.
Have you ever played Polytopia? Totally different game, but just made me think of this.
No.
It's basically it's a Sid Meier's Civ in like 20 minutes on your phone. It's
See,
amazing.
so I need to make 14 houses together to score the bonus. So this would be a good placement right here because it's matching the tile with the it's matching the forest and it's matching the houses. I think. Yeah, no, now it is. They weren't all lit up. and then there's a train, and you can angle it right to get your placement correct. So yeah, I like to just do this. I just, and then I made a bad move there, so it gave me next. Yeah, I'm just playing randomly.
All right. So here, this is what I need somebody. I need.
It's a fine game. I don't want to be like I'm pooping it. It just, I got bored.
Yeah, I think I would too, Scott.
Yeah.
What it sounds like.
So I got an email. I got an. And this is dumb. Okay, I got an email. Like 2 days ago from Miniature Market saying, "Hey, we still have an item that's awaiting release, and it's been waiting for 6 months."
Which one?
And it's just an RPG book that like I pre-ordered with a bunch of other stuff, and then that was one that's holding it out. And then eventually there was so much other stuff that I had that I said, just send me everything and I'll wait for that one thing to come out, because it was super late in coming out. Anyway, so it was $33.99 that I spent. So now I can have that sent to me for like $6 or whatever, or I can find some way to get to $99.
Well, let's go look at their sale.
So it's like
their spring sale out today.
It's $33.99 is what I'm at.
So you need to spend $66.
I need to spend $66
and a penny.
And well, yeah. Well, there's no way we're gonna get there. I mean, remember how on Cool Stuff, like you'd get it down, and then like you'd buy like one 20-sided die to get to $100.
All right, share your screen.
One copy of Leonardo da Vinci.
That's a good game.
I know it was like a $5 game on Cool Stuff for like 7 years.
Well, yeah, and then I remember when they finally sold everything out, I was kind of like, oh.
I didn't buy one.
I didn't buy one. That's exactly right. I was like, oh, I never bought one.
I should have just bought one to have a spare. I think
no, it actually sells now. Now, if you're looking on the secondary market, it's back up to like $30 to $50, depending on you, whatever.
Yeah.
I think I have a copy.
How much time do you spend analyzing the market with your stuff?
None at this point.
Or do you have like formulas?
It's mostly all automated at this point.
Now?
Yeah.
It's, I mean, don't get me wrong. I could be much more efficient if I did it manually. The automation degree suffers a large degree. I remember when before I got into like doing this as whatever, I'd walk into a game store, find a copy of like Blue Moon, and then be like, oh my gosh, this guy's selling for $25. What a chump. Yeah. And then now I have so many games. I'm like, I can be on top of every single one, or I can sell you that out of print game for cheaper, and good, you caught a win. Enjoy.
Wendiki is $20. Man, I paid 60 something for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remember when Dreamwell came out? I remember that.
That's a good game. The artwork.
Steamrollers is a good game.
Steamrollers is a very good game. Not Alone expansion is good. Craftwagon for $10 is good.
Craftwagon for $10 is a goddamn steal.
Don't buy Deep Vents yet.
Wow, Wayfinders went down quickly.
What a Core World? What is that? D-Still? What is that D-Still game? D-Stigil.
Oh yeah.
It's got the guy the art of that.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Burano. That was $70 when it came out.
Oh my god! Remember when that was like?
It was like a grail.
Not to go down a weird, but we were in like a bidding war. TMG was in a bidding war to get Burano. Yeah.
What is Wayfinders? What is Wayfinders?
Wayfinders was that game from
Click It.
Panosaurus.
Okay.
That was like you had to like
I like the art.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
too.
it was really cool. It was way too simple.
One thing there you don't have on Miniature Market is a link to BGG to see like what data.
Why not?
Is. I don't know.
Chat with them about
should
that.
Talk to them.
Yeah.
Europa-based alpha.
What about Perdition's Mouth, Lance? Do you have that? That'll cover you.
Yeah, no, I did a video for that, and do
you have Relic?
Yes, I have all of Relic. Okay. Relic. I wish they would just make Talisman and use the Relic rule set.
Yes, me too. What is Lancelot?
What? Yeah, I was just looking at that. It looks kind of cool.
You have freaking
It's a WizKids game.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just one of those like I'm Zev and I'll publish anything.
And I never heard of this game.
Yeah.
In the court of King Arthur, you are the knights that prove their individual valor by performing heroic deeds. Is this co-op?
Yeah, I
will say Zev will not publish anything because I've pitched him several games.
Well, if it's a wacky idea, he'll consider it. Wow, Scythe for 50 bones. I
Not
remember
bad.
when
What
people,
was the
people
what's the total? What was the original price?
$100.
That is not
It
a
says
cooperative
90.
game, by the way, Lancelot.
I remember when like people were offering like digits for a copy of Scythe
Yeah.
because they couldn't get a hold of one.
Oh, a Fabled Fruit expansion. I didn't even know that came out. Do you like Fabled Fruit?
Chicago Express is. I mean,
Darkness is a good game.
None of this is. I mean, it's just I'm not First Martians.
To Petra.
That's a new release. Didn't they come out like last year?
First Martians.
Yeah, no, the Petra.
So do you see?
Oh,
Do you see
Petra.
that they're gonna do a new version of Ashes?
Yeah.
There was all those people that were scrambling and wishing for more Ashes.
I wish I liked Gen 7. I wish I liked Gen 7.
Nope.
$8? Wow.
How is Professor Evil in the Citadel?
Oh, it's the
of Time?
expansion.
That looks.
Is that a
cool.
time travel game?
I don't know. There's a reason why this stuff is cheap. It's because nobody wants it.
But that could be a good game.
Well, of course it could be. But I mean,
I bought Ariel on their last sale.
I have a
When
better
that game's
shot-
gone, it's never coming back.
What was
Oh,
it?
Ariel, which is
What was
actually a
it?
good game.
Yeah,
James
it looks
Matthew.
cool.
That makes me sad. King Chocolate. I remember that. I remember that was like the bee's knees for people.
$8.
Wow.
Hey, Myth expansions.
No.
Myth
Son of a bitch.
expansions.
Not worth the cardboard they're in.
Wow.
Gosh, I remember I wanted to love that game so much.
Look at this.
Lahav, 55.
Lahav.
That's not much of a deal though.
No, well, they
Eh.
they can't lower it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's as cheap as they can sell it.
Hidden Panda. Mega Man.
Be a
Gosh, I
starry
paid.
box.
Go back. How much
Those
is Mega Man?
cats is surprisingly good, by the way, for kids or family friendly.
Oh, those are
$8.
expansions. Those are expansions.
Let's see here.
A starry
We were
box
just
for
talking about
$4.
Alien Frontiers.
Donuts for donuts.
Remember when
Family
Ascension was
Guy.
it? Everybody played. It was just
Oh yeah.
Alma Mater.
That's a 2020 game right there.
Oh, it is. Not
Yeah.
bad.
That's half
Is it?
off.
Wow.
That was supposed to be pretty decent.
It is. It's good.
But
Yeah.
I know I'll never play it. I know Mystic Scrolls wasn't horrible, but it was just a game. Wow, Fired Up is already like on their spring fling. That like just came out. Tom
is
just
that?
did a
Wow.
video for that.
Oh,
Tom
I
did not
wanted
like
to
it.
get that Out of This World game. I didn't even know it was out. I thought it was like still. It was an Essen game. Devere.
I didn't watch Tom's video. Did he pan on it or what? did
He
say?
absolutely panned it. I'm not surprised. I was.
Oh, really?
I have a copy. I should have said no to it. Basically, they reached out and I said I already looked into it before and I did not look interesting. It looked like a little bit of a mess. And I said, listen, I'm happy to take it, but just to be clear, like it would be an actual review. And they're like, no, we want all honest feedback. And I'm like, okay, but I'm not excited, so I'll see when it hits the
Give me
table.
What
a
is Fired
second
Up,
here.
Lance?
I'm trying to remember. I think this might have been one that they reached out to me about at one point, and I was just
Fair
like, yeah, this game looks like a hot mess.
I like the company. It's just this one looked
I
like
thought it
you
was
think
like a
could pull
Stranger
off
Things
well.
sort of game.
Fired
Out
Up.
of this
Yeah.
world.
No, Out of This World.
Oh,
But what is Fired Up?
it's a game where you're like betting on what will happen. So you're like,
Yeah,
this
I
guy
actually
will do
did
3
a
damage
video
and
of
do-
it. I did a video of it when they had the first like version of it
Mhm.
that like
A
and then they
2021 release.
and they canceled
Oh.
the funding on it, and then they came back out with it, and then they reached out to me again and asked me that if I was willing to do like the new version, and I said no, I'm gonna stick a pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I've gotten for Kickstarter stuff, I've had like I'm guessing 25 people in the last like 3 months email me and ask. I have accepted Jonathan Mariucci and Glenn Drover. I've told them both because I was just like, yeah, I know I'll like this game, so I'm not
Explore
worried
it. What was the second game?
about it. His new game, Mosaic.
Monuments.
Yeah.
Oh, Monument is a mistake.
Yeah, his new game, Mosaic. And he said, I don't know if I'll have one for you. And Glenn said, I don't know if I'll have a prototype in time for you. And I was like, you know what? If you don't, you don't. I'm not worried about
Yeah.
it. Cool if you do. Okay if you don't.
Yeah.
What's Kiwetzen?
Man, I mean, I'm sorry, but none of this stuff
Not
was
yeah,
jazzing
not a lot of
me
good
at
stuff
all.
today.
So let's
Wait, go back a page.
Oh my god.
Go to page 4. I missed it.
No, it's all garbage.
Honestly, when Donkey at $20 is probably the best thing.
Alma mater.
When Donkey's a solid game. It's a good price.
I mean, I thought Almader looked okay just for the books.
What's VisiU? $3. Yeah, that's not going to get you to 99 though.
No.
What do you got right now?
Key Wetton.
It's garbage. I'm not going to get something. I'm not going to.
I just want to know what it is. I mean, are we?
Well, you know what? You got a computer. Let's just look at it.
Whatever.
Just buy some Marvel Champions and call it a day. It's nice. Safe.
I have no interest in playing Marvel Champions.
Those Warlock
so
tiles
good.
are pretty cool.
All right, let's just see new releases and board games. Let's see what they got here.
There you go, Marvel Champions right there.
It's
Good job.
expensive.
Like I said, zero interest.
Azul Summer Pavilion.
Equinox. That's the new Reina Knizia game, right?
To do what?
The Equinox. That's Reina Knizia, isn't it?
I don't know.
Scroll up a bit.
That's just going down. Oh, Lance, get Keepers of the Quest Star. That looks fun. It's only
Yeah,
20
those
bucks.
look cool.
What is Keepers of the Quest?
It's
Star?
sort of like you each have your own dungeon, and the other person's in your dungeon, and you tell them, like they say, I want to go move north, south, east, or west, and you kind of tell them what happens. It looks pretty fun. It's 2-player, 1 versus 1.
Is that a Star of David?
Where?
On Keepers of Quest Star?
Star of David.
Where? I don't see
Oh,
it.
in the lower
Oh
left.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Huh.
So I was like,
That I know.
yeah.
Ah! All right, here. Galaxy Hunters, no. Pushing
What's Love Resistance?
garbage, probably.
How do you know?
Imperium. Imperium is by the people who are
Look,
making.
look at this. Just look at
no,
this.
go back,
game.
go back,
Just
go back,
look
go
at
back.
it. I mean, I'm sorry, but try to. I mean, okay. First of all, Mark Walker
No one's
is
interested.
a very good very good designer for the stuff that he makes. Right. Be a French resistance during the dark days of German occupation.
Is that a solo?
I'm gonna guess
3 to
it's
5
probably
players.
so. Oh,
The
yeah.
game you saw a second ago, Imperium, is by the people who are making Slay the Spire.
Oh,
Right there.
I actually
Imperium.
really like Slay the Spire.
I love Slay the Spire. I'm gonna
Yeah.
almost definitely get the board game, even though it'll probably let me down. But
My biggest problem.
I don't
with
even
that
know what you
is
like,
that-
Lance.
Well, I don't even know what I like.
Just think of the opposite of what you
he
like.
doesn't
So-
like
so-
Marvel Champions.
So no, let me say this. So like Slay the Spire, it's kind of like my same. You know what? I got a real big fucking bone to pick actually. Like,
Here we go.
And I
I
know,
just put the log off. I knew.
No,
I'm
no,
impressed.
I will. I'm gonna cut this off because I have. Oh, look at this! Grant is showing up out of nowhere,
Oh my Lord, Grant.
Better late than never.
straight out of Compton over here.
Okay, just in time. Lance got a bone to pick.
Don't call it a
Okay.
comeback.
What
I've
about
been
the
here for
whatnot cabinet?
years.
Lance?
What about this Omen one? That one looks kind of cool.
I've almost clicked on to get
Omen is a good game.
Geekopolis. I've
Is it?
almost.
There you go,
I
Great
don't-
Western
I don't-
Trail.
I don't want to pay. I don't want to pay $51 for Ginkgopolis. I just.
Valor
I
and
don't-
Villainy pretty fun.
So it'll go out of print again. It'll go up to 100.
Hey,
They'll be
Lance,
like,
get
why did
Valor
I
and
buy it?
Villainy.
Get what?
You would like that. Valor and Villainy. It's a fun game to play with your kids.
I don't like my.
He
kids
doesn't play
anymore.
games with his kids.
Valor and Villainy. It's Skybound Games. It's a 1 versus many. Lots of fun.
What is your definition of fun and his are two
Oh,
totally
Lance,
different
Fairy
things.
Tale
Oh,
Inn
Jack-
is a
Jack was really
is
good,
a
too.
Euro version of Connect Four.
Yeah, I saw that. That looked amusing. I'm intrigued.
Euro
I,
version of
I
what?
ordered it.
Mhm.
Fairy
It's
Tale
by
Inn,
Kaman.
Simon, and it's basically Palomori, which they put no marketing effort into, as far as I can tell. Just
No, I
came
saw a
out.
Facebook ad first.
Yeah. Okay.
It's by Paolo Mori. I did not realize that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wait, is your bone Lance to pick with miniature market or
No.
with?
No. Something that like.
Tack is beautiful. Is
A
that
game
a
of
new
cat and
version of
mouse there,
Tack?
Lance? A game of cat
Yeah,
and mouse.
Tack is a good game. Yeah.
Tack's an amazing game. I'm trying to figure out
Everybody's
the new
trying to
version.
spend. Everybody's trying to spend $66 of my money right now.
Hey, this is your game. We're just
Hey,
playing.
he
it.
doesn't want to buy anything.
Lance, a game of cat and mouse. You'll thank me later.
Game of cat and mouse. No,
Yep.
thank you.
You even know what it is?
No, but it's just another. Oh, hey, it's another one of these games that like It's a cat puking a rainbow.
It's a pinball game.
You go back and forth. It's ridiculous. Check out Jesse's channel. He just did a Quack Club. He just did an
Yeah, I
unboxing.
don't think you can go wrong for 20
that
bucks.
actually looks really fun.
Mhm.
If you knock out the nose, you win.
Oh, really?
At the teeth are.
Well,
It's
how
like
soon until you break everything, though?
no. There's
Wow.
nothing. There's. It's.
You won't
it's
break it.
magnetic.
You're gonna
It's
lose the
magnetic.
marbles in like 2 days.
Man, who hurt you as a child? Why are you so negative? Why?
So what? You just you how do you fling the stuff then?
It's magnetic.
Yeah.
What now?
You pull it back and you let it fling.
But how do you pull it back? Is there a lever?
It's magnetic.
It's a magnetic. So
It's
the
magnet.
magnet kind of clicks back in place. It's a strong enough magnet.
And you don't watch any of the stuff.
It
we do.
works.
I
Watch
don't have
Jesse.
time.
okay.
We all have time.
I watch all your videos, Lance.
No, you don't. I put out
Myth-
one every 2 weeks. Way to
Myth of
go.
the Heavy Gamer. I watched it.
Mhm.
There. Oh, add to cart.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord.
Ooh.
Everything we
told
talked
you.
about.
Lance, did I steer you
dear
wrong?
Lord.
With the soccer game. I mean, with the tennis game.
No, tennis
Okay.
game was amazing.
Well,
No,
you just bought that.
my kids will play that, and I can. I'll have them using. My wife might even sit down and play that.
All
All
right.
right.
Next,
This is
next
amusing,
game.
but it is 2:30 in the morning. Speaking of time, I'm gonna head out.
Class.
All
I'll
right.
see y'all.
You don't want to hear my big complaint?
Oh, what's your
Don't.
big complaint? Yes, let's go for it. Let's do it.
Well, I can't.
Wait,
I can't.
does anybody know anything about Code 3?
Nope.
I ordered it because I just it's a co-op. I heard nothing about it.
What? Mhm.
I'll see this like 1861. No, because I'll never play it. I would love
No,
the idea of
you'll
it.
never
I'll
play
read
it.
the rules. I'll stare at it. I'll think, oh, I wish I could be this like person that just wants to sit here and play a big giant 18xx game all day long. But Grant, when is the mountain getaway happening?
Well, I was gonna ask. I mean, it could either be like something like August, or if people would rather do it over like a holiday weekend, it could be Labor Day weekend. I don't know if that's better or worse for people.
Well, a holiday, you got no shot.
Yeah.
That's I'll be with my family.
Okay, then maybe August, like 3 or 4 days in August.
Yep. If we did it over a Wednesday, then we could do the Alaboom from there.
I mean, that's
Oh,
true.
that'd be fun.
I mean, honestly, it could be like a Wednesday through a Sunday, and then people can either come on a Wednesday, or they, or if they can't make it that early, come later,
Yeah, show up for a
start-
couple of days at the end or the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hammer out a good day. I'm sorry to cut Grant show up. So, I mean, usually we stay up later, but I think tonight everybody's kind of wearing down.
That's okay.
But you can listen
I'll
to my
listen to
rant.
Grant.
What's
What
that?
do you got?
I'll listen to what Grant has to say.
Yeah.
Okay, Grant, what have you played recently?
Tonight we played Moonrakers.
Oh yeah.
I was
It's good. It is something I won't play with less than 4 again, probably. It
needs people.
yeah, because a lot of it's a deck building game, but it's a deck builder that includes a lot of negotiation,
Yeah.
and it's just not worth it with less than 4 people. There is a 2-player version where you're basically playing with an AI mercenary deck, and you can make deals with the AI deck, but that half the fun is like doing the talking and the socializing and the negotiating, and so I played it at 2.
Does it
And-
need that? Could you just play it straight without negotiating? Or
No,
you have
I
to-
mean, it's kind of baked into you've got these
Yeah.
public contracts that you work together to fulfill.
right.
It's
okay.
to me, it's like, yes, you can play it without the negotiating, but then it's just like any other deck builder. So why would you just not play something else that you like? The negotiating is what makes it feel different than other deck building games, and one of the reasons I like it. But we played it at 2 players, and I was like, yeah, it's okay, and then
But you're always
tonight.
negotiating with the same person, so
Yeah, exactly. And then
Doesn't really
tonight
work.
playing it with 4 people, I was like, oh, okay. Like I get
Yeah.
I get why this game is cool now.
Yeah.
Because and it's one of the things, like I got out to a real early lead. But one of the problems was I focused on getting points and not on improving my deck as much.
Yeah.
And so I got a bunch of points, and I got 1 point away from winning, but then nobody would help me with anything. And my deck wasn't strong enough to like finish contracts on its own. So I was stuck 1 point away from victory for like multiple turns, and I didn't win.
You looked too good too early.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
But it's like an interesting dynamic and stuff. Yeah. So I liked it. What else did we? I mean, tonight we also played "It's a Wonderful World," which, boy, that game is amazing. That's one of the ones that's hitting my table the most these days. It's really thinky, but also just easy to learn and play and stuff. So, have you guys played it at all?
I have not.
What's the name of it?
It's a Wonderful World.
It's a Wonderful
Oh
World.
yeah, that game's good. I like that.
I love that game.
Yeah.
It's like one of those ones where I'm like, Splendor did the like engine building, like, but the accessible engine building, and then Century came in and did it even better. And now I feel like It's a Wonderful World is kind of replacing Century for me a little bit, where it's like,
Yeah, it's like another level up.
Okay.
yeah, exactly.
It has some fun. It has some interesting cards.
Totally.
Like I know I'll never be able to build that card, but like it looks really cool if I could build it.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's 158 overall. That's not bad. Wow.
I enjoyed the Corruption and Ascension expansion that adds the extra stuff into it. So
yeah,
I haven't played the expansion.
Yeah.
I need a
Well,
game
it
to
lets you
play.
get up to 7, and so but
Need a
not
game
that I've
group,
had enough
Aldi?
time to play with 7, but
I got no game group right now.
yeah.
Yeah,
Are
tonight-
you, so Scott,
tonight was
are you
pretty
afraid to find a new one, or I understand there is like over?
Well, only one of the guys is not vaccinated yet, and I don't know what will happen because he now lives in like almost another state.
Yeah, I thought you said
It's like
that.
halfway to Oklahoma is where he lives now. So maybe
Yeah.
we'll get together. I don't know.
this was the first night I played games inside with people.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Cool.
I got another shot to go before.
I'll probably do game days at the BGG building when things go back to normal. Like we got the BGG building open in January. We had a game day and it was awesome. Like it was beyond my wildest dreams. It was like a mini convention, honestly.
I need a shot.
And then the pandemic hit. So
Yeah.
That sucks.
close the building
Yeah.
Yeah.
because we have every BGG game. We have 10,000 games in the stupid building.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah, you do.
We're getting closer.
And we have a couple of the ultimate game tables. I bought 2 more of those ultimate gaming tables, by the way.
Is that the best one? I like it.
Well, they did a blowout sale, which I mean, it was still expensive, but they're like cheaper than.
Talk about a company that TMG and them should be drinking beers together.
I don't know what happened there.
The like logistics of like delivering those tables to people.
Yeah, that's
10,000 tables over.
It
Yeah.
just I think they they just crushed them. I mean,
Shipping.
like I sold my one Warhammer table to the guy who used to run the Warhammer store here in town, but he's gone did something else. And he only paid me for about half of it, but then COVID happened, and I was like, dude, you'll eventually pay me for the rest of it. I'm not worried about it. It's like we negotiated it. I gave him a pretty good deal, and then it was just one of those things where it's like he's been out of work for a while. So eventually it's gone, right? Like literally the other table, because like basically they just gave me 2 tables for like they were like we were gonna do all this marketing work for it and everything like that, and I was like gonna do it. It's like, oh yeah, I'll film all my videos on top of this. Well, it was one of those things where it's like then they like literally like they stopped answering my emails. Like I even had their phone number. The guy just wouldn't answer his phone. I'm sure he was just getting blasted with people like, "Where's my table?" or who knows what was going on in their lives. I mean, I can only venture a guess, right? I know that Anthony was involved with them, had like a contract with them to do a certain level of customer support and marketing, and like he said they even just stopped answering his phone calls and his emails. And
I guess if you get overwhelmed, then you just like
Yeah, I mean, like, and
You
so they
can
were just
hit that
out. right?
burnout
And-
point where you're just like,
Yeah.
well, fuck, what do I'm in a mount. I have a mountain to clear out here. How do I start?
well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
but
One-
like
one-
literally, there.
How do you eat an elephant?
I have a one bite at a time,
Fork at a time.
and 50 pounds of dung.
50 pounds of dung.
But no, I long time ago I built a loft, basically a loft in our garage to like basically have more storage area, and all of the pieces for the second table, I mean, they're just sitting in boxes. I mean, I never even unpacked it. They're all just up on the loft, 120 pounds of wood and what have you. Just
Well, they're blowing them all out now.
well, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I'm not going to buy
And
another one.
I got it in 2 weeks.
Well, but here's the deal. Here's the deal. It's like it's one of those things where it's like, it's too big. Like like I mean, I bought a really nice dining room table and 8 really nice chairs from a lady that was moving who put it up on Reddit, and my wife found it and she's like, this looks like a really nice table with a nice glass top and well made, and like, yeah, I mean, it's like a $3,000 table that this lady was selling for $500, and I drove over and yep,
Got all the
just-
stuff. Yeah,
Yep,
then
yep.
everybody. Not doesn't happen to everybody.
No, it doesn't. But I got a really nice table for
And what
$5. She was moving back to
you can,
India.
You can
and
get
had to
board game
sell it.
tables now. Wormwood. Although
Yeah.
Wormwood, you're probably never going to get
Yeah.
Oh,
in
no.
a year, probably or 2
Yeah.
years.
Well, I mean,
I just don't have anywhere to put that sort of stuff.
But
Yeah.
you know what?
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
to segue
As a
into
showpiece.
it's a house thing, right?
to segue
Like a
into
big room.
friend for sometimes Alaboomer and friend to us all. April 20th, Game Toppers, brand new Kickstarter.
Oh.
Support Kevin Burke, Hartzmeyer.
Yeah, Game Toppers is a good solution if you don't
Yeah.
want a big
Oh
table.
yeah,
for
I'm
fun.
gonna. I know a guy like he says. I mean, I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna get a Game Topper for this table. Just to put on top of it. Just because it'll.
Are you in your basement, Lance?
Yeah.
See, that's the thing about like homes in the Midwest and stuff. Basements
I
like
get a whole nother level.
Yeah, you get add so much square footage to your.
I miss my
like,
basement.
And they don't add that in the
No.
square footage of the house, do they?
No, it depends.
Like
lately
garages
they do.
and basements don't.
In the
add-
last 5
oh,
to 10 years, they have been.
Yeah.
Usually they didn't.
The basement depends if it was livable.
Yeah.
To be
If it has-
fair, I had to finish the basement myself.
yeah,
So-
then it probably wasn't counted in your
No, it wasn't.
square
So
footage.
Yeah, but now
Um,
it would be.
yeah,
Oh,
now it would
yeah.
be when we had
That's
to.
funny.
It actually kind of sucked because for the longest time they hadn't came in like actually. The county assessor hadn't come and actually walked in our home until like 4 years ago, and and they were like, "Oh, well, you need access to your home to do an assessment."
Does that
or whatever."
make your property taxes go? up?
Yes.
And
And
went up
and
'cause-
so
That's why
so
they
yes.
come over.
So they came in and they were like, and then they came downstairs and they're like, "Oh, this looks nice." So I was like, "Yes."
You have to let them in,
Well, yeah, you have to. It's like and so they came
or you
in.
get like fined or something. And
Oh yeah.
and then they
You
come
got
over
set-
with the police.
They set up. I don't think they come over the police, but they set up a time, and then they're like, you can. I think they said that you can reschedule this time twice. Just like after that, then they'll show up and But yeah, they came in and they had the little thing that they pointed at the walls to like accurately determine how much
Oh, laser
Yeah.
distancing.
Distance,
laser
yeah.
distancing each thing,
Neat.
and
Oh, this looks
Yeah.
really nice. Oh, it's riddled with mold. Yeah, it's
yeah,
ooh,
no, they
almost
were
unlivable.
the lady was very nice. She was in the house for 3.5 minutes, and like a month and a half later, we
You got a
got
bill.
a letter
bill.
saying that we've assessed they increased the value of our house by about 90 grand. So
I think we're all going to be able to protest that next year because of COVID.
maybe.
I'm going to
Did you-
protest it.
What did you do to finish the basement?
So it was just the whole place was open. So there was nothing down here. So we put up there was basically the stairs came down and there was the 2 walls around the stairs. After that there was framing. There's one bit of framing for load bearing. But other than that, we put in the rest of the framing. So like there's a hallway that leads down to my wife's office, my daughter's my daughter's room, and then our laundry room, which has like a half done bathroom. So it's like a half bath, and then which I need to finish, but I'm lazy. And then this is like the family room, which now basically is where I work and where I play games. But at one point, this was where we all watch TV and stuff. Now we watch TV upstairs. I mean, I can watch. You can see there's a TV on the wall back there, but which I occasionally watch stuff on. But no, so I hung up all the sheetrock. My dad is during the summer he and three other teachers, because during the summer they worked as a construction crew. They would come and like do like home remodeling and stuff like that. So my dad came over, helped me build all the frames, and then we hung all the sheetrock, and we had to pay somebody to come in and do all the mudding and everything. But yeah, and then we installed the flooring. Well, I didn't install the carpet. I paid somebody to install the carpet in my daughter's bedroom and the office. And the office used to be where I did all my filming for all my videos. And then we moved all the stuff out of there, and we remodeled the office a little bit. So yeah, so let's see here. The stuff I did would be walls, sheetrock, electric, and
You
do
did
it yourself?
electric?
Yeah.
All of which is illegal
Yeah.
by the homeowner. But I've done it myself, so I can't complain.
Why is it illegal?
I mean,
Electric,
you have to have somebody come in and
especially
check
electric. Yeah.
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 Yeah,
Plumbing.
you should have somebody come in and check it to make sure it's up to code and stuff.
Yeah,
like
like
that.
gas. I mean like the dryer where they hooked up. I'm like, I gotta pay you $100 to come out here to hook up the stupid dryer.
Yeah.
I'm like, they were here for 5 minutes, and they both went to the bathroom, which made me mad.
Wait,
I think they both dumped.
who charged you for that?
Hey man, you mind if I
And it's funny because they both used the same sentence. They said, "Mind if we use the bathroom? Mind if I use the bathroom? I have a lot of coffee. A lot of coffee." I'm like, sure, use the bathroom. Then the other guy said the exact same thing to me. 10 minutes later.
So this is actually funny. So
Sure.
So our dryer, our washing machine busted. Like one time I started out my washing machine, and like it was like 9 years old, and like all of a sudden the entire floor just was covered in water. So something inside rusted out. So we had to buy a new washer. This is like a year and a half ago now. And then like 6 months later, like it just the dryer just wasn't drying anything fast at all. And I was just like, God, I really don't want to have to buy another. But I mean, we already bought a brand new, so we could buy the matching one, right? And then my wife, God bless her, she was like, you know what? Here's this guy on Facebook who lives in the area. You know, it says most. It was something like he says. It was like, he was weird. His ad was like most appliances fixed within a day. I don't do microwaves. He said that like it was like on his ad. It was like, I don't fix microwaves. He must have said I don't fix microwaves like 7 times in this little Facebook.
Don't even ask.
Yeah. So I called this guy up and I was like, yeah. So I got an appliance, and he said, "Is it a microwave?" It's just like, no, it's a dryer. And he's like, "Oh, what brand is it?" And I was like, "It's this." And he's like, "All right, well, I can come over tomorrow at like 3. Does that work for you?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." This is like right as COVID was starting. And he was just like, "Are you cool with it?" I was just like, "I don't know. I just need a fixed dryer. I probably should have been smarter about it, but who knows where that guy had been." But we didn't catch it from him. So, you know, because we didn't catch it until December. But anyway, so he came in and he was like, "Oh, yeah, I mean, this is just your the heating element fried out." He's like, you're not getting any hot air, you know, basically, you know. So, and I was like, "Oh," and he's like, "Yeah,
Electric dryer."
Yeah. And he's like, "Yeah, I'll get you the part." And I mean, he says, "I think I even have one of these." And he's like, "Yep, sure enough." He like, "Yeah, I got one in my truck." So he's just like, "I don't have to like go and get one." So he came in and he like took the old one out. The old one out too I mean, it was like just nothing. He was like, you looked at the one that he was putting in, it was like brand new and shiny. This one was just charred, just looked like it, you know, been through the ringer. And so he put the new one in, and you know, he started it up, and he was like, Yeah, I mean, this happens, he says, because people don't clean out the lint traps. You know, they're just like, it's like, like, well, it's like, well, we do. And he's like, yeah, but I mean, and he's like, also, he says it's 10 years old, so, and then I was like,
nothing
well,
lasts 10 years, man.
yeah,
Not nowadays, no.
Yeah, and then he said, like, well, I told you about my freezer that my grandfather has. That's still in my basement.
Ice fucking cold.
It is ice fucking cold. I mean, that he bought it. My grandfather bought it in like 1952, and it's an upright freezer that like once every 6 months I have to defrost it by taking everything out and turning off and letting everything cool off. And every single time I'm like, please, just another 6 months, baby. Just another 6 months. That's all I'm asking. And every year, just it comes right back. It makes everything cold.
They don't make them like they used to.
No, they don't. Yeah.
You got one of them Samsung refrigerators. Ice maker stopped working. It's like it keeps like slowly degrading.
Oh, I know. Our fridge is doing like dumb stuff now too. But okay,
do I
so
want somebody
anyway,
to come out and fix this, or do I just get a new one?
So he said to me, he's like, when's the last time you cleaned out the venting that goes outside? And I was like, never. And he's like, well, and like the thing is that my wife always wonders how this happens. Like I always like people always just like will do stuff for me, just like, well, normally I charge for it, but you know what, because I was just in there talking to him, we were talking.
Minnesota nice.
And he was just like, here, let's go clean it out real good. And so then it's like there's this brush that basically you screw all these things, so it's this big long thing, and you attach it to the end of a drill. And he just, and you just kind of go back and forth, and like, and he said, and you just knock everything free, and then it just, as the dryer runs, it blows the stuff out, right? And so he was sitting there, and he was like, yeah, and then all of a sudden he pulls it out, and all of a sudden he's only got like, instead of having like a 10-foot long stick, he's got like a 2-foot long one. He's like, holy crap! He's just like, that's never happened to me before. And I was like, was it attached by magnets? And he's like, no, it screws on there. And I was like, weird. And he's just like, yeah, hold on. And like, he was like, and he sat there and he was just like, okay. And like, he's got his little light. And I was just like, oh crap, I'm going to have this stuck. And I could tell like the first time he put it in there and he was like, all right, like, okay, this should be easy enough to like, get the thing on the edge and like have the screw, the drill go the opposite direction to screw it back on. And then be able to like pull it out again, and he was just like, all right. And then after like he'd been doing it for like 5 minutes and it was just this uncomfortable silence, like I could just tell he was like, fuck me. And then finally he's just like, and he pulls it out again. And he's like, I got another one of these in my truck. Hold on. So he goes and like he actually got another one and he got to like past it and then pulled the other one out with the other one. But I remember I was just sitting there thinking, yeah, this guy's gonna like leave, like like he was nice enough to do this and he was gonna leave it all and said he was gonna have to like, so I'm gonna come back tomorrow and fix your venting for you.
Yeah, those vents apparently, my wife says, are responsible for like some percentage of all house fires.
Yeah.
Not cleaning out those vents.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And if you don't put the cover on them, at least in where we are, birds will nest in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll
outdoors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
or
like
they'll come in through the vent and sit inside the tube.
Well, yeah. So and they'll make
they
a nest.
figure out the flappers so you can get in there.
Yeah, you put the little thing and there's like you put a grate in front of it so they can't get into it.
We had squirrels at our old house. We could not get rid of them.
Oh, you never. They're smart motherfuckers.
Yeah,
they really are.
Have you seen that guy that like he puts there's a really good YouTube channel of this guy who like has a backyard full of squirrels that like get into his bird feeder. So what he does is he takes the bird feeder and he creates like these, like you find it. It's awesome. He creates these
obstacle course,
insane obstacle courses that these wild squirrels figure out the entire way. It's just like going to one of those like basically American Gladiator sets where they're like, hopping back and forth to get across. And, oh yeah, and it's just like, and he just films these squirrels, and
I gotta see this.
Oh yeah,
is that Mark guy? The guy who
I don't know, but
the glitter bomb.
He created a few of them, and
Mark
it's
Summers.
And like,
What
yeah,
is his name?
just like the squirrels are
Here's the
smart enough to
double
like
check guy.
knock the basketballs into a certain thing that knocks certain things down, and yeah,
Have you
Sounds
guys watched
awesome.
the Glitter Bomb sagas?
I always figure they're fake.
Oh, go back and watch it. Mark Rober.
No, but I mean the ones that are like, oh, and I got the video of the guy opening it up because I made this video camera. No, you didn't.
Yeah, it is. It's Mark Rober. Squirrel Ninja Obstacle Course. Yeah, his YouTube channel is amazing.
I mean, it's like I don't believe anything anymore. Like my wife will send me videos of like, oh yeah, this thing totally happened. No, it didn't.
Go watch the
like,
Glitter Bomb one. Watch them all because he's in this really like this international intrigue of like trying to catch phone scammers, and it's actually quite astounding on how they do it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's-
I figure it's all faked. But good for them. Good for them
Why?
for
Why do
making
you
it.
think that?
Just because it's like to get like
There's
the
no
perfect
reasonable reason
thing.
to fake that.
But like it would be
Big
so is it like somebody stealing their phone or thinking they're stealing a phone and they're leaving with it
It's
and then
porch
the glitter
pirate.
bomb
He's trying to
explodes?
catch porch pirates.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that like if somebody shows up and is trying to steal your stuff, right? And then like and they take it, it's like there's got to be some sort of legal thing where it's just like you can't broadcast that person's face on a YouTube
Oh,
channel
they block all the faces.
where millions of people, well, and then but the thing is also you have to rely on it being just perfect, like the situation being
You should
so
just go
perfect.
watch it.
I have watched
all
them,
that
and
stuff is handled.
I just no, I don't buy
Okay.
it. I think because
Fine.
like
Don't be entertained, Lance. Then
Don't be
I'm not saying it's not entertaining.
Anyway, Mark
I'm just-
Rober's channel has the Ninja Squirrel
Well,
thing.
I mean,
I love how you just talk over me. I'm trying to explain. You're like,
I understand. What am I supposed to say? I try to convince you to watch it. I found it very intriguing of what he got himself into with the phone scammer stuff. He stumbled upon this whole phone scammer ring, like
bet.
crime ring.
Did they get arrested? Did they all?
I'm not going to tell you. You got to watch it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like because they probably didn't, right? So it's just like because it's all made up.
The scam is
That's-
actually pretty ingenious,
That's
and I can see how it
why-
could catch people.
That's why I believe in things like Bigfoot because
They're real, damn it.
Yeah.
I
Have
mean,
you-
Did that game
Northwest, have you
or
ever
Bigfoot? Is Bigfoot real? Did that one fund? I didn't see.
What?
Ugh. All right, it is 2 a.m. here. Grant, I appreciate you coming on. We gotta hammer out a date. We gotta hammer out a
Yeah.
date in August.
maybe
You guys
I'll.
I'm gonna stop the live stream because I really want to complain about something, but I can't do it live. So I'm just gonna stop the live stream. Thanks everybody for watching.